Coming up on 1 minute until airtime. Mark, network stations, we are 1 minute until airtime on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield for our football game broadcast. Studios, please start your archive recording. Stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Coming up on 30 seconds until airtime. Mark, 30 seconds until airtime. Once again, stations, if you encounter technical issues during the broadcast, please call the Michigan Studio Hotline at 336-464-1791. Stations, your final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds until airtime.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir!
They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
The Paul Bunyan Trophy, the state championship, a year of bragging rights, which, judging by the talk among fan bases over the last couple of weeks, might be the most valuable part of it all. The long wait is almost over. Michigan State, a little bit more than 3 hours away. This rivalry has had some remarkable, at times unfathomable moments over the years, and we are at the latest chapter. And make no mistake, this game has been on the mind of the Wolverines for a long time. Michigan established 4 goals at the start of the season, and even though this team is undefeated and has been in the top 5 for pretty much the entirety of the season, this is the first one that the Wolverines can officially cross off the to-do list. That's why, for some guys, the page flipped to Michigan State before they finished walking up the tunnel following the beatdown of Penn State 14 days ago. Now, will those 2 weeks of work, will the 365 days of work pay off under the lights at the Big House in this intense, impactful rivalry game? The time for talking is almost over, and we'll take you right up to the end of it here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
What is it? It's football. Yes, sir, there are 5 seasons across this country every year: winter, spring, summer, fall, and football. Football season makes the barber cut hair just a little bit better, and it makes the butcher slice the steak a trifle thicker. Old cars, new cars, and motorbikes are jammed with riders wheeling for the stadium from northeast, south, and west, and the back roads are jam-filled. There's something in football for everyone. Some can cheer the player, some can second-guess the coach, some can listen to transistor radios and see how wrong we radio announcers can be, while some just enjoy the ballet of young bulls in battle. There's magic on the campus sprawling beyond the boundaries of the stadium, as once again small college towns across the nation become part of the big collegiate football season.
Kickoff is 3 hours away for your Michigan Wolverines, and we're getting you ready for today's game on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Well, Jack, you experienced this rivalry. Just how intense, how different is it?
Yeah, I think intense is the right word. It's a gritty game, and there's not a lot of love lost between these two teams. It starts with the fan base. You got houses divided, husbands, wives, and kids that have different allegiances. That goes into the university, the administration, the athletic department, the coaches, and all the way to the players. And there is it's intense. It's scrappy. I don't want to say dirty, but it's probably borderline that way. I mean, it is super intense anytime these two schools go at it. This year looks a little different than it has in years past, but anytime you got a rivalry game like this, everything's on the line, and you will feel that in this game.
So how have things gone in the lead-up? A 2-week stretch for both programs coming off their bye week. Here's the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh, who is 3-4 in this game.
There's a great vibe. I think the guys are, that resonates with all of us, and really good week under our belt now. Now that's really intensified, coming into this week, because you just sense it and know it. I mean, it's a big game, and everybody knows it. Everybody wants to win, I mean, coaches on both sides, players on both sides. I mean, it's the kind of thing that, can make or break your season.
And there are certainly plenty of variables to the last part of that clip about it making or breaking your season. Let's forget about the Big Ten race. Let's forget about the college football playoff conversation. When you put your neck out there and say, we as a team have established 4 goals, and one is as simple as this one is in scope. 3 words. Beat Michigan State. That has to resonate. That has to be an impact around your building, and it sounds like it has been.
Well, and that's why you take it one game at a time, and it's probably easier in a game like this to do that than in others, but it is. It's simple. Let's win today. Let's beat our rival. That is a goal for them, and you have a chance to do it today. And at the end of the day, you're defined on how you play against your rivals, what that win-loss record is. I mean, that's the reason Mel Tucker got the contract he got, probably, was because of what Michigan State was able to do, knocking Michigan off last year in East Lansing. You are defined on that. This is a paramount game, the rivalry, what this means, the bragging rights for a year, and you know either one of these schools, to get where you want to go at the end of the year, you have to beat Michigan State if you're Michigan. Got an opportunity to do that tonight.
Yeah, you mentioned third-year head coach Mel Tucker, well documented, 2-0 in this rivalry as the head man in East Lansing. The second game of that 2020 COVID year with no fans here at the Big House. Then last year's comeback in East Lansing. Here's Tucker on what his team needs to do to get the win tonight.
It takes intentional focus. It takes, toughness, discipline, being selfless. That's what it takes. So whether you want to call it circle the wagons or bunker mentality or taking to the mattresses or, us against the world or whatever you want to call it, I mean, it is what it is.
I have not heard the mattress one, but other cliches are certainly in play here. And certainly, Michigan State's best 60 minutes to this point has not been close to their best last year when they won 11 games. Just your overall impressions. We'll get into the nitty-gritty on the Spartans, but your overall impressions of this 3-4, 1-3 team. Yeah,
they've obviously struggled. I mean, I think that there are some glaring holes in this Michigan State team that they've been working to address as the season's gone on. But certainly if you're a Michigan State fan, you feel a little bit of a letdown coming off of last year. Mel Tucker coming in the last 2 years. I don't even really consider the COVID year a true football season, right? But all the anticipation building up, okay, we're going to get back on track. And I said when they hired Mel Tucker, I thought it was a great hire for them. I think he embodies Michigan State and what that program wants to be. They haven't quite pieced it all together this season. Like I said, there are some holes in it, and they've gone about their program in a different way than Michigan has. Instead of trying to build a program, what I would say from the bottom up, recruit the right guys, develop them, build a program that guys want to be a part of, and then you can get into the transfer portal to get guys to fill maybe some of those deficiencies or top off some things that you might need. Michigan State's gone the other route, right? And they're going to recruit, and then they're going to bring guys in, and so it's a whole different team every year, which is a big difference in what Michigan's tried to do. I think when you have that style, it can be feast or famine. Last year we saw feast.
Totally.
So far we've seen famine from Michigan State. That's not to take them lightly, but it's not the same team as it was last year.
I think it's a great point, and it's a situation. It's like when you are a 5-star recruiting program in college basketball. Not all 5 stars are the same. Not all transfer portals are the same year to year, and this one has certainly been different. And, this season's lead-up has been a little bit different. Both teams were undefeated in that great game in East Lansing last season. But, this has been a feisty, when is it finally going to be the game kind of a week around both fan bases.
Well, it just seems like this week drags on forever. You add a bye week to it, right? It just feels like, okay, now it's time to play. Now we can go out and do it. Good news is, when you beat Penn State, what was the first thing that you heard from some of the players? We're on to Michigan State.
Wild.
And we're going to start focusing in on that. We're going to start practicing that way. That's where our mindset's going to be. You've had 2 weeks to do it, to get healthy, to strategize about what you want to do, get into the film, figure out what you're doing well, what you're not doing well, and what your opponent is. Finally, we're at game day.
I'll tell you what, if this season goes the way that Michigan fans hope it goes all the way to the end, I think that Penn State game is going to be one of those in 20 years when you're reminiscing going, oh, yeah, you remember that game? Because everyone's been locked in on Michigan State. And we will dig more into the Spartans coming up at 5 o'clock. One of the many key contributors on that defensive front for the Wolverines, Jalen Harrell, will join us at 5:20. John Jansen arrives at 5:30. Doug Karsh steps in at 6:10. Final hour of pregame, you'll hear from Blake Corum and head coach Jim Harbaugh. And over the next couple of hours, we will keep you updated on certainly a busy traffic day around Ann Arbor with fans flocking from all over the state. And with that first check of traffic and weather is right now.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Stay safe to everyone coming in. Stay safe to everyone who will be at the Big House here tonight. It is a 7:44 kickoff for the Wolverines and the Spartans. When we come back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we'll talk through the week that was, really the 2 weeks that were. Coming up next as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Before we look ahead, let's relive the week that was for Michigan football.
I figure more study is better, more is more. When the Saturday rolls around, you have no game to coach. I mean, I felt like I was out to sea. So very, very happy to be back in the game week mode.
Once again, here's Brian Bush and Jack Miller.
Yeah, so let's delve into that as we get set for Michigan and Michigan State. 3 hours and 2 minutes away. Not like we're counting or anything for the last 2 weeks.
Not
but
at all.
What, Jack, is the bye week like for a player, especially one like this where you have such a big game coming up during what is a quote-unquote off week, but it's not really all off?
Well, I mean, the bye week in general is always welcomed by players. Nobody is healthy at this point in the season. Nobody feels great. Everyone's banged up, and it's been a grind since training camp and all the way into this week. So it's nice to have some time for some rest, to relax a little bit, to kind of get your mind away from football and just kind of, recalibrate, if you will. But to your point, when the next game up is Michigan State, that's always in the back of your mind, and you want to make sure that you're getting ready for that. So my guess is that the first week of the bye was just to do that, to rest a little bit, to unwind a little bit, and then get back into the flow of things, get ready for this Michigan State game that means so much to this team, to this season, and just the rivalry itself, how important it is to this team.
And from all accounts, the attention shifted quickly to Michigan State, so much so that MSU was the focus before Jim Harbaugh addressed the team following that blowout of Penn State. Here's running back Blake Corum.
Yeah, it was literally right after the game. We went and watched film. A couple of us did. We watched the film. Obviously chilled, bye week, got the body right, but we watched a lot of film, practiced good. Like we said, Michigan State on the clock.
And the same thing happened last season in the game leading up to Ohio State, and it was a common refrain from the team. But that was at Maryland, a road win against a mediocre Terps team. I mean, that Maryland team was not nearly as good as the one that Michigan beat earlier this season. This was a dominant win at home, an overwhelming second half against a top 10 team. Really, there hasn't been a whole lot of talk about the Penn State victory, other than what happened in the now newly christened Lloyd Carr Tunnel. Heck of a debut for it.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I think, look, anytime you have one way in and one way out of a stadium and you have to share a tunnel for both teams, sometimes it gets chirpy, right? And there are guys, during pregame, certain positions come in and out at different times. So when both teams have to run up at different times, there's a lot of jawing that goes on. Guys are running back and forth at each other. Coach Franklin's comments were interesting. I loved Coach Harbaugh's response to it.
We will play it for you later. It is wonderful.
I thought it was warranted. I thought it was spot on. And at the end of the day, for James Franklin, look around the stadium. It's not going to change. So you're just going to have to deal with it. And it doesn't happen often. When it does, there's usually, a culprit to it. There's a way to avoid it. It's just extra noise, right? And to me, it came off a bit bitter from Coach Franklin and from Penn State. And again, I loved Coach Harbaugh's response to it. You move on, you get past it, you get your guys in the locker room, and you go play. And for what happened at halftime, for the response from Michigan in the second half, I think it worked to our favor.
Yeah, no doubt. I wonder how the clearing of the charter flights for Penn State go. It's very airplane-esque. Oh, I'm in row 42. Let me get up as soon as the plane lands. That had that kind of vibe with everything they were complaining about. But we digress. Ronnie Bell was quoted by several people this last 2 weeks. He told the team, be where your feet are. And during this type of a 14-day stretch where it's got to be easy to look ahead, it's got to be easy to be anxious, but hey, starting now, it is a sprint to the finish line. Michigan is hopeful that there's still more games to play than there currently have already been played. They're hoping for 8 more total, and it will be a sprint for the next 6, hopefully. That's what they're trying to earn. Be where your feet are. That's really good advice from a captain.
I love that comment because at this point in the season, it would be easy to look ahead.
Sure.
I think everyone is in the back of their mind what's it going to look like in Columbus at the end of the season, but none of that matters if you don't take care of business week in and week out. Now, like I said earlier, easy for a rivalry game to be present, to be there, but especially with a bye too, right? You lose focus, you can look ahead. The important part is you just take it day to day. You just try to get better, you try to get healthier, you try to study more, perfect your craft. And, the leaders are responsible for that, right? And so for a guy like Ronnie Bell to voice that message to the media, to get that message out, that means he's saying it in the locker room too. That's a great mindset to have. Be where your feet are. Win today. Today the task is Michigan State.
And I know fans on both sides are thrilled that our feet are here, getting close to kickoff, a little bit less than 3 hours away. You can win big with the free-to-play game Wolverine Challenge. Predict various outcomes in every Michigan game, like how many sacks Michigan will have, how many touchdowns the Wolverines will score, and you could win great prizes like game tickets or gift cards. You can play Wolverine Challenge in the Michigan Athletics app or at wolverinechallenge.com. Hurry up and make your selections now. The contest is open until kickoff. So much to do between now and that kick for Michigan and Michigan State. Check out Wolverine Challenge as well. But we will have Doug Karsh, John Jansen along here a little bit later. You'll hear from Jalen Harrell. We'll have our self-scout next, talk about what has been a very solid start to the season for the Wolverines, and discuss an ability by this team to avoid the bulletin board material. That's coming up in a bit. First, though, we check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans renewing the rivalry, the battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy coming up here under the lights at the Big House. We'll continue on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. After this, you're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
It's a Michigan game day.
I think one of the things that really helps the players is when they know how much the team's counting on them. You know, their family, their brothers in the locker room, and they can tell how much each of the guys on the team want it. And that is the one thing that I've found that really can elevate a player's play when they know the team's relying on them, depending on them.
Well, that's head coach Jim Harbaugh before this one. Wolverines and Spartans coming up here at 7:44. You know, what's been interesting in kind of watching and listening to the quotes and the comments throughout the media on both sides, you know, we talk a lot about bulletin board material, what's permeating in the football facilities where, you know, there's that assumption that, well, more is being done this week because it's a rivalry. I do think that it makes sense what Harbaugh is talking about there, that the extra juice, the extra motivation comes in everyone that you are surrounded by through this whole thing, off-season conditioning, spring practice, all the summer work, the first 7 games. You're playing for them. You all set that goal, 1 of 4, to beat Michigan State. That's where I think the real motivation comes from in weeks like this.
Well, it's the ultimate team game, and you don't want to be the guy that lets down your teammates, your fans, your families because of a mistake you made. And at the end of the day, football is a game of a lot of times who can make the least amount of mistakes is usually the team that ends up winning. When you have that mindset like Coach Harbaugh was talking about, you know, everyone's counting on me. I have to perform. I have to be at my best. I agree with him. That is the best motivation. That is what internally gets a guy fired up to go give his all, to lock in a little bit harder, to understand his assignment, and then to go execute it. And at the end of the day, you just want to let your game speak for itself. But a lot of that does come from the building of a team, the building of, you know, that camaraderie, that chemistry, that love for one another that you share in a locker room. You want to be the guy that doesn't let the team down. You want to be the guy that gets them to the other level.
You could tell that also these players are coached up, talking about bulletin board material, to not say a whole lot in this. You know, last year's team, so many weeks, so many big games, they didn't do a whole lot of talking in the first, you know, the 6 days leading up to the game. And then they did some talking after wins, and then they completely refocused for the next opponent. It was different, certainly, than the revenge tour era.
Yeah.
And I think this team has been certainly more like last year's group in that, yeah, they'll do a little bit of chirping here and there on Saturdays after the game. But until that, you're not going to get much.
Well, it's smart, and that's what a classy team does. That's what a smart team does. Why give the other team motivation or fuel to want to play harder, to want to do any better if you don't have to? You let your play, you know, do the talking for you. And I heard John Jansen say that on the radio Sport Talk this week. You know, I wanted to, just was John saying this, I wanted my game to reflect who I was as a player, as a person, because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what you say leading up to the game. It doesn't really matter how you feel about it, and it certainly doesn't matter what you're telling the media that the other team is going to hear about. I want my play to reflect it, and we've seen it to this point in the season. This year with this team, we saw it last year with this team. Just keep getting better. Just keep your head down, keep grinding away, keep finding ways to win, keep improving, and you'll be where you want to be at the end of the season.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. The Penn State win will, I think, be one of the least talked about top 10 wins for Michigan in recent years, decades, because of just the excitement, I think just the flat out, like, we want to play Michigan State. Like, this team wants to get it going. The big takeaway for me from that game 2 weeks ago was that the scoreboard was the only close stat.
Yeah.
Everything else was completely lopsided at halftime. And yet there was no concern, there was no freaking out by that team. That team knew, walking up and walking down the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, that, yeah, we've got this team where we want them, even if the score doesn't reflect it.
Yeah, and I think they probably went into halftime and just, I would guess that the message from the coaches was, just relax. We're fine. A couple fluke plays. Besides that, it almost felt like a scrimmage, honestly, in that first half where, you know, when every play wasn't executed to perfection, it was, oh, geez, what are we doing? And it's like, that shouldn't happen against another powerful team, right? You're going to have, you know, swings in a game. The other team is going to make plays. Things like that are going to happen. And save for 2 plays, essentially the whole game, Michigan had their way. So that's signs of a good team, of a well-led team, that there was no panic. They went in, they made the adjustments they had to. They came out in the second half, played great, and that's what you want to see. And good teams find a way as the game goes on. They wear you down. Usually the cream rises to the top, right? And you saw that happen last week.
A few quick hitters. Eric All and Caden Colasar having surgery between that Penn State game and this one. Both out for the season. Of course, big losses. Yeah. But Michigan, the tight end room, everyone talked about being pretty deep, and certainly special teams. I mean, what Jay Harbaugh has done with everything. We talk a lot about the specialists because they, you know, that's what we see in terms of field position.
Call, right?
Yeah, for sure. But those are 2 areas where if you're going to have to lose somebody, it feels like Michigan can absorb those losses.
Well, it's been great to see what Schoonmaker's done this season. I mean, he has picked up right where he left off last year, elevated his game, has become more of a passing threat than he was last year as kind of a blocking tight end. So he kind of filled that role for Eric All, who's obviously a great dynamic player we look forward to having back. And then Caden Colasar going out for the year, a great player, a rah-rah guy, fires up the sidelines. Everyone's rooting for him. Sad to see him go down, but again, signs of a good program. Next man up. What's going to happen? Okay, you're out. That's unfortunate. Put the next guy in there and keep the train rolling.
Preseason, Jim Harbaugh was quoted as saying that Luke Schoonmaker could be one of the best to ever play at Michigan as a tight end, and I think that might have caught some people. It certainly didn't to me as a surprise, not because he wasn't the potential of it, but to already put it out there, and he's really taken that step forward this season. Unfortunately, with needing to with Eric All being out, but excited to see his continuing growth. And 2023 schedule is out. We will talk about it probably more next week. There's not a whole lot to discuss from it for this game, but first 4 at home. The home schedule, other than Ohio State at the end of the season, is kind of but 5 Big Ten road games: Nebraska, Minnesota, Michigan State, Penn State, Maryland. Certainly some interesting ones, especially on the road.
Well, you know, when you go to Penn State, that's a very, very tough place to play. Never easy, no matter what the Nittany Lions look like on the field. Michigan State, obviously the same thing. Rivalry game going into East Lansing, always a challenge. You know, Nebraska, who knows what that program is going to look like next year, but, you know, chances are it's going to be a, you know, very intense game. Anytime Michigan shows up anywhere, you know you're going to get their best, and you know that the fans are going to be locked in. It's going to be a loud, crazy environment. So plenty to look forward to next year, plenty of challenges that will be on the 23 season, but like we keep going back to, just focus on today, one day at a time, and keep this thing rolling.
100%. Time for the Tailgate Tip, brought to you by Meyer. Spend less time playing bartender and more time with your friends and family by making your go-to craft cocktails in single-serve mason jars the night before. Today's Tailgate Tip brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Time now for traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up here tonight at the Big House. Let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. The shadows almost completely engulfing the floor here at the Big House. The weather is really, really nice. It'll cool down a little bit tonight, but great football weather for the Backyard Brawl. We'll talk about the Spartans a bit more when we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show next. You're locked into Wolverines football from Learfield.
The holiday shopping season is here, and we've got you covered with lots of gift ideas at your Auto Value Auto Parts store. Everything from rechargeable flashlights and wash and wax kits to screwdriver sets, ice scrapers, work lights, jump starters, and more. All in stock and specially priced for the holidays. Someone on your list that's just too hard to gift? Well, an Auto Value gift card could make the most perfect gift at your local Auto Value Auto Parts store. And thank you for shopping locally.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4ABSOPURE to learn more.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Brian and Jack are previewing today's Michigan game right here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
Workplaces divided, households divided, things like that. So it's this bragging rights is something you talk about every single day. There's not a day that's gone by since I've been here that hasn't come up about this game. So when you're in close proximity like that, I think it just adds to the intensity of it.
There's the head coach of the Spartans, Mel Tucker, when asked about this rivalry, Michigan and Michigan State coming up here tonight in Ann Arbor. Jack Miller, your impressions of what Tucker's done. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but certainly a modern way of trying to build a program.
Yeah, it is a modern way, and I think that Mel Tucker is an embodiment of Michigan State. He tries to bring a little swagger to them. He tries to recruit in a different manner than maybe some other college coaches do. Wants to get in the transfer portal, wants to bring over talent as he can. It's a different model than Jim Harbaugh has gone about trying to build a program, a sustainable year in, year out. You're anticipating the same things. You're seeing a lot of the same guys. Not necessarily the case with Michigan State, and that leads to feast or famine. You can have a Kenneth Walker show up, and all of a sudden, boom, you got a great season going on. He leaves, and a lot of people are scratching their heads, going, "Well, what happened?" And when you do that, each team each year looks a lot different. It's hard to predict what they're going to look like.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's start with their offense and get your thoughts. Peyton Thorne, really good last season, led Michigan State to 10 regular season wins and a victory in a New Year's Six Bowl, beat Pitt in the Peach Bowl. Jim Harbaugh said this week that MSU's wide receiver group might be the best the Wolverines have seen this year, and they've seen a couple of really good ones. But Kenneth Walker is not on Michigan State. There is a huge drop-off with Walker now shining in the NFL. Just your overall impressions of what I think in this game and all season has had to be a more pass-happy Michigan State offense.
Well, to your point, Kenneth Walker's absence has been noticeable.
Sure.
Obviously, a great running back who's doing great things in the NFL. So I think you see, what happened last year, his ability to put the team on his back and be successful. But that being said, Jaden Reed is a dangerous wide receiver, very, very talented guy. Coach Harbaugh, he doesn't mince words, and he's truthful with what he says to the media, and it is a good wide receiving core. The offensive line for Michigan State's been a bit of a mystery. It's a lot of the same guys, and they just have not played well this year. They don't give him a lot of time when he's dropping back trying to get to the wide receivers, and they're not able to run the ball this year. And they've hurt themselves with penalties. It seems like once they kind of get some momentum and get things going, there's a hold, there's a personal foul, they get backed up behind the sticks, and then they can't recover. So they just haven't gotten in sync. But a big part of that is the absence of Kenneth Walker. That's just absolutely true.
100%. Defensively, Michigan State outside the top 10 in the Big Ten in a lot of stats. Only Nebraska's given up more yards per game. From a pass game standpoint, the two best quarterbacks that Michigan State has played, Michael Penix Jr. and, of course, now Washington, 24 of 40, 397, 4 touchdowns, no picks. And then a home against Ohio State. That was a little bit of an odd game early, but C.J. Stroud was brilliant. 21 of 26, 361, 6 touchdowns through the air, and 1 pick. Now, Michigan State did mix things up. They showed some more 4-3 last week, 2 weeks ago against Wisconsin. You expect, certainly, a ton of different looks on both sides of the ball in a rivalry matchup. You wonder how they'll try to counter defensively Michigan's rushing game and then the dual-threat nature of J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, for Michigan State, they don't have anything to lose. This is their Super Bowl. They can lay it all on the line, try different things, right? If they just match up the way that it's been anticipated they would coming into this game, obviously the bookmakers think it's going to be a pretty lopsided game, right? They have nothing to lose, so why not try different things? Why not try to confuse that Michigan offense and see if they can, create some havoc and get them off of their game? I think that they will do their best to try to stop the run. I think from their standpoint, probably out of pride alone, if you're going to win, you're going to throw the ball to do it. My guess is no matter what the front looks like, 4-3, 4-2-5, whatever they want to do, the idea is going to be we're going to sell out to stop the run, and if these guys are going to beat us, these guys meaning Michigan, we're going to make them throw. We're going to make J.J. get in the air to do it. I think it's a big day for J.J. McCarthy because of that.
This discrepancy in doing prep this week was pretty eyebrow-raising to me. Michigan State this season, when forcing 2 or more turnovers, 3-0. Mm-hmm. When they force 0 or 1, 0-4. Now, the wins, Western Michigan, Akron, and then most recently the double overtime win against Wisconsin. So not a whole lot to write home about with that. But if you can keep away from turnovers offensively in this game when you're a pretty big favorite, a huge favorite in a rivalry matchup, it's going to be so key.
Yeah, well, football is a game of who can make the least mistakes, and turnovers are generally speaking the way to lose games if you're anticipated to win them. So obviously turnovers help with that. We've seen that in their stats this point to the season. For Michigan, at the bottom line, do your job, execute what you're trying to do. You don't have to get real exotic today probably. You can do what you do, try to do it well, and you should be okay. But take care of the ball, do the right things, lock into this rivalry game. You know how much it means to these guys. And there is a bit of, there has to be, based on the rivalry alone, but on top of the loss last year, of the loss the year before that, these guys are hungry, right? And they're going to want to go out there and prove what they think is rightfully theirs. But none of that happens if you don't just take care of the little things, execute properly, because if you make mistakes, that's how an underdog comes back into a game.
100%. Okay, we will have plenty more on this game, Michigan and Michigan State. When we get going in a little bit here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show, we will talk about some of the other games, including an interesting one that had a fascinating fourth quarter out in State College, Ohio State and Penn State. That's coming up in a bit with Rob Joyce, but first, let's check traffic and weather again.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up here at the Big House. 7:44 the kickoff under the lights here in Ann Arbor. We'll update the out-of-town scoreboard, talk about games going on now, some of the other action that has already taken place, and a whole lot more coming up as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Before you get in, get going. Get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires. Go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
Basketball season is almost here, and there is a ton of excitement around the Michigan men's basketball program. Fresh off a 5th consecutive trip to the Sweet 16, the Wolverines are gearing up for another schedule packed with marquee matchups. Don't miss your chance to experience the action at Chrysler Center. Tickets are available now, but they're going fast. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more or purchase yours. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats for Michigan men's basketball.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 10 minutes, you'll hear from a Wolverine player. Then in 20 minutes, John Jansen joins the broadcast. First, let's take you around the Big Ten and the top 25.
Michigan State coming up. We'll have plenty more on that game, but it has been quite a day of college football. Jack, we haven't been able to actually react to games for a while because of the string of noon games, and that will not be the case this week or next week for the marquee primetime trip to Rutgers. We'll have plenty more on that and probably plenty more on the 2020. We'll react to the 2023 schedule next week here on the Tailgate Show. But as we bring in our good friend in the studio, Rob Joyce. Rob, we have to start off with what happened in Happy Valley. It was a really close game for a while. Boy, the fourth quarter was an experience. It was long. That game was kind of humming along until the fourth quarter, and Ohio State pulls away 44-31, and that, I mean, it was just bonkers in the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, if you missed it, Penn State was driving a long drive inside the 5, inside the 1. They had 4th and 1, false start, so they kicked a field goal, missed the chip shot. Ohio State called for a penalty, so they get a second chance, 4th and 1 again. Go for it, get it, fumble near the goal line, recover, convert a 4th and goal to 1 for a touchdown, and that was the tame part of the quarter, because then after that gave Penn State the 21-16 lead. And, guys, you see the firepower of the Buckeyes, because for 3.5 quarters, Penn State really did a good job of shutting them down. Then 3 plays, 75-yard touchdown drive. Sean Clifford turnover, turns it into a 1-play touchdown drive. Penn State kicks field goal. Ohio State goes on another long touchdown drive, pick 6, 9 minutes, 4 touchdowns. So need a 60-minute effort, which Michigan fans certainly know that.
So, and one anecdote from that marathon Penn State drive early fourth quarter, when they went for it on 4th and 1 after the kind of seesaw penalties, Penn State had everybody bunched up close, then split out 4 guys to the left and had sophomore tight end Tyler Warren alone near side to the right, and they had him run a slant. And it was behind him. Somehow he caught it. That was the first time I'm like, you know what, Penn State might actually pull this off, because why in the world did that work?
Yeah, and the defensive end had his hand up and almost tipped the ball. Interesting play call for sure.
Oh, man.
Good to see Penn State battle them like that.
Sure.
If you're a Michigan fan, I mean, the scary part about Ohio State is they can put up points so quick, right? So even if the game's not going well for the vast majority of it, all of a sudden you look up and there's 21 points in 5 minutes or something like that. That being said, good to see Penn State exploit some weaknesses in that Ohio State team that obviously, our coaching staff will be watching as the season goes on to get ready for that game in Columbus.
No doubt. In progress, a few games, Rob, including one that's interesting, featuring a couple of November opponents for Michigan in that certainly interesting, unique Big Ten West race.
Yeah, right now, none of them are particularly close. Mid-fourth quarter, Minnesota pitching a shutout against Rutgers. It's 21-0 Gophers. Mo Ibrahim with 159 yards, 3 touchdowns for the Gophers. He's done all the scoring for everybody today. Halftime, Illinois leads Nebraska 20-9. So the Illini with a win can really take some sort of a stranglehold in the West. They're 3-1 in the conference heading into today. Purdue's 3-2. Nebraska has 2 losses. Everyone else has 3. So an Illini win would make that November 12th game against Purdue in Champaign. Probably would decide the West, and then Iowa leads Northwestern 20-0 entering the third quarter. Guys, Iowa didn't punt in the first half. 4 possessions, and they scored in all of them.
I don't believe you.
I'm telling you.
Believe you.
Northwestern, boy, that game in Ireland was a long time ago.
It is crazy, isn't it? Holy! I mean, now you look back and go, man, maybe Nebraska should have just, kept Scott Frost out east.
When we were at Iowa, one of the strangest things I've ever seen, when the punter ran onto the field, they cheered for him. I mean, I've never seen that in the game of football, but that's the state of Iowa and the Big Ten West in general. I mean, what would you, if it's going to be between Illinois and Purdue, if you would have predicted that at the beginning of the year, I would have said you're crazy. There's no shot that that's what's going to happen, but that looks like how it's shaping up.
Well, I believe on the broadcast, this was the first time in about 8 years that Doug didn't pick Purdue as a sleeper in the West, and well, here this season they're a sleeper in the West, so that's a shame. In terms of other games of note, top 25, Rob, take us around, including what has been a blowout in Jacksonville.
Yeah, cocktail party, number 1 Georgia, up 28-3 on Florida. They're about to approach halftime there. Oregon getting tested for a bit at Cal, but Ducks have opened up a 21-10 lead at the break and a molly-whopping in the Big 12. Kansas State at halftime leads Oklahoma State 35-0. That's a top 25 showdown, and the 9th-ranked Cowboys are on the bad end of getting blitzed. And one other top 10 team, they're up by 1 at halftime. Wake Forest leads at Louisville 14-13. The Scott Satterfield, will he or won't he get fired? Seesaw that changes every week. And a win over the Deeks would put him on the right side of that for now. So some interesting, as the first playoff rankings come out on Tuesday, suddenly these top 10, these top 5 teams outside of the Big Ten become a little more important to Michigan fans, obviously.
What did you call Kansas State, Oklahoma State?
A molly-whopping.
Interesting.
That's a great word.
That's great.
Is it a word or is it 2 words?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think anyone knows.
I speak it. I don't write it.
It's like slobber knocker. I think that's 1 word, too. Yeah, hopefully there is molly-whopping. Is that what it was? Molly-whopping?
Yes.
Hopefully that's what's going on here. But I'll tell you what, one game, TCU, if they go undefeated, it's going to be tough to keep out a 13-0 Big 12 champion.
Yeah,
so.
It's going to be really interesting down the stretch to see how this all pans out. A lot of football left, and some of it will sort itself out. But, again, you get in a situation like that, who gets in, who gets out, and it's always interesting.
No doubt. Well, we will check in with Rob during the 6 o'clock hour with John Jansen and I reacting to still some of the other games that will continue to progress. Here this afternoon, our focus on Michigan and Michigan State. We'll have Jalen Harrell from the Wolverines defense coming up in a little bit. But first, we got to check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up. 7:44 the kickoff here at the Big House. Jalen Harrell coming up in a little bit as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot. Score a great deal with a price alert and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
We're heading into the Michigan locker room momentarily. But first, a word from the presenting sponsor of the Tailgate Show, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Hello, Michigan fans. We're back at the Big House, and the Paul Bunyan Trophy is on the line. Let's get this great day rolling with a visit from Andy Hetzel of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, who joins us before kickoff every weekend. Hello, Andy.
Hi there, Brian. I'm happy to be with you today, and I can't wait for the latest chapter in this Michigan-Michigan State rivalry.
Andy, I've seen Blue Cross's new campaign, Ready to Help, and it seems very focused on the experiences your members and customers get when they interact with Blue Cross and Blue Care Network. You've always been about access, quality, and affordability, but this goes beyond that, right?
It does, Brian. For 83 years, Blue Cross has been here to stand behind our members and communities in times good and bad. From the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, we channeled our efforts towards supporting our members and ensuring access to needed care. We sent care kits to our senior members who are isolated at home. We dramatically expanded telemedicine services to enable our members to connect with doctors safely through digital media. And we worked hard to let our members and customers know they can connect with Blue Cross wherever they are, whenever they need us.
That idea of being there for your members and customers is practically in the Blue Cross DNA.
It sure is, Brian. We've been here since 1939, so there's a long-standing legacy at Blue Cross and Blue Care Network of always being here, always ready to help. And there's a commitment to people and communities throughout our state that's only getting stronger today.
Andy, I think what Ready to Help means is that no matter who you are, where you live, or what your needs are, Blue Cross is here to take care of you. I'm sure that holds true for your millions of members, thousands of group customers, and your vast network of healthcare providers.
Thanks for saying that, Brian. To us, Ready to Help means we're working harder than ever to actively engage with our members, customers, and providers. On the provider side, we're working with doctors and health systems across Michigan to improve the outcomes our members receive. We're helping doctors spend more time with their patients, and we're leading the way toward more affordable care and health insurance through quality, patient safety, and efficiency.
Andy, those efforts bring all your stakeholders together around important priorities like quality care, patient safety, and insurance affordability, and that truly matters to all of us. It's great to hear about Blue Cross's efforts and leadership on that work.
Thank you, Brian. Now it's time to cheer our leaders on the field. Go Blue.
Now, it's time for this week's player profile. Once again, here's Brian Bush.
And we continue here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show with a member of the Michigan defense in Jalen Harrell. And first off, Jalen, the bye week, it was improvement week. What did you do to help yourself on the football field? And what did you do maybe to get away a little bit, mentally at least?
As a team, we kind of regrouped, went back to the fundamentals. We got our bodies right. We continue to build, use extra time, just preparing. Details, watching extra film and talking to some of the older guys like Hutch, Jabo, Quiddy when I was younger.
So, to Michigan State, just broad question, what does this rivalry mean to you?
It means a lot. There's not a whole lot of talking I'm going to do, but, we're just going to do it on the field. I'm 0-2 against them, so it's not much to talk about. Let's go ahead and do it, get it done.
You're coming from Florida. You weren't immersed in this rivalry growing up. When did you realize the intensity of it, and how intense is this game when you play it?
I say my freshman when we got here, it wasn't a crowd, because it was COVID, but I still feel like we lost that game, understanding of Paul, like the whole thing behind it. But last year, that bus ride back, boy, it was real tough, So this year we getting that taste out our mouth. We just hiding down the weeds, like Coach say, sharpening our swords and ready to lock the gates come Saturday.
Have you noticed an uptick in this team's attention, focus, maybe year-round detail on Michigan State since that loss last year?
Yes, sir. That's always going to be in the back of our head. That's always our goal. We got to beat them like that. There's no excuse. We got to beat them. Like I said, we just been getting our minds right, getting our bodies right. We know what it takes. We just going to go out there and do it. Not a lot of talking.
What have you seen from them on film? You got a little extra time, obviously, with the bye week, but from that offense, maybe some ups and downs for them this season. Last year, of course, they were elite. What have you seen from Michigan State offensively?
As you said on a bye week, it took a lot of time to really break them down and see what they're good at and what their weaknesses are. They got a good mobile quarterback. He can extend plays, kind of similar to Sean Clifford last year. The backs, they got two backs, different style backs. They have what they do have is they have great receivers that can go up and get the ball in one-on-one situations. So we just got to get to the quarterback, pressure him, stay square, build a wall when it comes to the run game, and just play our game. That's it.
And lastly, when you get this game at home, how valuable is the big house? Is the 110,000 in games like this?
It's really valuable. We'll need them all come Saturday. Need the fans rocking. Third down, first down, second down, doesn't matter. We just need them up on their feet, bring that juice, that energy, putting that pressure on them. When it comes to their communication, when the fans are loud, that has an impact on them. So we just need everyone.
Jalen, good luck.
Thank you.
There's Jalen Harrell from the Michigan defense. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Wolverines and Spartans coming up. We are a little bit more than 2 hours away from kickoff here in Ann Arbor. John Jansen joins the broadcast as we continue along in a bit. First, we check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
John Jansen, he has been foaming at the mouth for 2 weeks, and he will join us, hopefully with a 7-second delay, next. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first. I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Ladies, Hunting Widow Night is coming. Saturday, November 12th, Hunks the Show returns. Oh my. At Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Get ready for a night of sexy costumes, hot dance moves, and muscles in places you can only imagine. Tickets are $25 and are on sale now at the box office and etix.com. Whatever happens is our little secret. Hunks the Show, November 12th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Oh my.
It's time to hear from the two-time captain, the national champion, the Michigan Sports Hall of Famer.
The physical team will win today. If Michigan comes out and they hit them in the mouth, this game, all it comes down to is Michigan going out there and being physical.
John Jansen is here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
John, how you doing?
I am doing wonderful. And I'm going to try and either speak slowly, one, so that Spartans can understand what I'm saying, or two, that I don't say something that might cost me my job at some point.
Yeah,
so,
you did a lot of work to get to this point. You don't want to ruin it now. I will say, though, from what we just talked about off the air, there's a good omen for tonight that happened in another football game that started at the correct time, from what I understand.
Yes, noon start. And that's the Plymouth Steelers. They won their playoff game. They're going to the Super Bowl next week, which I will not be able to be at because we got another game that starts at the wrong time in Piscataway.
At the wrong place.
We'll deal with that next week. But I tell you what, I am so fired up for this game. We've had 2 weeks leading up to this, and, it's these fan bases, and this is the definition of fanatical, right? The fan bases completely lose their mind about this game, as they should, because we've got 2 really good football programs in the state of Michigan, 45 minutes away. We are very fortunate here that both of these fan bases, whether it's in East Lansing or here in Ann Arbor, get to experience this. I'm so excited. I cannot wait for that 7:44 kick.
John, to me, this is as intense as a rivalry game gets. And I don't know about when you were playing, but when I was a part of this rivalry, it was chippy, borderline dirty at times. There's no love lost between these 2 schools. You feel that on the field, and no matter what the score is, no matter what the record is to that point in the season, there's a different level of nasty that happens on the field.
There is, and there's a level of chippiness. It's a physical game. One of the differences, because everybody always asks, okay, Michigan State or Ohio State.
Yeah, right.
And the thing about Ohio State is that it's further in the year. And that there's, everything is at stake in that game because everybody's played their entire schedule, whether it's Ohio State, Michigan, and you're there to win a Big Ten East title for a chance to go to Indianapolis. So that's when you say there's more riding on that game, it's just because of where it's located on the schedule. But this one, especially Jack, you know this, if you've grown up in the state of Michigan or anywhere near the borders of Michigan, you're not riding the fence on this one. This is, you were either green and white or you're maize and blue, and you have to live with this one for 365 days.
We've heard from several guys in the aftermath of, what was a dominant win over a top 10 team that before they even started walking up the Lloyd Carr Tunnel, Unfortunately, there was no Penn State blockade there in the second half
no
there.
PB&J's
No, thank goodness. But they were already thinking Michigan State. And yes, there was a bye week this past week, but you've been around the building here over the last couple of weeks. Just how locked in has this group been for this game?
It's been very impressive, and that's one of the things that I loved about last year's team. And when you set a standard of, hey, you move on from week to week, and you turn the page, it carries over from year to year. Now, these guys are doing the same thing. It is a next opponent, and yeah, sometimes it's nameless, faceless. That's what we hear from those guys. This one is anything but nameless, faceless. This one is, hey, you see your neighbor's face. You sometimes see family members' face, and they are on the other sideline, and it freaking matters.
John, I mean, I get the sense, I don't think we've talked about it enough this season. This is a really mature team, a team that I think can manage their emotions, can stay locked into the task at hand. You get a big win with the Penn State game. Then it's a bye. Can you keep that momentum? Can you keep that intensity for a rivalry game that this year is pretty lopsided according to Vegas, right? So how do you not look past those things? This is a team that is I see the leadership out of. I see a lot of mature behavior out of. They just do their job. Not a lot of talk, not a lot of flash. Let your play do the talking for you. I've gotten that sense to this point in the season. It's a really good opportunity tonight to showcase that and to keep this train rolling.
And here's a few examples to make that point. Is you start the year off with 3 inferior opponents. At no point did they come out and not play to Michigan's standard. They took care of business, and it was never, they were all no-doubters. Then you go to Iowa on the road, next test. And, yeah, you go down and score on that first drive. Your defense is playing well. But then all of a sudden there's some, hey, J.J. McCarthy trips and falls. It's first or second and 15. Or there's a fumble. Donovan Edwards falls out at the 1-yard line. They never let that affect them on the road. And then last week, same thing, right? It was a dominant first half, but you go in up 16-14 because of one run by Sean Clifford and then one fluke, ball bouncing around off of P.J. Mustafer's helmet. Somebody goes for a pick six. Those are moments that in the past could have affected the mentality of this team going into halftime. Like, oh, man, here we go. It hasn't affected them at all. They continue to come down that tunnel ready to go every single time.
Yeah, they never flinched, right? They just did their job, regroup, recalibrate. We're back at it, and let's go find a way to execute the next play and go win a ball game.
Before, Jack, we let you go until pregame, I mean, this is one of those games that you feel maybe a little bit more the next morning, don't you?
Yeah, I always did. It was a battle.
That's because the celebration gives you a headache.
I can't speak to that. I think I was only 1-3 in this thing. John probably can.
I was on the other side. I was 3-1.
There you go. But, yeah, no, it is. It's a physical mismatch. And no matter what's going to happen, both teams are going to go at each other.
That's another unfortunate aspect of it being a 7:44 kickoff. Not as much time to do that afterward if things go the way they're supposed to.
Hey, you can't drink all day unless you start in the morning. And at 12:01, you're already starting on tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And the Lions are playing, so you might as well just drink all day.
Rick's is open till 2.
That's right.
Oh, that is tremendous. All right, we'll have more with Jack Miller during our pregame show. John Jansen and I will go in the trenches here coming up. We'll talk and go deep on the Spartans here in a little bit as well. Coming up an hour before kickoff, Blake Corum. We'll hear from Jim Harbaugh and a whole lot more as the Wolverines get set for this matchup with Michigan State. First, though, let's check traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
We indeed will recap a busy couple of weeks on Go Blue Podcast and on In the Trenches next. Wolverines and Spartans coming up here in just about 2 hours. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Hey Ann Arbor, football is here, and we know you're thirsty. Whether you're tailgating on the golf course, Hoover Avenue, or the parking lot, make sure you grab a case of Miller Lite. It's Miller time for those who hold true and bleed blue. Miller Lite, great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. In 20 minutes, we'll update the out-of-town scoreboard. The voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch, will join the broadcast in 30 minutes. But right now, let's go in the trenches.
In the Trenches comes out 3 times a week on MGO Blue Podcast. You can get it on Apple, mgobluepodcast.com, mgoblue.com/podcasts. Spotify, Google Play, a whole lot of places where you get your podcast, and there is plenty of coverage from it. And, well, we started with, talking about the rivalry. This was from Wednesday's episode of In the Trenches presented by Meyer, and, John was getting close to game mode.
You have houses where there's husbands and wives that are on both sides of this coin. I don't know how that works, but apparently they make it work for at least some time.
It's tough enough for you with Michigan, Illinois,
right?
As the difference.
But you also have parents that may be on one side and they may send kids to one or both of the different schools, and so you got this rivalry that's actually, it's not just your neighbor, it's in your house. You have to live with it. That's how important this game is. So can you imagine walking around every day having to wake up and see that other color and know what happened in this game, walk down the street and see that other color, and it just infuriates you. So yeah, it's an important game.
Yeah, wow, that was 0 to 60 back down to about 10 quickly. I do know from
your emotions in this game.
I do know from your standpoint, if anyone in the Jansen household did consider Michigan State for anything, fandom, college, etc.,
we have a shed out back that they could stay in.
I mean, that was an instinct. You didn't even think about it. I really think that that shed is a real thing. Is there a bed in there, like really small? Like, what's the deal?
No, they won't get no bed. I mean, they get the roof,
nice
and we'll still wait to see if they get a door or not. But that's the beautiful thing about this game is you literally have to live with it every single day. And yeah, there are some households where it's a divided house. We've heard those stories, but no matter where you go, all year long, you've got to see that other school, and you don't want it to irritate you every time you see it.
So John Jansen in his role can really go deep into the rivalry like that. Mike Hart, Michigan's running backs coach, he cannot anymore. He was a guest on the Monday night Inside Michigan Football radio show. You can get the replays every week on MGO Blue Podcast. And by golly, John tried to get something good out of him. Here's that clip.
I think it's huge. We talk about it. There's no doubt about it. Everyone knows what's on the line. Everyone knows what we want to do. Everyone wants to win. And I think especially in-state guys, talk about a guy like Donovan, some of his former teammates, play at that school. And it's just important, It's important. When you live in Ann Arbor, when you live in the state of Michigan, this game is huge, We have neighbors that are Michigan State fans. My son goes to school with Michigan State fans. Like, it's for everything. It's for just bragging rights for the year. And it's really, really important to us. And we're going to put everything we have in to try to get a victory.
How much do the guys want to know about your experiences in this game? Because there's been a couple of moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, things come up, and we talk about it, and we move on. It's the easiest way to say it. So
yeah, we talk about it.
I tell them,
move
don't
on.
be like me.
No, I'm talking about the good moments.
Don't be like, man, you tried. You did your job, and, well, he did his too.
Yeah, he did. And we all know the moments that Mike Hart has had in this series, and he continues to add those chapters to it. And when you're a player in this series, there is something that you take with you for the rest of your life. There's moments, there's memories, and it's there. You don't always carry the good ones with you. Obviously, I mean, as I was talking with Jack, I was 3-1. And the one that bothers me the most, or the one that I tend to think about the most, is that one loss.
Sure.
Because it sticks with you, and it irritates you, and you think about those moments. And I just hope for these guys, now especially for those freshmen, start off a year where you don't ever have to worry about that bad moment, and then just start stacking them together.
Last clip we want to share is zeroing in on this one. Junior Colson was our player guest on Wednesday's episode. I've been really it's been fun listening to him kind of grow. He was pretty quiet when he first got on campus. You're hearing him find a voice. But Junior Colson's been referenced as someone for big games. And this was his thoughts on big games with a little bit of some reference to what happened a couple of weeks ago against Penn State.
So much fun and so much, I don't know, like it's a lot into it. There's a lot that goes into it. I've always, like, big-time games, that's when, like, that's when I play my best. Mm-hmm. That's when I play my best. Is like, I like when, like, a team can throw a couple punches. Because I like watching the light fade from their eyes. I don't like just dominating teams. Like, first couple games, I wasn't having fun. I told Coach, I was like, no, take me out. Like, I like seeing a team, who came in with all the hype, all the energy. Just kind of like, you see it fade away from as you, like, pound them. Because big-time games, that's when everybody plays their best. So I'm getting their best shot. Like, every moment, I'm knowing I'm able to dominate that guy in front of me like that. Like, I can go to bed at night saying, I'm better than you. And I can tell him I'm better than you. He can't say anything back.
Remember a few years ago?
Watch the light fade from their eyes.
Watch the light fade from their eyes. And he said, you asked him about Penn State, and he said, like, what, late first quarter?
Yeah.
That, watch the light fade from their eyes, is like the Karan Higdon. Run through their face. Yes. Like, you could feel the words coming through the teeth. And you see why he tends to rise to the level of the game.
And when you talk to the defensive coaches, and I mentioned this at the start of that interview, they are, when I ask them, like, who are the guys that you're excited to see in big games? The one guy that everybody talks about is Junior Colson. And I can't wait to see him tonight, see what he does in this matchup, especially, at home, prime time. Like, if there was a time of game, I believe that, I should have asked Junior this. If there's a time that he would like to play at, I bet you it's in prime time. It's 7:30, 8 o'clock, because all eyes are going to be on him. And he is one of those guys that plays hard every single time. It's not just like, hey, when it's the matters most that he rises up. He plays hard every single time, but when it does matter most, he's going to rise to the top.
And I thought what he said about, hey, the first 3 games weren't as fun. And he was honest about it. You can't say that beforehand, but after the fact, you can. And, well, there weren't many lights flickering for those first 3 opponents. Michigan will try to keep the light away from Michigan State here today. That is our look in the trenches. You can check out the post-game edition. It'll be posted shortly after midnight here into Sunday for the Wolverines and the Spartans. We will unleash John Jansen on the Spartans when we come back. But first, we've got some traffic and weather.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan State, it's the backyard brawl. John Jansen knows it, enjoys it, waits for it. He'll talk about it when we come back and give you his thoughts on the Spartans. Wolverines, Spartans coming up, 7:44 the kick. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAADmeats.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcasts, subscribe today, and go Blue.
Dirty oil can easily wreak havoc on your vehicle's engine, so be sure to change the oil at recommended intervals. And for a motor oil that outperforms conventional and synthetic blends, try Mobil 1, the full synthetic motor oil that keeps your engine running like new. Ask for Mobil 1 at your local Auto Value Auto Parts store. And don't forget to pick up a Wix XP oil filter to complete the job. Because when it comes to oil changes, we've got you covered at Auto Value, where service is the difference. We get it.
This is Michigan football.
You look at the history of the games that we've played. You look at the history of the teams. You look at the history of the rivalry, and you see why players play harder in this game. You see why this game is taken more serious. You see why each team is willing to do whatever it takes to win this game, no matter what. It's a state championship. State championship. It's a championship game that we get to play in the regular season. You know, I mean, who doesn't want that?
That's Michigan native, Michigan captain, Michigan defensive star Mozzie Smith and John Jansen. I mean, if that soundbite doesn't get the goosebumps going, I mean, that's a perfect encapsulation, and you know it well as someone who played in it, who lived this rivalry.
Yeah, it's a championship game. And I mean, you can't say it enough. You've got to live this one. You have to live this game every single day of the year. And it doesn't matter when you leave after 4 or 5 years. Now you can't do anything about it. You've got to live with it the rest of your life. And that's what makes it so big for the guys that grew up understanding what this rivalry is.
So Michigan State 3-4, wins over Western Michigan, Akron, and most recently their last game 2 weeks ago in double overtime over Wisconsin. To what do you attribute the drop-off for Michigan State from last year's 11-2 Peach Bowl championship season?
Well, I mean, Kenneth Walker III. That's the number one reason. But then you look and you say injuries. And, yeah, everybody deals with injuries. Michigan has dealt with injuries. They don't have Eric All. You don't have Nikai Hill-Green. Haven't had them all year. But Michigan, and with Jim Harbaugh having been here for so long, he's been able to go out and recruit depth. And I've talked about this all season long. The depth that Michigan now has at offensive line is deeper than it's ever been. In the secondary, it's deeper than it's ever been since Jim Harbaugh's been here, probably for the last almost 2 decades. Michigan State doesn't have that depth right now. They had 55 guys transfer out of their program since Mark D'Antonio was here. That's a massive number to try and, backfill. And they're trying to do it like they've gone to the transfer portal. We've heard all about that. Kenneth Walker III, a great example. There's not always one of those guys in the transfer portal. And then if one of those guys gets hurt, you've got to have somebody else to go in there. They just don't have that depth of talent, experience, and leadership. You lose a guy like Xavier Henderson, all right? not only do you lose his production on the field, but you lose his leadership on the field.
On paper, Michigan's a 3-touchdown favorite. They seem to have a handful of outs to win this game. What must Michigan prevent Michigan State from doing? What is that best path for Michigan State, and how do the Wolverines ensure that that path is closed off?
Well, you just don't let them score. I mean,
that's why we pay
Welcome to
John the
Football
big bucks.
101.
Oh,
Yes.
come on.
And, you know, you can't allow Michigan State any confidence early. They're going to come in and they're going to give you their best punch. They're going to put together a scripted drive that they think is going to score. All right, defense, you come out and you hold them to 3 and out. Now all of a sudden, those voices of, you know, dissension, those voices of, you know, lack of confidence will start to be whispered on that sideline. Offensively for Michigan, they come out and they withstand the best punch that Michigan State can put out there. Then all of a sudden, hey, they're thinking, we just gave them our best punch.
Yeah.
If we couldn't get it in the end zone and we can't stop them, that's how you put this team away early.
The last time this game was here at the Big House in front of fans was November of 2019. It was all Michigan, including a coming-out party for a 2022 Wolverines captain as we relive in today's throwback call of the game, brought to you by Pretzel Bell.
Patterson looking for the snap. Gets the snap, back to throw, looks, throws. Ball is caught by Ronnie Bell at the 30. He's at the 20. He's at the 10, and he's knocked out of bounds. Big play to the slot receiver, Ronnie Bell.
Our throwback call of the game brought to you by Pretzel Bell. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite. Pretzel Bell on Main Street in Ann Arbor. One of 9 catches for a still career-high 150 yards for Ronnie Bell in 2019. And I brought that clip up, and we used it for Pretzel Bell this week because the quote, "Be where your feet are," was attributed to Ronnie Bell. It was quoted by a ton of guys over the last 10 days or so.
Yep.
And when you consider there was a bye week, the pomp and circumstance around this game, the 2-week wait, the 364-day wait from last year's loss at East Lansing, be where your feet are. A coach could have talked to the team for an hour, and I don't think they would have been able to have it as impactful sentence as those 5 words, I think, were in that building.
Well, and so it helps you deal with distraction, right? If you're, you know, and that's the whole point of it, is like if you are where your feet are, like, okay, I'm in a meeting right now. I'm in the O-line meeting room, and we're talking about different things that we've got to do in this game. I got to be present there. But it also goes to when you get a chance at a bye week to get away. Then, hey, whether it's playing video games in your dorm room, it's hanging out with your buddies, it's getting a chance to see mom and dad, whatever it is, then be there as well so that you can refresh your mind so that when you do come back to play, you're ready to roll. Because from here on out, it's the same thing we talked about last year. After this game, it is a downhill sprint to the end of the season. And you've got some matchups, maybe some sneaky matchups, but we all know what comes at the bottom of that hill, and that is Ohio State. So, you know, be where your feet are. Make sure you're focused on what you're doing at the time, and make sure that, hey, if you get a chance to get away, even if it's for a few minutes, go ahead. Let your mind not be on football for just a little bit.
How'd you do with that this week?
This is, probably not great for the marriage during the football season, but my feet were in a lot of different places. But my mind was always on this game, so I'll freely admit it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, we appreciate your honesty. Lisa does not, but we appreciate
Right.
your honesty. All right, we'll come back and we will talk about the other games going on in college football, including a wild one between Ohio State and Penn State. First, let's give you that traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Michigan State coming up here. Fans starting to file in. Warm-ups beginning in earnest. It is almost upon us. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Brian Bush back with you here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. John Jansen and Rob Joyce are coming up to talk about everything else in college football. Doug Karsh along in 10 minutes, and a whole lot more as we get you ready for the Wolverines and the Spartans. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
Go, 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 run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit AbsoPure.com/GoBlue or call 800-4AbsoPure to learn more.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
He's going MIA. Touchdown! Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance are teaming up to build effective insurance solutions for you, your family, and your business. And to predict today's big win, Auto Owners and Meadowbrook offer more than 65 years experience in home, auto, life, business solutions, and more. Score an insurance quote at meadowbrookagency.com/quote. Our agency offices are located in Ann Arbor, Jackson, Southfield, and Saginaw.
Welcome back to the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show.
I really got bigger fish to fry than Coach Franklin's opinion on the halftime tunnel from a game ago. But I mean, all you got to do is walk into their locker room. I mean, I think you saw pretty clearly that they completely stopped. They weren't letting us get up the tunnel, and it just seemed like such a sophomoric ploy to try to keep us out of our locker room, and he looked like he was the ringleader of the whole thing. So, but no, I got bigger fish to fry than worry about that kind of whining.
The execution of the pause before whining, was legitimately comedic gold.
Great delivery.
He couldn't have done it better if he tried 100 times.
Nope. No.
We don't need to talk much about that game. It's been interesting, John. How many times you beat a top 10 team as soundly as Michigan did, and it feels like it's just been kind of a footnote.
Yeah.
That was the biggest talking point, I think, from that game.
Well, and it could have been much worse. The first half, like they get one play by their quarterback, Sean Clifford, and they're down on the 1-yard line. Then they get a fluke game. They're going to bounce this off of P.J. Mustipher's head. It's going to fall right into our defensive back's hands. He's going to run for a pick six. If it hadn't been for those, now it can't take them away. Those happen.
Sure, of course.
But that game would have been drastically different because Michigan dominated every aspect of that game.
Penn State needed to block Michigan from coming down the tunnel, not going up. That would have been the advantageous play.
Yes.
That would have certainly been interesting. Our halftime coverage would have continued. All right, let's talk about what else is happening and what else has happened in college football. Rob Joyce in our network studios. And Rob, let's start with that wild game in Happy Valley. Ohio State 44, Penn State 31. Just bonkers, especially that fourth quarter.
Yeah, if you missed it, 44-31, kind of misleading as to how the game went. Penn State took the lead with a weird sequence of events with about 9.5 minutes to go. Went up 21-16. After that, it was all Buckeyes. Buckeyes scored quickly. You got the full Sean Clifford experience today. He had 3 touchdowns. He accounted for 4 turnovers, 2 in the fourth quarter. That directly led to Buckeye points, including a pick 6. And Ohio State wins at 44-31. Also a final, Minnesota blanked Rutgers 31-0. Iowa up 23-7 on Northwestern, have second and goal from the 3. And Illinois started the fourth quarter, will take a 23-9 lead in Lincoln against Nebraska. So 3 somewhat non-competitive games, and then that Ohio State-Penn State game was certainly entertaining, guys.
Yeah, John, I know you were coaching up Jack this afternoon. What did you see or hear of that game? And I mean, listen, I think that was about what the spread was. I think Penn State actually did win with the points, but I mean, it was a bizarre fourth, and I think that's probably why that fourth quarter is an embodiment of why Penn State fans aren't eager to keep James Franklin forever.
Well, no, but I mean, they're going to be stuck with him for a while.
Yeah, they are.
They signed that new, 9 or 10-year contract last year. But here, so obviously we don't really care about Penn State anymore. That is, been here, done there, done, that's gone. But when you look at what are we trying to learn about Ohio State, I mean, I think it's safe to say Penn State's a fraud. I don't think there's any question about it. And now what are we trying to figure out about Ohio State? All right, they made this more of a game than it needed to be. Now, did they play down to Penn State's level? I think there's probably some of that. It's in Happy Valley. But when you look at, over the course of Ohio State and their season, like at the beginning of the year, they start off with number 5 Notre Dame. It's 21-10, and now Notre Dame, they lose to Marshall. They're not very good. So we're trying to still figure out what Ohio State is. Obviously, we'll know here in a few more weeks as we get a chance to play directly against them. But that's the thing is I don't know that there is a great dominant team in college football this year. It's been Alabama. Last year it was Georgia. It's been Clemson at times. But, Clemson should have lost to Syracuse last week. And, you look at Alabama, they lost to Tennessee. Georgia, we'll know more about them in the next couple of weeks. I think they got Kentucky next week. So it's really still trying to figure out what is Michigan up against in the future.
Ohio State's next 3 before the matchup with Michigan: at Northwestern, home against Indiana, at Maryland. So the Terps on the road, that's certainly an interesting one, or at least somewhat interesting one, but otherwise not a whole lot of turbulence for them still to come. Rob, just a quick check of some of the games in the top 25 you've been monitoring.
Yeah, you mentioned some of these other top-tier teams. Number 1, Georgia, up on Florida, 28-13. 8th-ranked Oregon, up 28-10 at Cal late in the third quarter. Still a blowout in Manhattan. Kansas State is routing number 9 Oklahoma State 38-0. And then number 10 Wake Forest trailing at Louisville 27-14. So we're going to have some shakeup in that top 10.
Yeah, very, very likely on that. All right, that's the check of the out-of-town scoreboard. Doug Karsh is standing by. We'll chat with him coming up in a few minutes. First, let's give you another traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up about an hour and a half away from kickoff at the Big House. Warm-ups are underway. The fans starting to file in. Going to be a good one. We'll catch up with the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh, when we come back here on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan Tailgate Show. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. more than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Rave Associates, distributor of fine wine and Michigan craft beer in conjunction with Founders Brewing Company, are excited to be back for another great season of Michigan football on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield. Founders Brewing Company produces some of Michigan's most unique, authentic, and complex craft beers. Ask for these great Michigan craft beers at restaurants and retail stores here in Washtenaw County and throughout Michigan.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Let's talk about the game with the man who will call the action. We welcome in the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Michigan and Michigan State coming up. Indeed, Doug is here. And Doug, considering this job, probably more so considering your day job, just how relieved are you that it is almost game time?
2 weeks. We had 2 weeks to build up to this one.
Of all the shows, those sure were some of them.
Yes, we definitely were. But ready to get the season back going after a bye week. Team's ready. I know everybody's gotten a little bit healthier on both sides. More time to prepare, and more time to crank up for this one tonight.
No doubt. We've heard from John, from Jack. We'll get Jason's thoughts and his memories from this rivalry. I mean, you experienced this game, this rivalry on the sidelines for a better part of 2 decades. How would you characterize how much more physical, how different this is at field level?
You know, it's interesting. It's tense. It's tense. There's not a lot of helping a guy up, and there's not a lot of
John just rolled his eyes.
Well, you know what? I tell you what doesn't happen, and rivalries are different, right? At the end of the Ohio State game, the two teams, if the fans don't rush the field, will meet at the center of the field and shake hands. And in this one, I'll distinctly remember when Michigan State won 4 in a row, players running across the field holding up 4 fingers in the face of the Wolverines as they walked off. So I mean, I think that alone will sum up the difference between, if people want to characterize what the rivalries are like. That's it.
Yeah, and after this one, after, Michigan finally starts to get 1 in a row, I can tell you exactly what one finger that'll be.
Wow.
Wow. The great part is, for those watching our live video stream, John currently has a foam
finger. It's not my foam finger, I can tell you that. This one I just used to point at people.
I asked John this a couple of segments ago about Michigan. On paper, there are many outs for them to get this victory. I think there's many visible paths.
Yep.
For Michigan State, what do you think those potential paths are, and how does Michigan combat those?
Well, a couple of years ago, it was sort of an out-of-body experience from Rocky Lombardi and Ricky White, and just throw the ball up deep and either go make a play or get a flag, and it worked out well. It was a game plan that was well executed, and it worked on that day and in front of an empty stadium. Then you have to get to, Michigan State does a good job of getting the ball out. Jacoby Windman has 5 forced fumbles this year. Michigan as a team has 1, right? So that's a path. They'll create some fumbles, make some things happen. I think JJ's good for about 1 throw a game that makes everybody go, whoa. And the one that I think more than the interception against Penn State was the one where he was in the grasp and threw it just over a defender to Blake Corum right in front of the Penn State sideline. So, the JJ that went down to Iowa was so focused and so dialed in that they ability any mistake that Iowa was inviting Michigan to make. Yeah. And the one time they came close, Donovan Edwards tracked that ball down on a pass that went backwards. So special teams, I mean, when you're an underdog, you look to make a big play in special teams. Well, Jaden Reed doesn't have a punt return for a touchdown this year. He's had 2 called back because of penalties. So now their field goal kicking, I don't remember being this late in the season, and a team has only made 1 field goal, and that's Michigan State.
So for Michigan here today, I'm curious what your hope forget the score, right? End of the first quarter, you talk about it being tense. It's going to be intense. There's going to be a lot of energy in here. What are you looking for in the first couple of blows each side? The first quarter, forget the score. What if you're a Michigan fan, what are you hoping to feel in those first 15 minutes?
It's so cliche, but if they come out and run the ball and prove that they can run the ball, you know, Michigan State's defense, if they have a strength, it is stopping the run. They're, I think, 79th in the country against the run, and they're 111th. I've got the numbers here somewhere. We'll have them by game time. 111th, 110th against the pass, 79th against the run. There it is. So, but if you can run the ball, it's just hard to beat a team that can line up and force the football down your throat. And Michigan did it last year to Ohio State. They did it to Penn State a couple of weeks ago.
Yep, they did it to Iowa.
And
that's exactly it, Doug. If you can do and dictate offensively what you want to do, when you want to throw it, and you can pick out any throw that you want, when you want to run it, and you can determine where and how you're going to run it, offensively, that just rips out the heart of a defense. And then, obviously, on the other side of things, and Gamon Green, DJ Turner, Will Johnson, eyes are going to be on them because they're going to be going up against Jaden Reed and Keon Coleman, the guys that they're going to throw the ball up to and say, go get it. That's going to be the key matchup, I think, in early on in this game.
And listen, the running game, of course, is going to be vital. I think Michigan can have a real distinct advantage here. I feel like you're going to have a JJ play or two, whether it's via the throw or potentially creating from the run. And I think you talk about the calmness at Iowa. I think he brings that type of potential into this. He played a little bit in that Michigan State game last year. We all kind of saw what happened. But I feel like he's got the ability to maybe finish a couple of those big throws that have been misses.
Well, he's put it on himself. He has said the reason they haven't completed those deep balls, it's on him. And then, and talking to other people, they say, well, receivers got to get out of their breaks and shake the defender and a little bit earlier. I remember a case earlier this year where it looked like somebody slowed up before they saw the ball. So that's been an aspect that hasn't clicked. And if they get that, it'll be close to a complete offense.
Yeah. Well, and when you're talking about JJ, and Jim Harbaugh had told me this earlier, that, in that Iowa game, and I forget who they put, maybe it was in Maryland just before that, where, hey, some of those deep balls were just a little bit overthrown, and it was the first time that JJ felt good, and Coach Harbaugh talked about it was the first time that he was driving a Ferrari with full octane. Yeah. All right, well, we've had some time now for him to be able to get that timing with his receivers. Tonight is the night where it needs to pay off.
All right, we look forward to your guys' call. We'll talk to you here shortly with the network-wide pregame.
Thank you.
There you go. Doug Karsh, John Jansen. We'll get John's keys to victory here coming up in a bit. But first, let's give you a traffic and weather update.
It's time for traffic and weather on the 8s. That was traffic and weather on the 8s.
Wolverines, Spartans coming up here at the Big House. It is a 7:44 kick. Plenty of fans already here. Warm-ups going on the field. We'll talk with John Jansen about his keys to the game when we come back to wrap up the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. That's next. You're listening to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper tire retailers for more information.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
This is the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show.
Let's get to the John Jansen keys to the game, and I got to tell you, I love that your keys to the game are written down on the back of a paper plate. And I think from here on out, we will have a sponsorship opportunity with the John Jansen back of a paper plate keys to the game. And let's start with the Michigan offense.
I hate doing dishes, so paper plates are big in my house.
Before we get to those keys to the game, John Jansen, in big games like this, when you are sitting here about an hour and a half from kickoff, let's take out the warm-ups, you're in that locker room, getting taped up, getting ready to go. What's going through your mind?
All you want to do is hit someone. You just want you play this game so many times in your head, and you're going through what that first drive will be, and you've done that a number of times. You're thinking about all the keys that the coach has talked to you about on certain plays. Hey, when we're going to run this out of this formation, look for this defense, and when a guy, maybe he's off the ball a little bit, you're looking for all the keys. And then when it comes down to it, you're simply, and this is about when it happens, about 90 minutes ahead of kickoff, all you are concentrating on is setting the tone on that first play. What are you going to do to that guy across from you on that first play? Because you want to take and rip his heart out from the get-go. You want to make sure that he knows this is going to be a miserable day for him, and you hit that sucker in the mouth on that very first play, and you let him know what it's going to be like for the next 3.5 hours.
So it's time to find out how the Wolverines will take care of business here this evening, brought to you by Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. John, your keys to the game. Let's start with that Michigan offense.
Well, the offense is going to take care of business by protecting the most valuable asset, that's the football. No turnovers. And once you concentrate on that, Michigan's been good, but at the running back position, you've got to make sure that this defense likes to rip the ball out. They attack the football. Hey, that is more important. Possession of that ball is more important than trying to get 1 or 2 extra yards. And then be true to yourself and be true to what the identity of this team, and that's a physical style. Run the football, and hey, don't be upset if you get a 1-yard gain or if you get a 1-yard loss. You come back and know that, hey, our identity is being successful on the ground. And then through all of that, at some point, we know that this secondary is not very good. So be patient, and when the opportunity presents itself, you take your shots downfield.
How about defensively? What are the keys for the Wolverines tonight?
Well, if they're going to take care of business defensively, it is going to be shutting down the run. Don't allow this team any heart. And because that's where a team is going to develop that confidence, that heart, that ability to think at the end of the game, we might be in this. You rip it out at the beginning. Get after Peyton Thorne. Make sure that he knows this is going to be a long day. We've had sacks from everybody on this defense. He doesn't know where it's coming from, and that's really the biggest change from last year to this year. Last year, you knew it was coming from a couple of guys on the edge. Now you don't know if it's coming up the middle. You don't know if it's coming from the secondary linebacker position. It's coming from everywhere. And then, Jaden Reed. Know where he is every single time he steps on the field, because they're going to throw him that ball. They're going to throw it up and just tell him to go get it. If not, draw a penalty.
And hey, your mention of Reed certainly segues us well into special teams. We all know how vital special teams are in games like this. What are you watching for then?
Well, we've got the best weapons in special teams. When you think about Brad Robbins, all right, hey, make sure that you directionally kick this. And again, it's just like, don't try and get that extra yard and expose the ball to a turnover. This is where you don't try and get that extra 4 or 5 yards on the kick, but you make sure, hey, if that ball is supposed to be outside the numbers on the right, that's where you kick it. And I don't care how far it goes, that's where the coverage is going to. Same thing on kickoffs. And then when you're covering, hey, it is in your lanes. Understand that I've got a job to do. Everybody is relying on me to do my job. Just like I'm relying on them to do theirs, I'm going to make sure I stay in my lane, I do my job, and if all 11 guys do that, you'll be able to corral a guy like Jaden Reed.
Be where your feet are.
Yes.
That's the Ronnie Bell mantra. Yeah.
Are all right here, right now.
Oh,
Let's go.
A little bit more than an hour away. Michigan and Michigan State. Those are John's keys to the game, and it's how the Wolverines are going to try to take care of business tonight. Meadowbrook Insurance Agency and Auto Owners Insurance. Understand each client is unique and every situation is different. Let Meadowbrook review your current policy, listen to your insurance needs, and present you with coverage options that fit your lifestyle. Uncover your new rate today by visiting meadowbrookagency.com/quote. So that's the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. We will come back with the network-wide pregame. Doug Karsh and John Jansen provide their initial thoughts on this one. You'll hear from Michigan Heisman Trophy candidate Blake Corum. Head coach Jim Harbaugh sits down with Doug to break down this one as well just before kickoff. You'll get analysis from Jason Avant on the sidelines. Jack Miller up here in the booth, getting you ready for a 7:44 kickoff, the battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy. It is the Backyard Brawl, Michigan and Michigan State. Can't wait to bring it to you here under the lights at the Big House. Thanks so much for listening to this, the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. We're back in a moment. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Thanks for joining us for the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan tailgate show. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. Stay tuned for the pregame show, which includes more analysis from the crew and the exclusive pregame comments of head coach Jim Harbaugh. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Basketball season is almost here, and there is a ton of excitement around the Michigan men's basketball program. Fresh off a 5th consecutive trip to the Sweet 16, the Wolverines are gearing up for another schedule packed with marquee matchups. Don't miss your chance to experience the action at Chrysler Center. Tickets are available now, but they're going fast. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more or purchase yours. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats for Michigan men's basketball.
Are you interested in a career in metals? Join the Alro team. We have over 3,000 teammates in 70 locations and across 12 states. Our core values include loyalty, honesty, and integrity. Careers at Alro begin with training for all levels. We offer competitive pay and excellent benefits. Apply today at alro.com/careers. That's alro.com/careers.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over the middle, inside the 5, touchdown.
Catch it, shoot 3, yes, sir! They scramble around in there and score!
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Michigan Sports Network.
It's a state championship. It's a championship game that we get to play in a regular season.
You just sense, no, it's a big game.
There's no doubt about it. Everyone knows what's on the line.
Because of the goals that this team has set, it's more than just a state championship.
Big Ten championship, national championship. We need to have a perfect season.
Our guys really want to win this. I'm not going to lie to you. I really want to win it.
You see why this game is taken more serious. You see why players play harder in this game.
Watch B-Day roll out. He throws it. It's a touchdown. Oh, they set that play up in practice. That was a trick play.
Braylon up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
And it's sack time! Devin Bush!
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
We know we had to do this week. Like, everybody's laser focused, locked in.
Sharpening our swords and ready to lock the gates.
We have to win. There's not no, we might win, you know, we're going to win. Now we have to win.
We have to show up and play our best game to win.
Everybody pulling in the same direction. Everybody bleeding blue.
Whatever it takes to win this game, no matter what.
It's time to go, so it's time to be out there.
Michigan State on the clock.
Michigan football is on the air. Welcome to the pregame show. Over the next hour, we'll break down today's key storylines, chat with players and coaches, and hear the exclusive pregame comments from head coach Jim Harbaugh. Wolverines football is brought to you by Absopure, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. By Barbasol Shaving Cream. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better by Barbasol. And by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Let's head live to the stadium with national champion John Jansen. Here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsh.
Well, the Wolverines have been waiting 364 days. It didn't sit well. They all said it. Quiet bus ride back, stewing and brooding. And when you heard them talk this week, there was a determination, a resolve. There was something building at Schembeckler Hall, and it all comes to a head tonight. Hi again, friends. Doug Karsh alongside John Jansen. It's Michigan and Michigan State for the 115th time. And John, who's along with us for the broadcast as always, I feel like you're about as ready as the Wolverines are.
Yeah, I can't wait. Like you mentioned, 364 days. It's been a long year. That was a long bus ride. You and I drove back from East Lansing, and it was absolutely miserable, knowing that you had a game that was within reach. And at that time, you had no idea what was going to happen the rest of the year, but you needed help. You don't want to have that, to have to wait on that help. You want to have control of your own destiny. Michigan has that opportunity tonight, and they have an advantage at every single position. When you put this on paper, O-line, D-line, offensive, receivers, defensive backs, they've got the advantage. Now it's a matter of going out and executing.
Jalen Harrell said of that bus ride back, that was deep. Ryan Hayes added, the motivation is ingrained. Mozzie Smith said, we get to play a championship game in the regular season. Who doesn't want that? John, you've been at practice, and everybody wants to know, will this bring out the best in the Wolverines?
I believe it will. These guys are dialed in, and as dialed in as I've seen any team in some time. And this is, I think, a true testament to the legacy that those seniors left last year. When you have the ability to put a game like they had against Penn State behind you, move on. You've got 2 weeks to prepare, and in that 2 weeks, you can have distractions. You can have moments where you're not, focused in a meeting, or you're not focused on the practice field, or you're not focused outside of the football facility, and bad things can happen. this is a team that's very focused on every aspect, and they're ready to go.
Michigan State not to be taken lightly. In spite of that record of 3-4, the Spartans got their first Big Ten win last time out against Wisconsin, and they're getting a bit healthier. What do you see in this MSU team?
Well, it's a team that their backs are against the wall. They're going to come out fighting, scratching, clawing, and they're very prideful over there. They know what this game means just as much. So when I look at this team and I say, okay, well, where are they good? Well, they're better at stopping the run than they are the pass. So if Michigan come out and find a way to run the ball and be consistent up front, not have any lost yardage plays, Michigan State is going to try and create penetration from that defensive front. They're going to move guys around, line them up in gaps, try and shoot them through. That's where this offensive line has to be very good today.
The last time we saw the Wolverines, 418 yards rushing against Penn State, which made you happy.
Oh, it was an absolutely beautiful thing. And again, that's what you have to do. You've got to be able to dictate what you want when you want to do it. And then on the flip side, you've got to make sure you're aware of where Jaden Reed is, Keon Coleman. Their playmakers on offense are guys that they can go up against any defense and make plays. We've seen them do it. We saw Jaden Reed do it against Wisconsin. We saw him do it against Ohio State. They've got that playmaking ability, so you got to be aware of it.
All right, the Wolverine quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, he leads the country in completion percentage. Where have you seen him grow?
When I watch his eyes, and we did this on Janssen Vision earlier in the year, where he doesn't necessarily he'll look at a receiver and not try and look off that safety and make sure that he keeps him in the middle of the field. He's done a much better job with his eyes and awareness of where everybody is. Since that Iowa game, I felt like he's very aware of what's going on in the secondary, and he's very patient. You look at Penn State last week. Why was Michigan so successful? Penn State the entire time had two high safeties. They had guys that were off of the receivers. He's taking what the defense is giving him and not forcing things downfield, and that's very unique for a young player, especially with a guy with his expectations and his set of skills.
Well, the Wolverines weren't even off the field as the clock wound down against Penn State 2 weeks ago, and Blake Corum was already saying Michigan State on the clock. Temperature 50 degrees. It will get down to 42 before this one is over. Wind gusts up to 9 miles per hour, swirling at field level. Coming up, our scouting reports, offense, defense, and special teams. Brian Bush will anchor our coverage. We'll hear from former Wolverines Jack Miller and Jason Avant, and later, Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh. Here we go, Michigan and Michigan State from here at the Big House. It's about to go down. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit SteelDealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
It's caught by Olave, but it's 5 yards short of the first down. That'll do it. Ohio State is vanquished.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
O'Reilly. When you shop O'Reilly Auto Parts, you'll get the parts you need when you need them. Order online at O'ReillyAuto.com and choose same-day curbside, same-day pickup, or same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Now available at participating stores near you. Trust the professional parts people to get you the parts you need today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
Michigan State. The Paul Bunyan Trophy is on the line. And today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
The wait is almost over. A nighttime kickoff, a 2-week gap between games for both teams. For Michigan, a year of waiting after that gut-wrenching loss in East Lansing a season ago. But we're about an hour away from the renewal of this intrastate clash, Wolverines and Spartans. Brian Bush with you, John Jansen alongside. We'll hear from Jason Avant and Jack Miller in a little while as well. Yeah, last season's loss was a tough one. It did ultimately spark a stretch run for the ages for the Wolverines, but this team's greedy. They want it all. And while I'm sure it's tough for Michigan fans to relive the game from 364 days ago, this year's team has watched it a ton, as head coach Jim Harbaugh said this week.
There's a great vibe. I think the guys are, that resonates with all of us. And really good week under our belt. Now that's really intensified, coming into this week, because you just sense it and know it. I mean, it's a big game, and everybody knows it. Everybody wants to win, I mean, coaches on both sides, players on both sides. I mean, it's the kind of thing that, can make or break your season.
Coming off the field 2 weeks ago after drubbing Penn State, John, players were talking about Michigan State, and that locked-in mindset's carried over the last 14 days, hasn't it?
It has, and they're extremely locked in regards to what are their individual assignments. They've done a great job of spending time in the film room, spending time on the field, getting healthy, getting some rest. They're as locked in as I can remember them at this point of a season.
Michigan State comes in at 3-4, though the Spartans did earn a victory in their last game 2 weeks ago in double overtime over Wisconsin. In that game, MSU mixed things up defensively a bit, using more 4-3 looks. So there's not a ton of film on that for the Wolverine staff to dissect. But that's kind of how these types of games go, as co-offensive coordinator Matt Weiss explains.
We fully expect, with any team coming off a bye, but in addition to that, it being a rivalry game, that we're going to see new looks, we're going to see new blitzes, we're going to see new coverages, and frankly, we would be surprised if they didn't do something that we hadn't seen. So we fully expect that that's what they'll do, and it's our job to know what we're doing and to adjust, and we look forward to the challenge of having to deal with that.
John, what do you make of Michigan State tweaking some things defensively? And just how many new looks do you expect the Spartans to dial up anywhere on the field?
Well, probably more offensively than defensively, but just because they have that ability of getting healthy on offense, and they could try and some smoke and mirrors and some tricks here and there, but defensively it doesn't really matter where they line up, how they line up, or who lines up in what position. If you are locked into the play that's called and you understand your rules, you understand what you're supposed to be doing, they can line up anywhere and your rules will take precedent, and it will guide you to do the right thing. That's where you should be at this time of the year. If you were playing in the first or 2 or 3 weeks and all of a sudden, hey, a team makes a wholesale change on a scheme, then if you're not as dialed in at that point, it can be a risky venture. Right now, Michigan is dialed in, and if it's a gap block, if it's a read block, stretch, whatever you want to call it, everything has rules. And as long as you follow your rules, as long as you understand the concept of the play, it doesn't matter where they are.
Of course, Michigan has had so much success running the ball. Michigan State's defense has not had a whole lot of success defensively anywhere. And through the air, the top two quarterbacks that Michigan State has faced, they have feasted. Michael Penix Jr. For Washington, 24 of 40, 397, 4 touchdowns, no picks. And then Ohio State, C.J. Stroud, 21 of 26, 361 yards, 6 passing touchdowns, and 1 pick. The opportunities will be there, I think, for both sides, but certainly on the pass game, if J.J. McCarthy needs to make a throw, he's got the ability and the defense going up against him to do it.
Yeah, he does. And what it comes down to is protection, making sure that he has the ability to sit back there, dissect the defense, deliver the ball to where the best option. It may be a deep option. It may be somebody underneath. It may be to an outlet to a running back or tight end. But give him the time to be able to make that decision, and he'll make the right one.
Buy 4 and score with Cooper Tires. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper Tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den. Visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information. So that's a look at the Wolverines offense. We will break down the defensive scouting report when we come back. Wolverines and Spartans 1 hour away from the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Now, looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
The Backyard Brawl under the lights at the Big House. Michigan and Michigan State coming up. Kickoff at 7:44. John, let's talk about Michigan State's offense, one that was elite in 2021, but has had some ups and downs certainly in 2022. Your overall assessment?
Well, they're healthy again, and when you look at their offense, the key playmakers are going to be Keon Coleman, Jaden Reed, but it all starts with Peyton Thorne. He has not had the season that he had last year, and part of that is because he doesn't have a running game like they had last year. It is more focused on him. He's the one that has to generate the production of this offense, and I don't necessarily know. I mean, he has that capability, but for 4 quarters, does he? I don't believe it.
Spartans do have a veteran quarterback in Peyton Thorne. His completion percentage is up from 60 to 65%, but the interceptions are up too, already with 7, won a game after just 10 a season ago. He had one of his worst games of 2021 last year against the Wolverines, but we all know what Kenneth Walker III did for Michigan State. Here is co-defensive coordinator Steve Klinkscale on Thorne.
I think he's very talented. I think he knows who to get the ball to. I think he knows when and where he's getting them the ball. I think he sees the rotation, the linebacker alignment, the different, fronts. I think he has a better understanding of, when to hand the ball off, when to keep it, when to throw it, and then when to scramble. He does a great job on his feet. He extends a lot of plays, first, second down, and third down. And he's extending plays to make the big play to throw the ball.
You talked a little bit about Thorne earlier, but this is somebody who, he's a veteran, he's played in this game. But if Michigan does what it has done to other offensive lines, to other quarterbacks in the backfield, you have to like this team's chances against him.
Oh, I sure do. But and here's the thing about Peyton Thorne. I don't expect him to make unforced errors.
Sure.
I expect him to go out there and play a good game until Michigan forces him into a tough decision, into a last-second decision. Do I throw it away? Do I take the sack? Do I try and force it to a Jaden Reed or a Keon Coleman? That's where I think Michigan has to force him into making mistakes and not wait for him to make it on his own.
As for those around Thorne, yeah, we talked about Kenneth Walker. He ain't walking through that door. Michigan State's run game has not been anywhere close to where it was last season. Jim Harbaugh critiqued the Spartans' receiver group, saying that it might be the best Michigan has seen this season. We all knew about Jaden Reed coming in, 1,000-yard season a year ago, hauled in the game winner against Wisconsin last week in double overtime. Sophomore Keon Coleman slightly ahead of him in yards. Trey Mosley, a veteran to worry about as well as a pass catcher. Here's Coach Clinkscale on those Michigan State wideouts.
They have a lot of talent. They're really good. They have big play capability. They're aggressive. They want that ball. They're going to block. They understand, their responsibilities in each play as well, who's getting the ball. So our challenge is really, matching the athletic ability with those guys, but also, having a better understanding of what they're trying to do to us, anticipate the issues, and have our eyes right. If we do that, we'll put ourselves in a position that we could be in a one-on-one situation. Then we got to win that battle.
Yeah, there's talent there, but I like where this Michigan secondary is. They've done good work this season, and because of the fact that Michigan State's only averaging 106 rush yards a game, a huge drop-off from last season, Michigan State will probably be in a lot of throwing situations regardless of the score. The goal is here to make the score force them to throw a lot.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Michigan secondary. I like the rotation of, the three guys they're working at quarter, Jamon Green, Will Johnson, DJ Turner. All of those guys have a different skill set, but they've been very effective down the field defending the pass. And then you talk about the guys that in the deep middle, R.J. Moten, Makari Page, Rod Moore. I really like the fact that they've set a standard back there of if you're going to come across the middle, you better make it tough catch because we're going to hit you. And when a receiving corps understands that coming into a game, those passes, you got alligator arms sometimes, and they might not want to go after it. And then obviously Mikey Samerstill. I like that matchup. And people will say, well, they got Trey Mosley, they got Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman. Yeah, there's talent there. Sure. But I still think Michigan has the advantage with the talent and the depth of talent that they have in the secondary.
And you alluded to Will Johnson. Remember, a bye week, a lot of work for younger players, and Johnson and some young guys have played, but man, you wonder what that young man can do with 2 extra weeks.
Well, just to be able to take a breath.
Sure.
And just say, hey, okay, where am I now? What have I done well? Okay, that's great. I've got confidence in that. I can continue to do that. Where do I need to improve? And spend a few minutes working on those areas of improvement along with, here's the big thing too, is when you have a coach like, Klink in the secondary there, you can bounce those ideas off of him, and he's going to shoot you straight. No, I don't think you're ready for that. So don't even try it right now. Or yes, here's how we go about trying to make that a part of your game. And I think it's a huge asset for the secondary.
We'll talk to you at kickoff.
Sounds good.
There's John Jansen. You can win big with the free-to-play game Wolverine Challenge. Predict various outcomes in every Michigan game, like how many sacks Michigan will have or how many touchdowns the Wolverines will score. And you could win great prizes like game tickets or gift cards. You can play Wolverine Challenge in the Michigan Athletics app or at wolverinechallenge.com. Hurry and make your selections now. The contest is open until kickoff. We'll chat with Blake Corum next. Wolverines and Spartans, less than an hour away from the Backyard Brawl. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Michigan football season is here, and the MDN, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics, is ready to help you suit up in officially licensed gear from brands like Nike, Jordan, and Lululemon. We have everything you need to rep the maize and blue. Shop the largest selection of Michigan gear online at mdn.com or visit the MDN location nearest you today. The MDN on State Street, on Main Street, or at Briarwood Mall in Ann Arbor. The MDN at 12 Oaks Mall in Novi, or the MDN in Detroit on Columbia Street. Get your game on with gear at the MDN. Go Blue!
Michigan Athletics and Founders Brewing Company are partnering with Freshwater Future to educate fans on where our drinking water comes from and how we can work together to protect it. Freshwater Futures strives to safeguard the Great Lakes to help ensure access to safe and clean drinking water for all. The Great Lakes water integrity is crucial to keeping our student-athletes hydrated, nourishing the great people of Michigan, with the bonus of making great Michigan-made beer like Founders. Visit freshwaterfuture.org to learn more about how we can protect our Great Lakes water.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Welcome back to the pregame show. Michigan and Michigan State coming up from the Big House. Kickoff shortly after 7:30. We are with Michigan running back Blake Corman. First, bye week, improvement week. I know you're pretty locked in. Did you give yourself a chance to take a step back, rewind a little bit? How did that go for you?
It went great. You know, got a chance to relax the mind, relax the body. But we also got it in. You know, we prepared for this upcoming game. It was a great week.
We heard from you and from others after that Penn State win that by the time you're halfway up the tunnel, it's on to Michigan State. How quickly does that flip for you? I mean, was it as instantaneous as you said on that field on Saturday?
Yeah, it was literally right after the game. Like, you know, we went and watched film. A couple of us did. You know, we watched the film. You know, obviously chilled, you know, bye week, got the body right, but we watched a lot of film, practiced good. Like we said, Michigan State on the clock.
What does this game mean to you? When I say Michigan, Michigan State, what comes into your mind?
The champs of Michigan. Who's gonna be the champs? You know, I'm not from the state of Michigan, but I feel like I'm part of the state now. You know, and so it means a lot. The best rivalry game, in my opinion, besides, you know, Michigan and Ohio State. But you know, it means a lot. You know, everyone plays their best when in this game. So it's a big one.
Intensity feels greater. Did you notice that in your first 2 games against them?
I did actually. You know, my first game was COVID year. Michigan State, that was my first 2 touchdowns in my college career. But obviously, you know, I felt, you know, preparation was a little better. Players become a little harder. I definitely did notice that.
In the building, it's one of the 4 goals. Chronologically, it's the first goal you all established that you can accomplish. And it seems like this team has remembered what happened last year. Have you noticed the intensity for this game, for this rivalry, take a step forward, maybe increase last year to this year?
Nah, because, you know, we took it serious last year. But now, you know, we have to win. There's not no we might win, you know, we're going to win. Now we have to win. So preparation and stuff's the same. The goal's the same. You know, now it's just about going to do it.
Your impressions of Michigan State's defense on film. You've gotten an extended chance to look at them. I'm sure you peeked at them some during the offseason too. What do you see when you watch Michigan State's D?
You know, I see some good players. You know, they're coached well. They play well together. And a team that's going to try to come in the Big House to stop us. So, yeah, I don't got too much to say, but, you know, they're solid.
Lastly, you get this game at the Big House. I know the environment for the Penn State game a couple weeks ago was special, for Ohio State last year. This will be your first chance in Ann Arbor in front of fans. Yeah. What does that home field advantage, especially under the lights, do in a game like this?
I mean, it's a game changer, right? You know, everyone there is rooting for us. You know, so obviously you have a couple couple other fans from the other team, but, it's a game changer. They can't hear their play count, whatever it may be. It's definitely a game changer.
I mean, the smile on your face. I mean, you're fired up, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't wait to get out there Saturday night. It's going to be hard to stay calm.
There you go. Blake, we appreciate the time.
No, thank you.
There's Blake Corum, Michigan and Michigan State coming up. We'll check in with Jason Avant when we come back. Wolverines and Spartans. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News & World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo, let's go together.
Wolverines football plays here.
Cuts inside the 5, and he dives for the end zone, and they're going to give it to him.
Right here on the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,819 due at signing. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Wolverines and Spartans coming up here at the Big House. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds. Let our stations identify themselves as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield. Brian Bush back with you at the Big House. We'll check in with Jason Avant here momentarily. First, though, time for the Michigan Answer segment for Michigan Medicine. We all know there's a difference between an answer and a Michigan Answer. In fact, if you head on over to MichiganAnswers.com, you can see hundreds of questions Michigan Medicine has been answering, as well as stories of people whose lives have been changed by the teams at U of M Health. Another way they're answering questions is with the Michigan Answers podcast. Each episode, they highlight a specific topic and have an expert answer the Internet's most searched questions about that topic. Science-based answers from experts at Michigan Medicine. This week we focus on Season 1, Episode 2, when Dr. Emily Billick, clinical psychologist at U of M Health, talks anxiety and in this clip discusses what happens during a panic attack.
One of the things our body does is it responds with muscle contraction. Blood flows to muscles and our body tightens and contracts. And that happens all over our body, including around the chest, and the muscles near our chest tighten and contract, which helps us if we need to run away from, say, a tiger. That doesn't help us as much if, for instance, there's no tiger nearby, and if we're just left, let's say, giving a presentation in a room full of people. Then we might be just noticing the feelings and sensations in our body and suddenly be focusing inward and noticing that tightening sensation and be really focused on what feels like a chest pain. And unfortunately, we can really perseverate or become hyper-focused on this chest pain, which is not dangerous to us at all. It's just really a side effect of our body heightening and getting ready to help us in if there were real danger.
Again, that's from the Michigan Answers podcast. You can find it on MichiganAnswers.com or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, down on the field here at the Big House, our outstanding sideline reporter, Jason Avant. And Jason, we've heard from a lot of people these last couple of weeks about this rivalry, and the word intense comes up a lot. What do you remember most about playing Michigan State?
You know, thinking about this game, I'm rocking back and forth right now on the sideline. I'm getting excited to play this game. Yes, it's intense. We don't like them. They don't like us. And I remember, you know, Ron Bellamy, the receiver coach now, coming out my freshman year having, you know, a game, 3-touchdown game, and he talked about how much he hated Michigan State before the game and how he's going to destroy them. I remember guys spitting on me underneath piles at Michigan State. So I just don't like this team much at all. They've been able to accumulate some wins, you know, 10 out of the last 14 because Michigan has overlooked them historically. But this means a lot, so much to this state. In order for us to be number one in recruiting, number one in our area, we got to beat this team.
You know, there's been 2 weeks leading up to it, and obviously Michigan fans, these players have been waiting 364 days to try to get back at them after last year's thriller in East Lansing. Ronnie Bell said this week, be where your feet are. How challenging and how important is that with such a big game, 2 weeks worth of a wait?
Well, it's all about looking in the moment where you are right now. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about yesterday, last year, those things. Like, be where your feet are. Be focused where you are. And this team has been waiting for this game. They've been waiting for this moment to rectify last year, and then you give us 2 weeks to prepare. Oh, my gosh, this team is going to unload something special on Michigan State Spartans tonight.
All right, give me your impressions of Michigan State's offense, in particular their pass-catching weapons. They got some good ones, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Trey Mosley, and others.
Well, Jaden Reed is a special player. He is one of the only players on their roster that has a first or second round grade on him as far as the next level is concerned. So he's a top-tier playmaker, and we have a tremendous challenge with trying to stop him. He's done it against some of the upper elites in our conference, especially Ohio State. He played good against them even though they lost. So this team has the ability to scrap the run game and just throw the ball up. Peyton Thorne does a great job with throwing fades, back shoulders, and go balls. So it's very alarming, and our defensive backs are going to be challenged. And I'm looking forward to seeing them step up to the challenge because Keon Coleman can play. Jalen Berger, the running back, can catch it out of the backfield. Trey Mosley can play. They have a lot of guys that can catch. So our secondary and Clinskell is going to have to perform tonight.
Will you make me a promise that you'll interview the Paul Bunyan Trophy after this one on the field?
There we go. I got you.
All right. There's Jason Avant. We'll hear him throughout the broadcast with Doug and John. We got Jack Miller's thoughts coming up after this timeout. Wolverines and Spartans coming up. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper tire retailers for more information.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAAD meats.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Taylor to the 20, down to the 15, down to 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Billy Taylor!
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The year was 1919. Barbasol shaving cream was invented by a dreamer named Frank Shields. The world's first modern shave cream, Barbasol changed the face of shaving forever. A few billion shaves later, Frank's dream lives on. Behind every face is a dream. Barbasol proudly salutes every fearless, self-assured, wide-eyed dreamer all across America. Celebrating 100 years. Barbasol.
Why do challenge flags only exist in football? Think how useful they'd be in real life. Like when you're positive it's not your turn to walk the dog. Challenge flag. The neighbor's kid says it wasn't their ball that dented your car door? Challenge flag. Your friend paid you back, but you definitely don't remember that? Boom. Challenge flag. Imagine settling a disagreement with an instant replay. Why isn't the world like that? I guess it's because it's technically impossible. But it's nice to dream about. You know, one thing no one would ever challenge? Protecting your home and auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers.
Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit MichiganAnswers.com. The Backyard Brawl is on the air. Now, alongside former Michigan offensive lineman Jack Miller, here's your host, Brian Bush.
Indeed, we are a little bit more than a half an hour from Michigan and Michigan State, finally. And Jack, I want to get your thoughts on the battles up front. Michigan has been so good all season at wearing teams out, especially third and fourth quarters. How much of an advantage does Michigan have in this one in the trenches?
Yeah, I think a big advantage, and I think it's probably fair to say that they do against any opponent the way this offensive line is playing. And you know an offensive line is playing at a really high level. Of course, Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, what they've been able to do from a yards perspective. But as the game goes on, those holes get bigger and bigger. It becomes easier to run the ball. You can see that punishing style of running attack that Michigan has. It wears the defense down. I think that a lot of their success, the majority of their success this season, is due to the fact that they've owned the line of scrimmage. They're leading the Big Ten in sacks on the defensive line. They've played very, very well up front. And if you can do that in football, it doesn't matter what else is going on, you always stand a chance to win.
Michigan State this season, when they turn their opponents over 2 or more times, they're 3-0. Sub 2, they are 0-4. Of course, turnovers are always important, but in this game, in this rivalry, and with the way these two teams match up on paper, it feels even more vital.
Yeah, you can't make mistakes, and I think in a game like this where you're the heavy favorite, that's the easiest way for an upset to happen. That's the easiest way for a close game to happen, is to make giant mistakes like that, namely turnovers, to allow another team opportunities to score, and almost the mental part of it too, just, hey, we're in this game, we can play with this team. If you eliminate those and play clean football and just let your play do the talking, do the scoring, just good, clean football, should be able to take care of business tonight.
You assume that there will be some wrinkles from both teams unveiled for the first time because of what this rivalry means. Remember, Michigan had 4 goals. They are off to a 7-0 start, but they have not checked any of those off yet. They can today because the first one chronologically was beat Michigan State. So how do you make sure for that Michigan side to stay disciplined, to understand that you might see some stuff that's never been on film?
Yeah.
It's something that, they've probably gotten used to because there's such a big target on their back.
Yeah, no doubt, and particularly against Michigan State, right? You know that this is their Super Bowl, and the way their season is going this year, it would mean everything to a program in Michigan State's shape right now to come in and knock off their rival who's having a great season so far. So their playbook is wide open. If you just line up toe-to-toe, they are mismatched. They know that. They're going to have to get creative and try to shock Michigan with things that they're not expecting. You have to be ready for that. You had 2 weeks to prepare, and if you're Michigan, that preparation these last 2 weeks, just do what you do well, right? There's no need to get too creative or do anything that you're not used to. Your style of football is working. It's good enough to get you a victory tonight.
In about a half an hour, these young men will touch the M Go Blue banner.
Yeah.
They will take the field. What's going through your mind at this point if you're one of those guys down there?
I mean, you can just feel the energy in the stadium right now. People are ready to play football. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the build-up, 2 weeks of this game, what happened last year, happened the last 2 years, really, and the opportunity for Michigan to rectify that, it all comes together tonight. This is a really special evening to play at night in the Big House. In front of this crowd will be electric. I think everyone's just fired up to get this thing started.
We'll talk to you at halftime. Good work, Jack.
All right, thanks. Go Blue.
Indeed. There's Jack Miller's thoughts. When we come back, Rob Joyce in our Learfield Network studios will update you on the out-of-town scoreboard. It's been certainly a very interesting day in college football. We'll hear from Jim Harbaugh. Doug sits down with him in a bit as well. Kickoff 7:44, Michigan and Michigan State. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea? Don't
be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
Drinking ice-cold Miller Lite this summer on the lakes may be coming to an end, but don't be sad. The best season is here. Football season. Grab Ann Arbor's favorite light beer for all of your tailgating, football watching, and touchdown celebrating. Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Celebrate responsibly. 2022 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hail to the victors. This is Wolverines football from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. We know that when you're hurt, hiring a law firm with the most experience can mean the difference between getting everything you deserve or walking away empty-handed. We're Michigan's most experienced personal injury law firm. Our lawyers have over 600 years of collective experience. 600 years. And that matters because more experience means more money and more wins for our clients. Our experience pays. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus double O Rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're minutes away from the annual battle for the Paul Bunyan Trophy, and the Wolverines have revenge on their minds. Before we kick off, let's say hello to Andy Hetzel, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is a proud supporter of Michigan athletics, and Andy joins us each week on the pregame show.
Hi there, Doug. I can't wait to get this one started. Michigan State is easily one of the best in-state rivalry matchups in all of college football.
Andy, it's a must-see matchup. People are tuned into this one anywhere you go around the country. At Blue Cross, you know something about that. You've got people covered with affordable, high-quality health care wherever they go. And now, thanks to a health plan option you recently introduced, your members can also get that care whenever they need it.
Doug, you're exactly right, and we're so excited about Blue Care Network's new virtual primary care plan, which is now available to our individual subscribers and our fully insured group customers. It's a great way to provide our members with virtual access to primary care and urgent care visits, as well as behavioral health appointments.
Andy, that means those members and groups enrolled in the BCN virtual primary care plan can get the care they need wherever they are in the United States, and they can get it whenever they need it 24/7.
That's right, Doug. Using a special mobile app, members set up their profile and connect with a board-certified primary care doctor who will guide them through the first steps. That doctor will help with current health care concerns while also managing future visits and coordinating urgent care, behavioral health appointments, and any referrals if they need to see a specialist.
So, Andy, there's a lot to like. Convenient, personalized, high-quality care at your fingertips, and affordable, too.
Very true, Doug. The BCN Virtual Care Plan offers low or even no out-of-pocket costs for members, easy access to primary care, seamless referrals when specialized care is needed, and urgent care visits within 10 minutes.
Andy, once you embrace the technology and experience the convenience, it's easy to feel good about virtual health care.
All true, Doug. And Michigan fans can learn much more about the Blue Care Network Virtual Primary Care Plan online at mibluesperspectives.com.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Doug. Looking forward to a great game today.
Counting it down to Michigan and Michigan State at 7, about 7:45 is the kickoff. Rob Joyce back here in the Learfield Network studios to recap a busy day around college football. We'll start in the Big Ten. Everything is a final for the day. We'll start with the games that just ended a little while ago. Illinois wins its 6th straight game, cruising past Nebraska 26-9, 149 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns for Chase Brown, 1 rushing, 1 receiving on those scores. Huskers didn't score after halftime. Quarterback Casey Thompson got hurt, did not return after the break for Nebraska. In Iowa, put forth its best offensive effort of the season against Northwestern.
LaShawn, Hawks go with a hurry up. Half a minute to go till halftime. Iowa leading 13-0. They'd love to make it 20. Petrus time throws. Touchdown, Luke Lachey.
Gary Dolphin from Learfield, Iowa, 33-13 victors over Northwestern. Snaps a 3-game losing skid for the Hawkeyes, season high in points. Now 7 straight losses, meanwhile, for the Wildcats. Earlier today, the big one in the conference in college football, in fact, was in Happy Valley between Penn State and Ohio State. Nittany Lions took a 21-16 lead with less than 10 minutes left, then got boat raced. Buckeyes scored 28 points in the final 9 minutes, pulled away. Your final 44-31 Buckeyes. Ohio State stays unbeaten. Also earlier today, Minnesota thrashed Rutgers 31-0. Gophers, the final behind 159 yards and 3 touchdowns rushing from Mo Ibrahim. That's the day in the conference. Top 25, we go a handful of games underway. Just underway, already points in Knoxville. Number 3, Tennessee, took up less than 90 seconds to score on number 19, Kentucky, at 7-0 Vols. Now 2.5 men at Neyland Stadium. And 10th-ranked USC, its opening drive, kicked a field goal in the desert. USC leads Arizona 3-0, 4 minutes in. Notable finals from earlier include top-ranked Georgia taking care of Florida in the annual cocktail party in Jacksonville. 42-20, the top-ranked Dogs defeat the Gators. Number 7, TCU stays perfect, a 41-31 win at West Virginia. 8th-ranked Oregon struggled early on, then pulls away in the second half from Cal. The 8th-ranked Ducks go to Berkeley and win handily, 42-24. Bo Nix, 5 total touchdowns, 412 yards throwing, 3 touchdowns through the air, also added 2 more on the ground. And then a couple of top 10 teams got blown out. Number 22, Kansas State, manhandled 9th-ranked Oklahoma State, 48-0 Wildcats the final. That is the worst loss in the Mike Gundy era for Oklahoma State. And number 10, Wake Forest, went to Louisville, got blasted 48-14. Deeks turned it over 6 times in the third quarter alone, outscored 35-0 in the frame. That turned a 1-point halftime deficit into a laugher in favor of the Cards. Again, Michigan and Michigan State in a few minutes. Pregame continues. We'll get Jim Harbaugh's pregame thoughts. He sits down with Doug after this as you listen to Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle. Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you'd love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
With kickoff approaching, let's hear from the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. Now, here's the voice of Michigan football, Doug Karsch.
Michigan and Michigan State kicking it off shortly. And before we do that, let's talk with the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh, joining us as we get you set for this one. And, Coach, you played in 3 of these games. You broke your arm in the first one, and then you won 2 of them. What are your specific memories about playing in the Michigan State game?
It's a huge game. It's a kind of game that can make your season. It's a kind of game that can, if you win, and can damage your season if you don't win. True then, true now, and probably true all the years to come.
You told the media earlier this week that you guys don't just have a get-back coach who monitors your sidelines. You also have a get-to coach, which is an interesting theory. Tell the people who didn't hear what the get-to coach is and what their job is.
Yeah, that could be anybody. That could be any player, any coach. Getting defensive players to the ball, pursuit. And if there's one thing, in my opinion, that can take a good defense to being a great defense, it's pursuit. You'd love to. You can't. Hypothetically, you really can't get 11 guys to the ball. Somebody's going to be on the backside of the play or pretty far away, and probably can't get 10 there. But can you get 6, 7, 8, 9 guys, getting off blocks and running to the football and leveraging the ball, and that's where those turnovers can come from. That's where big plays can come when the defense is pursuing like the Dickens.
And have you been pleased with what you've seen in that regard this year?
Yeah, I think defensively, the improvement really in the whole squad from week 1 to where we are now in the 8th ball game. I really feel like our team is improving athletically. They're improving physicality and the toughness, mental toughness, physical toughness, and we're where we're at, and we're ready to go earn it and prove it again tonight.
All right, so points of emphasis during the bye week. I know you, as a coach, probably want to see everything get better, but is there a thing or two that you really wanted to see your team shore up going into this one?
Yeah, I wanted to see our team get healthier, and it allowed us to really have an extra week to focus on Michigan State. And I hope that comes through tonight. That everybody is as much as possible, lined up where they're supposed to be. Assignment, alignment, technique. Put our guys in the best position possible. Those two things were the things that were most on our mind during the bye week.
The other thing is, this is a time of year where some young players really start to emerge. And I think back to about it was a year ago where Rod Moore really started to get into your lineup, making plays, had a huge Penn State game, a couple of great plays in that game. Is there a player or two, one of your younger guys, that you're seeing that development, that rapid development in year 1 or year 2?
Yeah, their first name that comes up is Will Johnson. Mason Graham on the defensive side of the ball, Kenneth Grant offensively, Colston Loveland, and there's others. C.J. Stokes, I think he has a chance to do that, and you might see one of the 3 receivers, Tyler Morris, Darius Clemens, Marion Walker, as well, and kind of as we get into the stretch run here, really making a difference.
Gotcha. Your players talking this week, and you've mentioned it as well, the loss to Michigan State last year. You're always hyper-focused in these rivalry games, but is it even more so coming off the loss to these guys a year ago?
Yeah, I think the thing we're most focused on is playing well. You got to play good, and when it counts, when it matters. I think our guys have done a great job. Ronnie Bell said it, early in the week, during the bye week, actually, be where your feet are, and whether that's in meetings, practice, or in the weight room, be there, be focused on what you're doing, and like I like to say, I'm just going to try to have a really good day. I'm just going to try to do my best, and when guys are doing that, that's all you can ask.
You mentioned the Ronnie Bell thing a couple times in the week leading up to this game. How much more important is it for a player to say stuff like that? As a coach, you're constantly hammering messages home, but to have a leader like that step up and say, does it resonate even more?
I think it does resonate more, and it's authentic. It's genuine, and and when you see them setting the example, I think it does resonate more.
Jim Harbaugh, Michigan and Michigan State coming up. We'll preview this one straight ahead, talk more about the Spartans. When we continue, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News and World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you. U of M Health, one of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
From Ann Arbor to Allen Park, Dexter to Detroit, Michiganders love game day. At DTE Energy, we're proud to bring it to you. Whether illuminating a stadium or keeping your living room warm and cozy, we're happy to be team players. That's why we offer programs, rebates, and a variety of resources to help optimize your home's energy efficiency so you can save on energy bills. On behalf of everyone at DTE, we hope you enjoy all the action. Here's to another great season.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base! Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue.
Let's continue our pregame conversation with head coach Jim Harbaugh. Once again, here's Doug Karsh.
Back with Jim Harbaugh getting you set for Michigan and Michigan State. And, Coach, let's talk about your offense. Really clicking in the Penn State game the last time you took the field at the Big House. Talk a little bit about what you've seen as this offense has gone week to week and leading into this game tonight.
Yeah, week to week, I think it's been evolving in a positive manner. I think the play is growing. I can point to specific positions: offensive line, running back, quarterback, tight end, receivers. The team is really playing for each other, and wanting to win for each other. And it shows up on the practice fields. It's been showing up in the games, and now they're just, now you're at the point where, yeah, there's been a lot going on between the years, those 6 inches and thinking, and now it's time to get to the point where you play and don't think as much. You still think, but just be doing things and trusting your training and going out there and just letting it rip and have at it. That's the mindset I want the guys in right now.
And for JJ, his first start tonight in a rivalry game, discuss a little bit about addressing maybe some of that with him, that he's not too pumped up or too hyped up. Just go out there and do your job. Can you talk about his development there?
Yeah, I think it'd be good. It's a combination of being loose and focused. If you visualize somebody at the free throw line, if they're too casual, they're too loose, they're not focused, they're not gonna make too many of those shots. And the other way, if they're too focused and too tight to where they can't even get to the ball to the rim, you want a combination of loose and focus.
Well, a year ago, they hit you with some tempo stuff, but talking to your some members of your defensive staff, they said that, hey, we saw it against Indiana 2 games ago. We saw it against Penn State last game. It's not going to be something that catches you off guard. How much has that helped leading into this one?
Yeah, I think that's helped. I think our play callers, Jesse Minter, has done a fabulous job, and the rest of the defensive staff of preparing. And there's going to be something that haven't anticipated from Michigan State, both offensively and defensively. And their defense is a defense that has a lot of variety, and it does change from week to week. And I think they'll have a wrinkle. I think they'll have a wrinkle defensively. I think they'll have a wrinkle offensively, and special teams as well.
Well, Jaden Reed's exceptionally good as a wide receiver. You said that their wide receiver is the best you'll have faced this year. Your pass defense is getting pass rush from everyone. Your secondary has been solid. How ready are your guys for this challenge tonight?
I think they're ready. About to find out.
Special teams can be huge in this game, and Reed, again, explosive. But your punter leads the nation in hang time. Haven't given up many long returns. That's one of those games within the game, is your punt team versus their return team. Talk about the importance of that matchup.
Yeah, we're going to be hyper vigilant on our toes. The returner he'll start one way. He'll cut back the other way. He is always looking to return the ball. He is always looking to stay alive as long as possible, as long as he can. See if he's trying to out leverage. He's trying to go up the middle. He's trying to, as I said, start one way and reverse back the other way, and then he'll reverse back the other way. He is really slippery back there, and he's really good. So we're going to have to be on our A+ game for that matchup.
Coach, good luck tonight. Bring Paul Bunyan back, and we'll talk to you after the game.
Thanks, Doug.
There he is, the head coach of the Wolverines, Jim Harbaugh. We'll kick it off. Michigan and Michigan State next. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
Football season is here, and that means it's time to kick off the excitement at the Pretzel Bell, an Ann Arbor institution featuring traditional American comfort food, including favorites like our Varsity Burger, Detroit-style pizza, hot wings, and our famous soft pretzel. Enjoy artisan cocktails, local craft beers, and an extensive wine collection. Ring the bell for your birthday, host a private event in our captain's room, or celebrate a Michigan win in our downstairs sports bar. Whatever the occasion, Pretzel Bell is Ann Arbor's hometown favorite.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
It's a state championship. It's a championship game that we get to play in a regular season.
You just sense, it's a big game. There's no doubt about it. Everyone knows what's on the line.
Because of the goals that this team has set, it's more than just a state championship.
Big Ten championship, national championship. We need to have a perfect season.
Our guys really want to win this. I'm not going to lie to you. I really want to win it.
You see why this game is taken more serious. You see why players play harder in this game.
Watch BJ roll out. He throws it. It's a touchdown. Oh, that's way up and practice. That was a trick play.
Braylon up in the air. Touchdown, Michigan! Do you believe this comeback?
And it's suck time! Devin Bush!
Unbelievable! Made a spectacular interception.
We know we had to do this week. Like, everybody's laser focused, locked in.
Sharpening our swords and ready to lock the gates.
We have to win. There's not we might win, we're going to win. Now we have to win.
We have to show up and play our best game to win. Everybody pulling in the same direction, everybody bleeding blue.
Whatever it takes to win this game, no matter what.
It's time to go, so it's time to be out there.
Michigan State on the clock.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. And by Coca-Cola. There's magic when we cheer together. Once again, here's Doug Karsh and John Jensen.
Under the lights at the Big House, it's Michigan and Michigan State in what will be the 600th game in Michigan Stadium history. Jim Harbaugh in his 8th season looking to get a win over Michigan State for the first time in 3 seasons. Mel Tucker brings in his 3-4 Michigan State Spartans, hoping to extend their winning streak to 2. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and John, this atmosphere, it's good. I mean, it's really one of those atmospheres in college football that people love to be a part of.
And it's been this way all day. I mean, from the moment that the gates open to the parking lots, it has been an absolute flood from all directions. And the build-up to a night game, which we don't get a lot of them in this matchup, it's been outstanding. The atmosphere has been second to none.
The Wolverines are gathering in the Lloyd Carr Tunnel on the eastern sideline, with the captains out in front as they're set to take the field for this nighttime showdown with Michigan State. Michigan, the old cliche, Wolverines will look to run the ball as one would expect, because when you win the rushing battle, you typically win this game. 46 of the last 52 games have gone to the team that has won the rushing battle. Ryan Hayes, Michigan offensive tackle, said, "We must bring our A game," and here they come out of the Lloyd Carr Tunnel.
Oh, Doug, when you hear statements like that from Ryan Hayes, from the upperclassmen, the juniors and seniors, and their importance, the importance of this game, this matchup, this is a team that has been focused every step of the way. When you play against inferior opponents at the beginning of the season, they were no doubters. When you play, you go to Iowa, your first road trip, and you go out there and you perform well. There's just moments that you look to and say, hey, even last time they took the field against Penn State, they could have gotten down going into halftime. It was a dominant performance except for a couple of plays. They were scores for Penn State. This team has been very focused every step of the way.
Well, the Wolverines, last time out, looked outstanding on the ground against Penn State, over 400 yards rushing, but sputtered a little bit early in the red zone, which probably kept that game closer than it needed to be, as there were 4 Jake Moody field goals that, I mean, again, call it what it was. Yep. Kept it closer than it needed to be.
We'll find out if they've solved that problem. You've got to be able to utilize your tight ends. You've got to be creative in what you're doing. It can't always be Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards up the middle. You got to find a way to attack the edges, and you got to find a way to utilize your tight ends in those scenarios as well.
Well, you hear the showering of boos coming down on the Spartans, decked head to toe in white with the Shadow Spartan on the helmet. Michigan State taking the field, pouring out of the tunnel and towards the southern end zone. John, the Wolverines adorn in their big game blues. It is a blue out tonight, and just like the maize out earlier this year, the fans take direction well.
They do. It looks great. They've got the yellow pom-poms in the student section. I mean, the college atmosphere doesn't get any better than what we're seeing tonight.
Michigan and Michigan State, Blake Corum said MSU was on the clock. As soon as that game was over, they were still on the field as they moved their focus immediately to the next game. And, of course, the Wolverines having 2 weeks to prepare. So, of course, did Michigan State. Both teams a little bit healthier as they get ready for this one, as the Michigan captains are making their way out to the middle of the field. The Spartan captains a little bit late to arrive.
Well, and Doug, you know, we know what it was like coming back from East Lansing last year. You and I made that long drive home. This team came back in the buses. They understand and know what it felt like. And when you look back on last year, a lot of lessons learned in that game that were very valuable to this team in going for a Big Ten championship. But it's the one blemish, and they want to make sure that there's a reckoning today.
Our coin toss is brought to you by Rude. Let's go down to the field where Jason Avant is standing by with the referee, Reggie Smith.
Gentlemen, come a little closer. This is tonight's coin, representing the USS John Finn. This shall be heads. Stand fast and fight shall be tails. Tails, heads. Michigan State, you're the visiting team. It's your toss to call. What do you choose? Heads, please. He is called heads. Heads is the call. And it's tails. Michigan, you've won the toss. Michigan's won the toss. They've elected to defer. You're going to receive which way you kick it.
That was today's coin toss brought to you by Rude. You can rely on Rude. Wolverines win the toss, and as you heard, we'll defer to the second half. And we get a chance. Let's go down there to our Jason Avant, because, Jason, you wanted to jump on the field earlier. How'd it feel to be out in the middle in a night game?
Oh, man, it's crazy out here. I'm excited about it, swaying back and forth. The guys are excited. This is what Michigan football is about, beating Sparty, baby. Let's go.
Mel Tucker in his third season with the Spartans, 21-18. He is 13-16 in Big Ten play, and as we mentioned, 3-4 on the year, 1-3 in the Big Ten. We'll get to see Peyton Thorne, coach's kid, take over at quarterback, who's completed 65.4% of his passes, 11 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions. Spartan offense will be on the field first. Steve Clinkscale said, very talented. He knows where to get the ball. And the guy to get the ball to is Jaden Reed on the outside, number 1. We'll be watching him closely tonight.
Well, when you talk about Peyton Thorne, he's a guy that this offense is centered around. Obviously, last year it was the run game and what they were trying to do there. This year it is simply Peyton Thorne. He's got to be able to distribute the ball. He's not a guy that's going to go out there and make his own mistakes. Michigan's going to have to force him, whether it's by putting pressure on him, changing things up in the secondary, just changing up the look after the snap. But this is a kid that is very smart, very efficient with the ball, and you've got to force him to make those mistakes.
Deep for Michigan State, Terrell Henry and Jarek Broussard, and Jake Moody will kick off for the Wolverines. 50 kickoffs this year, 34 touchbacks. Wolverines will be moving right to left as Michigan in their big game blues kick it off, and Moody's kick sails towards the end zone. Fair catch is signaled for and made by Jarek Broussard, and the Spartans will take over on their own 25-yard line. Up front, Horst, Duplain, Samek, Carrick, and Brown make up the offensive line. We mentioned Jaden Reed. Trey Mosley can go get it. One of their other wide receivers, Keon Coleman, is emerging for them as well. Tyler Hunt is at tight end. Jalen Berger will be the running back. The Michigan defense, Jalen Harrell, Chris Jenkins, Mozzie Smith, and Mike Morris up front. Linebackers, Junior Colson and Michael Barrett. DJ Turner and Jamon Green on the corners. Rod Moore and RJ Moten at safety. And the nickelback is Mike Sainristel. And the Spartans will go pistol formation from the 25-yard line. Ball on the left hash with 3 receivers split out. On the first play in this battle for Paul Bunyan, from the big house, Michigan State 1st and 10. Thorne has it. Going to hand it off up the middle, and it's Broussard who's got some, check that Berger, who's got some room. Gain of about 6. Up to the 31, maybe 32-yard line, Makari Page, who got the start on the tackle. 2nd down and 3 for Michigan State.
Yeah, they lined up Tyler Hunt in the wing. They brought him across the formation, much like we've seen Michigan do as the trapper.
Man in motion for Michigan State now. 3 receivers split right, and they're going to go reverse to Jaden Reed, and he's got some room. He's got the first down to the 40 out near midfield, and he's knocked out of bounds just shy of midfield at the 49-yard line. Michigan State gets a first down, 17 yards on the run, the reverse to Jaden Reed.
Well, just like we saw last week, early on, this defense is being very aggressive. Michigan State, knowing what they saw on film, they're going to try and use that aggression against them. Got to watch for those reverses. Those guys in the backside have to be able to be disciplined enough to stay home and continue to look for something coming back their direction.
Split backs for Michigan State. Thorne back to pass. He's going to fire to Reed out of the backfield across the 50 and into Michigan territory. He's chased out of bounds at the 46-yard line, and we've got a flag. Is this some extracurriculars?
Referees want to get control of this game early. They know there's going to be a lot of pushing and shoving. This one was way backside. It's on the other side of the opposite hash.
Well, in these emotional games, you want to avoid the crime against the team, and we'll see who committed it.
Well, the key is to strike first and don't strike back. There's going to be another play. I mean, it's just the way it goes in this game.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense, number 79.
It's Jerry Horst.
Of the game. 15-yard penalty from the dead ball spot. It's 2nd down.
That wipes out pretty good gain on 1st down for Michigan State. Back it up, it'll be 2nd and 20.
Composure in this game is so important. And I know you want to set a tone as an offensive lineman, but that's a bad move early on in a game like this where the offense is moving the ball.
Horst has Got a bit of a hothead on him. And now we get a flag before the ball is snapped. And do we have movement up front? It looks like we do on Michigan State.
Prior to the snap, that was stolen. Offense, number 56. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Well, you don't want to get the fans involved if you're the Spartans, but anytime a home team in a big game, when there's a false start or delay a game, the fans, they chalk that one up as that's them doing their job.
Yeah, and they keep moving closer and closer to that student section. It's not going to get any easier for them.
Second down and 25 for Michigan State. Ball on the 34-yard line. We're just underway and scoreless here in the Big House. Spartans on their first drive of the game from the shotgun, Peyton Thorne. Two receivers split to the left. Has the snap, hands off. Nope, Thorne keeps it. He's going to get buried in the backfield. He should have handed it off, but the Wolverines, led by Mike Morris, in the backfield for another loss. Peyton Thorne on the keeper.
Well, even if he had handed it off, contact was right at the mesh point. They were right there to swallow up Jalen Berger, and they found out, hey, he doesn't have the ball, so let's go ahead and attack the quarterback. And a great job of discipline. Mike Morris, first one to hit the running back, and everybody else swarmed to Peyton Thorne.
Loss of 4 on the play, and it's going to set up a third down and 29 for Michigan State. 3 receivers bunched left, 1 to the right. Wolverines dropping way off here on 3rd and forever. Thorne from a shotgun, quick throw out to Reed. The flag is down. Reed across the 35 out to the 40, well short of the first down. We await the flag. Right as the ball was snapped, it looks like an illegal shift might be the call here.
Illegal shift or formation. Might have had a tackle that was lined up too far off the ball.
Illegal shift. Offense. 2 men moving without being set. The penalty is declined. 4th down.
4th and 19 for Michigan State. And the Wolverine defense, after giving up a first down, has forced a punt. But that'll bring on the Big Ten's best, and Bryce Behringer, who averages over 51 yards a punt. He will stand on his own 25-yard line. A.J. Henning backed up inside the Michigan 10. Now he's on the 10-yard line. Behringer, there might be a slight wind in his face right now, as he is back to punt. Wolverine shifting around up front, and now we get a whistle, and it might be a delay of game. It came from the back judge.
Jeez.
Prior to the snap, delay of game. Offense.
Could things go worse? That's 4 penalties in a row.
4th down.
Michigan State, who is 34th in the country, hasn't committed a ton of penalties through 7 games, just 40.
The 3rd accepted penalty, but 4 penalties in a row after after a first down, where Michigan State was finding some rhythm early and just shot themselves in the foot.
So Behringer standing on his own 20 now. A.J. Henning on the 15. The punt, short. Henning comes up, telling everybody to get away, and it's going to go out of bounds, but the question is where?
Yeah, they're going to get that one at about the 35.
You watch the official walk up, and it looks like he stopped at the 30-yard line, and that's where Michigan will take over in a scoreless game from here at the Big House. 11:52 to go. First quarter, a 40-yard punt, which isn't a terrible punt, but for Behringer, it's well below the average.
Yep. So, I mean, when you think about how they started that drive off with a couple of efficient plays, they ended up only getting 10 yards total on that drive. And it was a great job. One, keeping composure on Michigan's side.
The clock was started erroneously prior to the punt. 12:02, please.
Wolverines with J.J. McCarthy, the nation's leader in completion percentage at 77.1. He's got Blake Corum, who leads the country in rushing touchdowns in the backfield. Hayes, Keegan, Oluwatimi, Zinter, and Carson Barnhart gets the start at right tackle. Ronnie Bell, Cornelius Johnson, and Roman Wilson. And actually Donovan Edwards comes in motion from the wide receiver spot, and up the middle, it's Blake Corum. Good yardage on first down. He's dragged down after a gain of 7 on first down. Good blocking up front as the Wolverine offensive line reset the line of scrimmage. Michael Fletcher on the tackle for MSU.
Well, they've done a great job up front, and this time it was Ryan Hayes and Trevor Keegan getting a good double team up to the linebacker. They've done a great job of keeping their shoulders square so that they come off on those linebackers, creating room for Blake Corum.
Pistol formation now for J.J. McCarthy. Has the snap, back to pass for the first time. Fires over the middle, and it's batted away from his intended receiver, Ronnie Bell. Charles Brantley in coverage there for Michigan State. Well covered.
Trying to fit it into a tight window. Good coverage by Brantley. And when you're so effective on first down, you could take an opportunity on second. They're looking to go deep. And as we've seen teams, they're playing so far off the ball, forcing J.J. McCarthy to be a check down quarterback right now.
J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun. Wolverines bunched tight on this 3rd and 3. First drive for Michigan in this ball game, scoreless from Ann Arbor. McCarthy fires quickly. He's got Luke Schoonmaker. He's got a first down out in the flat in front of the Spartan bench, and he's wrestled out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Quick snap and throw. Gain of 6. Kendall Brooks, the man that forced Schooney out of bounds.
Well, all Schooney does right from that tight end position is run straight to the flat. Does a good job of getting first down yardage. Catches it right at the marker and is able to get a couple more after that. But, hey, get the ball in and out of J.J. McCarthy's hand quickly here early in the game.
Wolverines shifting now as they have 2 receivers split to the right, 2 to the left. Blake Corum in the backfield next to J.J. McCarthy, flank to his left. Ball on the right hash, 1st and 10 for Michigan. McCarthy back to pass, looking, fires. He's got his man Schooney again, right in front of the Spartan bench again. And he is knocked out of bounds inside Michigan State territory at the 48-yard line, gain of 8 on first down.
Well, Michigan actually lined up in an unbalanced left formation, and then right before the snap, they moved Carson Barnhart back over to the right side. We've seen them get into that unbalance, never really get out of it, and you're just trying to give Michigan State different looks, different things to see how they're going to adjust to the looks and to the personnel early in the game.
Andrell Anthony, who had a huge game for Michigan a year ago against Michigan State, checks in for the first time. He's split wide right. Wolverines on 2nd and 2. Handoff to Blake Corum running left, and he's going to come up just short of the first down. Cal Halliday, the man, as that hole closed quickly, and it's going to be about a half-yard short of a first down here.
Well, just trying to get to the edge. Max Bredesen coming out of the backfield needs to be a little bit more aggressive, kind of tentative, getting to the line of scrimmage, feeling some things out, and it's very clear as to who the other colored jerseys are. Pick one out, son, and hit them.
Colston Loveland checks into the Michigan lineup for the first time today on 3rd and short. Handoff to Corum, quick hitter up the middle. He battles and he's got the first down, but just barely. He was met short of the first down, but second effort moved the chains for Michigan, and the Wolverines look like they want to go quickly here.
Doug, how many times have we seen Blake Corum go down with the first hit? It's a rare occasion, and does a great job of keeping his feet moving. He knows exactly what he's got to get for the first down, and pretty much barely got a little bit more than that on that run, but just enough to get the first and move the sticks.
Roman Wilson and Cornelius Johnson split left. Ronnie Bell split right. Donovan Edwards alone in the Michigan backfield next to J.J. McCarthy. And they'll fire it quickly to Cornelius Johnson if he can get a block, and he splits a pair of defenders, fumbles, and Michigan State falls on it. Well, there you go, John. The game plan for Michigan State, they got to create turnovers, and it looked like it was Deshaun Mallory out there that fell on the football, and our first turnover of the game goes to Michigan State. Cornelius, looking to the sidelines, wants to say that he was down.
No, not even close. Cornelius, you just laid that ball on the ground. Did a great job of trying to split the defenders, but as we've seen Michigan State do so many times, they're really good at ripping the ball out.
Michigan State gets the football back on their own 37-yard line. We're scoreless from here in Ann Arbor. 9:03 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News and World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Wow Internet is good internet, and good internet is fast, reliable, and can even come with a $0 price tag. That's right. Under the Affordable Connectivity Program, you can get speeds of up to 1 gig at a reduced cost, or get ACP Internet 100 for free with no data caps and equipment rental fees included. If you don't qualify for ACP, no sweat. We've got plans starting as low as $9.99 per month. Check your eligibility today at wowway.com/ACP. Wow, good internet. Taxes and fees may apply. One benefit per household. See wowway.com/ACP for details.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen back at the Big House. 9:03 to go, first quarter. Michigan and Michigan State. Scoreless night game. Blew out under the lights here in Ann Arbor. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Michigan State will take over on the 37-yard line. When we continue play, their own 37 following the Cornelius Johnson fumble. How would you like to be able to listen to us while you're synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. That's syncmygame.com. Well, John, I think both teams have to be upset with their mistakes early. Michigan State with penalties and Michigan with the turnover.
Yeah, it's frustrating on both sides.
From the 37-yard line, Spartans' Peyton Thorne turns and hands it off. Not much room there for his running back, Jarrett Broussard. Give him about a yard. Check that, it was Berger. Mozzie Smith led the way. From his defensive tackle position, third on the team in tackles with 27 this year.
And he was taking on a double team there. He's done such a good job of creating separation, even when he is taking on double teams, of being able to create that separation so he could see the ball, get off, and make the play.
Second down and 9 for Michigan State. Two receivers split left. Wolverines look like they're going to blitz. Thorne gets rid of it quickly out of the backfield to Berger again, and he's met by a host of Michigan tacklers. Out to the 44-yard line, Makari Page leading the way, and that's going to set up a third down and 4 for the Spartans.
Well, it's a big third down, and it's hard to say it's a big third down this early in the game, but when you're trying to respond after a turnover, you're trying to set the tone, continue to set the tone defensively. If you can come away with a 3 and out, you can kind of chalk that turnover up as, hey, it's over, it happened, but we were able to come out on top.
Elijah Collins in the game for Michigan State. Pistol formation. Now Thorne looks to change the play. 5 on the play clock. He's going to have to hurry. Collins shifts to his right. They just get it off. Hand off to Collins up the middle, and he's going to be close to the first down. We'll have to see where it's spotted.
I think he's going to be just shy of the first. He had to get to the 47-yard line, and I think they're going to mark it at about a foot shy.
Is Michigan State going to go for it here in their own territory? Looks like they are. 4th and less than a yard for Michigan State from their own 46-yard line. Huge play early in this game. Spartans with everybody jammed in tight. 2 receivers split left in man coverage. Elijah Collins in the backfield. Hand off to Collins, and did he get it? I don't know that he did, John.
It's going to depend on the spot, and
that's going to be awfully close where there's spot
one official that the official on the near side here looks like they just barely picked it up. They had about a foot to go.
Jason Avant, can you see that one?
I'm right on the line. It's going to need a measurement. It's going to need a measurement. It's right close. It's really close. One guy is in front of the marker, the other guy's behind it, so it depends on who they ask.
Well, Doug, you know what? Now that we're looking at it, I think it's going to be just shy.
Yeah, it's going to be short, it looks like, from where they are now.
And here's what I don't understand. is you got a foot to go. Why would you not just go quarterback sneak? You line the quarterback up in the shotgun. Great job by Michigan.
That hole closed quickly.
It sure did.
The chains come out. Big measurement here. It's either going to be Michigan ball, Michigan State territory, or the Spartans will continue the drive. As they pull the chain out, and he got it.
Oh, by the nose. By the nose. That's the inexact science of spotting the ball.
Wow. So Mel Tucker rolls the dice and gets the first down.
Is a first down. The previous play is under further review.
Okay. We're going to take a look at this spot here, John.
Well, I mean, it's going to be really hard to tell because of the mass of bodies in there. And I understand wanting to take a look at it, wanting to make sure I get it right because it was such a narrow margin.
Yeah, they didn't have to get the ball very far, and the Michigan defense just poured into the hole. Collins, a good back, put his head down. The question is, did he get to the line to gain it? I don't know that he did now that I've seen a replay.
I don't know that he did either, but I don't know how they're going to be able to tell if they got to move it back 3 inches. And literally, that's all they got to move it back, and it's not a first down.
Yes, sir. This Close Shave Instant Replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Choose Barbasol Shaving Cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol. Well, John, have you seen any replay there that they can respot this football?
Well, I mean, it really is going to come down to, and it's got to be the evidence. And, you know, the only evidence you're going to really be able to see is...
Here's the call.
After further review, the ball carrier's forward progress ended at the 46.5-yard line.
That's going to be short.
The line to gain was the 47. It'll be Michigan's ball, 1st and 10 from the 46.5.
Doug, I'm actually surprised. I didn't know that they'd be able to see that well enough or that it would be conclusive enough, but obviously they did, and I'll take it.
Well, the happiest man in the stadium, Cornelius Johnson.
Yes.
Who fumbled on Michigan's last play, and the Wolverine defense gets a 4 and out, and Michigan will take over inside the Michigan State 50 down at the 46.5, as you heard our official Reggie Smith say.
Yep.
Ball is on the left hash. J.J. McCarthy with Blake Corum behind him. 1st and 10 for Michigan in Spartan territory. 3 tight ends bunched to the right. Andrel Anthony split left. Now they bring Max Bredesen in motion, and we get a flag, and Michigan jumped early.
A lot of emotions in this game, as we've seen early. And
snap infraction. Offense number 55. 5-yard penalty. It's first down.
It's Oluwatimi.
He went with the pump fake.
Yeah.
I mean, in this game, you know that the emotions are going to be high. You've got to be tuned in. You got to make sure you understand what's going on every single second of the game and be able to execute. Both teams right now are struggling with that execution.
Ball back in Michigan territory at the 48. 1st and 15 for the Wolverines. 2 receivers split right. Shotgun. J.J. McCarthy hands it off to Blake Corum, who skips out of a 1 tackle and dives forward into Spartan territory across the 45 and down to the 43-yard line. Good run from Blake Corum, who that wasn't a particularly well-blocked play, but once, like you said earlier, how often does the first man bring him down?
Well, Luke Schoonmaker and actually Colston Loveland was lined up in the wing and did a good job of getting square on their defenders and washing guys down, allowing Blake Corum to be able to cut back and pick up some yardage.
Scoreless in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines looking at a 2nd and 7. 2 receivers split left and 2 split right. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun from the Spartan 43-yard line. Has it, hands it, Blake Corum, he's going to bounce it outside. Dancing, now spinning close to the first down, and he is just shy of the first down. Blake Corum with another good run, and the Wolverines will be looking at a 3rd and 1.
Well, they are now back to that same spot on the field where Cornelius Johnson laid the ball on the ground. So, nothing, no harm, no foul in the turnover. Great job by the defense, and being able to have a running back like Blake Corum. I think he'd probably like to have the end of that run back. One too many fakes Michigan State doing a good job of open field tackling.
Michigan State's short yardage defense has been very good. On 3rd and 1, a handoff to Corum, and he's got the first down. Winderman tries to rip the ball out of there, but Corum spins forward down to the 32-yard line, move the chains, a gain of 5 on 3rd and 1.
Well, hopefully every guy on the sideline, whether it's receiver, tight end, running back, is under the understanding now that they've seen one ball on the ground. And watching this Michigan State defense, they are going to try and rip that ball out every single time.
Ball on the right hash on the Spartan 32-yard line. Once again, the Wolverines with 2 receivers, split left and 2 split right. Donovan Edwards in the Michigan backfield, shotgun for J.J. McCarthy. Back to passes, J.J. after a play-action fake. Fires, he's got Edwards at the 20. 15, 10, cuts back into the 5, down inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. Donovan Edwards, and the Wolverines will have it 1st and goal.
Well, I'll take Donovan Edwards one-on-one with a linebacker any day of the week. And all he has right now is he's one-on-one with the linebacker. Michigan split everybody out. You got 4 defensive linemen, 1 linebacker. You got matchups up front. And then Donovan Edwards just leaks into the secondary, runs to the sideline, and like I said, I'll take that matchup all day long.
Gain of 29. 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Michigan looking to get on the scoreboard first. 4:25 to go, 1st quarter. J.J. McCarthy hands it off to Corman. He's met in the backfield. Wow. Coming up from his safety position, Xavier Henderson. That's going to be a loss of 3. As Michigan State bows their neck here inside the Michigan 10.
Well, you can't allow penetration, and Trevor Keegan there was just too high coming off the ball, allowed his defender to get inside of him, and that anytime you allow penetration, especially from the guard position, it's really hard as a running back, no matter which way you're going, to try and gain yards.
J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun, 3 receivers split left. 2nd and goal, handoff, nope, J.J.'s going to keep it, quarterback run, and he's got nothing as he is tripped up by Kendall Brooks at about the 10. He gets all he can out of it, back to about the line of scrimmage, and that's going to set up a 3rd and goal.
Well, it was just good defense by Michigan State. Right decision for J.J. to keep it. There was nothing inside if he had handed the ball off to Blake, but just really good defense by Michigan State. Sometimes that happens. Now we're going to find out. As you mentioned, 2 weeks ago against Penn State, they sputtered inside the red zone, looking at a very important 3rd and goal.
Wolverines had it 1st and goal from the 4. It's now 3rd and goal from the 8. 3 receivers bunched right. J.J. McCarthy back to pass, looking that direction, fires. He's got his man underneath, but it's not going to be enough inside the 5. It was Ronnie Bell, and the Wolverines are forced to kick a field goal. Angelo Gross on the tackle.
Well, J.J. loves going to Ronnie Bell on 3rd down. And hoping he's going to break a tackle at that point, but there's just nothing to be had there. A couple of Spartan defenders there to make the play.
Greg Tarr will snap, Brad Robbins will hold, and Jake Moody, the Lou Groza award winner a year ago, will kick. He's 13 of 16 on the year. The ball's in the center of the field. This is just a little bit longer than an extra point. Snap is good, ball's down, kick is up, and the kick is good. So Michigan strikes first here at the Big House. They lead it 3-0 with 2:20 to go here, 1st quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Michigan will answer the mantra for Lloyd Carr with 1 more win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Wolverines lead it 3-0 here in Ann Arbor with 2:20 to go first quarter. A short Jake Moody field goal gave Michigan the lead, but Michigan State has to be happy, forcing a field goal after Michigan took over in Spartan territory.
Well, when we resume play here and the defense takes the field, they're going to have to be alert for a few things. We haven't seen Michigan State go deep yet. We haven't seen Jaden Reed be a part of this game plan. Trey Mosley, the number of weapons that they have, it's all been quick passes out in the flat. So I would look for Michigan State to start to test the edges and see, and test the coverage skills of Jamon Green, DJ Turner, and Will Johnson.
Myers, the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. Let's go down to our Jason Yvonne on the field. Jason?
Yeah, down in the red zone on early downs, first and second, they're committing more people to the box. So Michigan has to consider throwing the football on first and second down, because on third down, they just back everyone up. So that adjustment may need to happen.
I agree, Jason, and you can't settle for 3 in a game like this. It obviously didn't hurt them the last time they were on the field, but when you settle for 3 and you allow a defense, even though you've got good yardage on them, you got down with a big play to Donovan Edwards, you got to come away with a touchdown and not field goals.
The early going here, J.J. McCarthy, after missing on his first throw of the game, has completed his last 5. He's 5 of 6 for 53 yards. Blake Corum, 7 carries and 27 yards. Jake Moody will kick off. Henry and Broussard deep for Michigan State. Check that. Jeremy Bernard is deep for MSU, and Jake Moody puts his foot into it. And this one will not be returnable as it bounces in the back of the end zone, and the Spartans will take over again on their own 25-yard line. Michigan on top, 3-0. 2:20 to go first quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Hey Michigan fans, StubHub is the easiest way to buy and sell Wolverine tickets for almost 20 years. Whether you're looking for a single seat at the 50 or a section for your whole squad, StubHub has the best selection of tickets for any budget. Use Virtual View to find your perfect spot, score a great deal with a price alert, and get your tickets delivered instantly. It's the best way into Michigan Stadium. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Michigan Athletics. StubHub, be there.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you with Inflation Buster. That's more road trips, more front row seats. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you'll get exclusive savings when you refinance at that new lower rate. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Call 833-7-ROCKET today or visit inflationbuster.com to start saving.
For fees covered, rate, life date requirements, and other terms and conditions, visit inflationbuster.com. Call 1-833-7-ROCKET. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Need plastic? Alro Plastics has been a one-stop source for cut-to-size plastic since 1987. Our inventory includes sheet, rod, tube, grating, and plate. We will cut and ship many orders the same day. Alro provides value-added processing to meet the most demanding fabrication requirements. Whether your business is large or small, Alro Plastics will provide you with competitive pricing, technical support, and superior service. Learn more at alro.com/plastics.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
It's Michigan and Michigan State, live from the Big House. And today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com.
Michigan football is brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House. 2:20 to go, first quarter. Michigan on top 3-0. And the Michigan defense coming off that fourth down stop will take the field. Spartans will take over on their own 25-yard line. Early in this game, your thoughts, John?
Well, I mean, Michigan offensively have been able to overcome that turnover. But again, it comes down to red zone efficiency. You've got to be able to score touchdowns in there. And I know I talked about that Trevor Keegan block on first down. The #1 crime that you cannot commit as an offensive lineman when you're in short yardage or when you're in a goal line situation, and I call anything inside the 5 goal line situation, is to allow a defender to cross your face. That's going to have to get fixed, and it's got to get fixed immediately.
Wolverines defense on the field. Spartans have taken the field. The ball will be spotted near the left hash. Peyton Thorne barking some commands. Now back in the shotgun with receivers split to either side. Jalen Berger in the backfield directly behind Thorne. Thorne play action, back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to run across the 25 to the 30, across the 30, and chased out of bounds with first down yardage, gain of 12. Peyton Thorne flushed out the pocket. Looked like they were going to take a shot there for Jaden Reed, but Thorne made the most of it. Moved the chains for Michigan State.
Well, I really felt like Nick Samick, their center, got away with a hold on that one. Mozzie Smith was in pursuit and just couldn't seem to get free. We'll see if they're going to call that aggressively both ways.
1st and 10 for Michigan State on their own 37-yard line. Thorne, slow developing pitch outside to Berger, puts his head down and drives forward for a gain of about 1.5 yards. Rod Moore comes up from his safety spot to get the stop.
Great job by Rod Moore to fill that hole, coming all the way from deep. It wasn't like he was lined up in the box. He identified what was happening to the left side of the defense. He came up and filled that hole. A great job by the left side of the defensive line of taking on 3 pullers. They had 2 linemen and a tight end pulling on that to get front side.
2nd down and 8 for Michigan State. Thorne with running backs flanked to either side from the shotgun. Back to pass, looking, tries to set up a screen, overthrows it, and it's almost intercepted. Oh, boy. Michael Barrett had that, and that might have been 6, John.
Yeah, if he catches that one, it's going to be 6. Did a great job of identifying the screen, and Michigan's D-line, I thought, did a great job of identifying that well. Anytime an offensive lineman just lets you rush towards the quarterback, a light bulb has to go on. It did for the D-line, and it really shut down that screen and made it very complicated for Peyton Thorne to be able to complete it.
Spartans bunch, 3 receivers left. 1 receiver right, Elijah Collins in the backfield on this 3rd and 8. 3-0 Michigan, 1:04 to go, first quarter. Crowd getting into it, 3rd and 8. Thorne back to pass, looking, he's going to fire down the sideline for Keon Coleman, who's up, and he's got it in Michigan territory. Jamon Green, the man in coverage, but Coleman went up and pulled it down, and the ball is now inside the Michigan 35-yard line, and the Spartans want to go quickly.
Well, those contested catches, good coverage by Jamon Green, just a really good play by Keon Coleman. That's what they excel at.
Spartans snap it quickly, and they're going to fire it out in the flat to the tight end. That's Carr, who gets upended at about the Michigan 25-yard line. Michigan didn't look set defensively. Michigan State gave Michigan problems with this a year ago. Gain of 6 on first down, ball at the Michigan 26-yard line. Michigan State going hurry up again. Thorne back to pass. He's going to fire out here to the flat, looking for Coleman, who's got it into the end zone for a touchdown. And Jamon Green the man out there, Coleman, the basketball player. They throw it up, and he goes and gets it. Spartans are on the board. 26 yards.
Well, Makari Page is coming over in support, doesn't get there in time. And Doug, I talked about this early in regards to Makari Page, Rod Moore, R.J. Moten. When you come over there, you've got to get there just a hair quicker, but you've got to be able to deliver a blow when you get there and make that 50-50 ball, contested ball, difficult to catch.
Jack Stone on for the extra point. Snap is good. Kick is up. And the kick is good. And Michigan State extends their lead to 7-3 with 23 seconds to go here in quarter number one. Let's go down to Jason Avant.
Michigan State throws the ball really well in the fade ball on the right side. We have to make an adjustment. All the film shows that they're going to throw this ball to the boundary on the right side. He's way higher completion percentage on this side.
Jason, when you know an offense is successful at that, and I mean, Jamon Green was in good position, what else can they do to defend against that?
The only thing that you can do is limit the opportunities of one-on-one and make sure that we get a safety to help when we are blitzing and or we know it's a passing situation. Try to get someone to help the boundary side.
Now, hopefully they can get Makari Page over there. We've seen Rod Moore excel in being able to support the run. Now we got to see if he can also do it against the pass.
6 plays, 76 yards for Michigan State. Took them 1:57, and I would argue that their hurry-up offense, again, just like a year ago, gave Michigan's defense some problems. Stone will kick off. We got a flag down, and the ball is fielded by Roman Wilson inside the 5. Out to the 15, to the 20, and that's where he is wrapped up, but we await this flag.
DJ Turner lined up offsides. You can't do that.
On a kickoff?
On a kickoff. They were 5 yards. They were 15 yards from the ball. You got to give it a 10-yard feel. And Jay Harbaugh came running down, telling them to get up closer to prevent against an onside kick. And R.J. Moten ran up, and DJ Turner ran up and put his foot 1 foot above in front of the 50-yard line. 45, sorry.
Well, this may back Michigan up 5 more. I don't know if I've ever seen that. The receiving team lining up offsides?
Yeah, it's going to be a rare occasion when you see that. That's a mental lapse, and it's unacceptable. And then one of the things that Jay Harbaugh has talked about is, hey, first do no harm. And that's one of their goals in that special teams room, and you can't line up offsides on a kick return.
18 seconds to go here first quarter, and the refs really want to talk this one over. Jim Harbaugh wants an explanation.
Offside. Receiving team, number 6 on the kickoff. The penalty is declined. It's 1st and 10.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, if they accept it, I think they just kick over 5 yards closer. So
no harm there. Michigan will take over on the 20-yard line with 2 receivers split left. It's Cornelius Johnson and Ronnie Bell. And Blake Corum, check that, Donovan Edwards in the backfield next to J.J. McCarthy. 1st and 10 for Michigan. They trail at 7-3 here late first quarter. McCarthy's got it, back to pass. Looking, here comes a pass rush, and he's in trouble, and he's going to throw it into the Spartan bench. Well, good decision there as J.J. was backing up towards his own goal line.
Yeah, and his mode of escape right now is to spin out and try and go backside. There was just pressure coming. As we get the clarification from the official, there was a receiver in the vicinity, so it's not intentional grounding, but he's got to be very careful spinning and turning his back to the defense in that situation.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan, ball on their own 20-yard line. 3 receivers split left, now Ronnie Bell in motion to the right. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Back to pass. Looking, fires. He's got Schoonmaker over the middle, and he's got some room to the 30, to the 35. Spins out of 1 tackle out to the 38-yard line. Luke Schoonmaker gets the first down. Jacoby Windman downfield on the tackle, and that'll be the final play of quarter number 1. Spartans lead at 7-3 here in Ann Arbor. Second quarter action to come. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
The winningest program in college football. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 Explorer lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 Explorer and lease it for $339 a month for 24 months, with $4,509 due at signing. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $1,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Offer ends October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $339 lease payment on the 2023 Ford Explorer today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
One quarter complete in Ann Arbor. Michigan trails Michigan State 7-3. Rob Joyce back with you in the network studios. Quick Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Abso Pure Water. Everything's a final in the conference. Big one earlier today came in Happy Valley. Ohio State behind 4 touchdowns in the final 9 minutes. Pulled away from Penn State 44-31. Illinois takes care of Nebraska 26-9. Illini in sole possession of first in the West. Minnesota blanks Rutgers 31-0. Big day for Mo Ibrahim. 159 yards, 3 touchdowns on the ground for the Gophers in the win. And Iowa, a season high in points, 33-13 victory over Northwestern to snap a 3-game losing skid. That's your Big Ten scoreboard update, brought to you by Abso Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. We'll run through the top 25, give you the first half highlights and more in the Lexus Halftime Show. For now, back out to Doug and Jeff.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House with the Spartans on top 7-3. Michigan with the football out at the 38-yard line, their own 38. As we're about to get the second quarter underway. First quarter stats, Michigan outgained by the Spartans 119-97. 82 of those yards through the air for Michigan State, 37 on the ground. Wolverines 71 yards passing, 26 yards rushing. Penalties, 1 on Michigan for 5 yards, 3 on the Spartans for 25. Michigan with more first downs, 5-4, and more time of possession, 8:03-6:57. The 1 turnover, the Cornelius Johnson fumble. J.J. McCarthy, 6 of 8 for 71 yards so far. Blake Corum, 7 carries, 27 yards. Luke Schoonmaker, 3 catches for 33 yards. So, John, what do you like to see the Wolverines establish here in the second quarter?
Well, I'd like to see him go back to what Michigan does best. We've seen a few passes there by J.J. McCarthy, and yeah, I know Luke Schoonmaker got open. They did a really good job of running off the secondary and running him across the face of the tight end. The linebacker had no idea what was going on, and that was Windman. So, I mean, that worked out fine, but I want to see them reestablish the run, the dominance inside, be very effective on first down. Pick up that 6 or 7 and then take your shots downfield.
So the Wolverine offense back on the field here. Ball on the left hash. Bunch formation to the right. Ronnie Bell split left. Blake Corum, the lone running back for Michigan. So we're ready to go. And it looks like J.J. may take a snap from under center. Brings Honigford in motion from right to left. Tight formation for Michigan. And they'll hand it off to Corum, and he's got a big hole across the 45. Spins out of 1 tackle to the 50, and he's just tripped up on the 45-yard line in Spartan territory by Angelo Gross.
Yeah, if he's able to keep his footing at the very end there, he's gonna go for 6, but he's got great balance, does a good job of keeping his balance on contact. And here's the other thing, Doug, we talked about it at the break. This Michigan State defense is very aggressive at trying to rip at the ball, and sometimes that will come at the cost of not making a tackle.
17 yards for Corum. 1st and 10 from the Spartan 45-yard line. Flea flicker as Corum throws it back to J.J., who's looking downfield. Now he's going to fire, and he's got his man, Ronnie Bell, inside the 35, and he's tripped up at the 32-yard line. Move the chains again as the Wolverines go with a little trickery there.
Well, I thought the Michigan State secondary actually held Roman Wilson, who was their deep target down the middle of the field, and that came so quickly.
Timeout for an injured defensive player.
You can see who that is down there.
Well, the pitch came so quickly that they didn't really have time to develop that fake downfield. But JJ does a good job of not making a mistake and going to a double-covered Roman Wilson and then finding Ronnie Bell for the first down.
Gain of 13. The Wolverines have it at the Spartan 32-yard line with 14:02 to go here in the half, and Michigan State on top 7-3. We'll take a break for the injured MSU player. You're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
When you call on your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
Ladies, Hunting Widow Night is coming. Saturday, November 12th, Hunks the Show returns at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Get ready for a night of sexy costumes, hot dance moves, and muscles in places you can only imagine. Tickets are $25 and are on sale now at the box office and etix.com. Whatever happens is our little secret. Hunks the Show, November 12th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
How are you the ultimate Michigan fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea? Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Wolverines fan. Just go to WolverineCards.com.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go Blue. The second quarter is presented by Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Let's head back to Michigan Stadium for more between the Wolverines and the Spartans.
Michigan State on top 7-3. Wolverines in Spartan territory threatening, however. 14:02 to go here, second half. The injured Spartan was Simeon Barrow. He was helped off the field. And during that TV timeout, the hero of the game was honored, Joe Martin. Retired after 38 years in the Army. Thank you to Joe for his service and all our service members out there. I saw the word parachutist on the scoreboard. Does that sound like something you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I'd do that one. Would you?
Nope.
Oh, come on, man.
Not a chance. I mean, not a chance.
You can land in a field of kale.
As awesome as that sounds, I'll pass. First and 10 for the Wolverines from the Spartan 32. Ball on the right hash. Blake Corum, the lone running back behind J.J. McCarthy. Spartans showing blitz. J.J. points it out. Has the snap. Play action. Back to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Looking downfield. He's going to fire, and he's got his man Scooney inside the 15, inside the 10, and he's knocked out of bounds at the Spartan 8-yard line. Cal Halliday, the man down there. Good job by J.J. creating some time.
But he created some time, did a good job. They brought Trevor Keegan across to try and help protection on the right. Under a little bit of pressure, but does a great job of delivering a ball right over Cal Halliday and into the arms of Luke Schoonmaker.
24 yards on the play to Schoonmaker, and the Wolverines in the red zone again. Can they get 6 this time? JJ from a shotgun. Hands it off to Corum up the middle, inside the 5, and the scrum will stop there. As the blue jerseys and the white jerseys pushing. And down to about the 4-yard line. Gain of 4 on first down.
Well, nice pickup of 4 on first down. Now they're inside the 5 again, and we'll get a chance to see, much like Jason and I talked about last time, you might want to be able to take a shot at a receiver and try and get a one-on-one situation.
Shotgun for J.J. McCarthy from the Spartan 4-yard line. 2nd and goal. J.J. has the snap, hands it off. Corum running right, not much room, but he submarines down to about the 2-yard line.
Well, they had the ball on the 8. Now they got half of that on the first one. Got the ball on the 4, pick up 2, so they pick up half again. But now you're at 3rd and goal from the 2-yard line, and things get real tight down there.
Interesting formation. The Wolverines have 4 tight ends, and they have Blake Corum, the lone receiver, split out to the left, and J.J. McCarthy alone in the backfield. Now they shift everybody, including Blake Corum, over to the right, where nobody's guarding him. Now they shift Corum again, and they'll go inside handoff to Corum. Can he turn the corner? He can! Diving for the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan, and the Wolverines get 6 this time, John.
Well, I tell you what, the reason they did that and the motion was to see what the defense was going to be in. They were obviously in man. Nobody followed Blake over. Once they did, the ball was snapped. He was coming across the formation, and Michigan State just couldn't keep up with the speed of Blake Corum coming back across to the left.
Technically a 2-yard touchdown reception. Little shovel pass forward to Blake Corum, the man in motion. And the Wolverines will send Jake Moody out to try and make it 10-7. Snap is good, the kick is up, and the kick is good. J.J. McCarthy with the touchdown pass. And the Wolverines back on top in this one.
Well, I really do like the creativity of that formation to identify what Michigan State was going to do and then play off of that on the subsequent play.
That Wolverine touchdown was brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 10-7, Michigan on top, 11:58 to go second quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
You can afford to go blue. The University of Michigan's generous Go Blue Guarantee financial aid offer provides free tuition for in-state families earning less than $65,000 with $50,000 or less in assets, and tuition support for some families earning more, keeping a world-class education affordable for Michigan residents. Learn more at goblueguarantee.umich.edu.
43 Big Ten championships, 11 national titles. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Bank like a victor with the University of Michigan Credit Union. When life calls an audible, we are here to help you stay on top of your game with local low-rate loans to meet all your financial needs. Access your account with our conveniently located branches and ATMs, 24/7 online banking, and our mobile app. To learn more about our services or find a branch near you, visit umcu.org. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics. The University of Michigan Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
10-7, Michigan on top of Michigan State, 11:58 to go second quarter. The second quarter is presented by Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. John, the Wolverines, 8 plays, 80 yards, 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and a 2-yard touchdown pass from J.J. McCarthy to Blake Corum, a little shovel pass, and the Wolverines back on top.
Well, obviously a very effective and efficient drive, and when you get in the red zone there, I do like the fact that, hey, they stayed true to their identity. They're going to pound the ball, and then they ended up attacking the edge of the Michigan State defense, something that we haven't seen Michigan do in a few weeks.
Let's go down to the field and Jason Avant. Jason?
I agree with John. That formation and personnel, it's so hard to just key in on 4 tight ends, 1 running back, and then you put them in motion. That's information overload for any defensive coordinator, linebacker that's making that call. Great creativity by the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, great information. That's a good way to put it. Information overload for that defense to try and figure out what they're doing, and then obviously they've got to play their cards. They've got to show what they are in man coverage, and when they don't cover anybody when Blake comes over, you know that they're confused. You bring them back across the formation again. It was just, I thought, a well-executed play.
Broussard and Bernard deep for Michigan State. Jake Moody's kick will be fielded inside the 5, and a fair catch by Bernard, and Michigan State will take over at the 25-yard line. So can the Wolverine defense respond after giving up a touchdown on Michigan State's last drive?
Well, and here's what the response has to be. They've got to find a way, whether it's Keon Coleman. We haven't even seen the 50-50 ball thrown up to Jaden Reed. They've got some talented receivers, and they are going to absolutely attack those edges, attack those corners, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it here right off the bat.
Spartans split 2 receivers left. That's the wide side as the ball is set on the right hash. 1 receiver right. And Elijah Collins in the backfield next to Peyton Thorne. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Michigan up 10-7. Thorne inside handoff to Collins. He's got some room across the 28-yard line, diving across the 30 and out to the 32. Good gain on 1st down for Elijah Collins. 7 yards. Michael Barrett on the tackle.
Well, they line the big looks like a fullback, Tyler Hunt, the big tight end, right in front of the running back. And, that's a hard play to defend. They've got to find a way to cut down that lead back.
2nd down and 3 for Michigan State. Collins in the backfield. Shotgun. They'll hand it to him running right. Puts his head down and drives for the 1st down across the 35-yard line out to the 36. Move the chains for Michigan State. Gain of 3.
Well, Chris Jenkins at the point of attack. I think I mentioned this about Mozzie Smith. The defensive line is doing a good job of creating separation, but it would be nice to be able to create that separation, make the play at the line of scrimmage instead of 3 yards downfield.
1st and 10 for the Spartans on their own 36. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun, but 2 receivers split left. Back to pass, looking to the right, fires, and it's broken up. DJ Turner, the man that got there on a pass intended for Malik Carr. Boy, did he close fast, John.
He sure did. He read that well, knew where the ball was going, and just a split second quicker, and that's another opportunity for a pick 6 because there's no one there to defend it. But that's the message you got to send. Hey, if you're going to get there with some bad intentions and deliver a blow so those receivers are looking around and concentrating on more than just catching the ball.
3 receivers split left for Michigan State. Now they'll bring Barker, the big tight end, in motion and hand it off to Collins running right. Puts his head down, not much running room, and the Wolverines bury him. Chris Jenkins leading the way. Gain of 1 on 2nd and 10. And the Spartans look like they want to go quickly.
Over the last couple of games, they've given Elijah Collins, who had a great season, 2 years ago. Didn't get much run last year, but they're trying to get him more touches.
3rd and 9 for Michigan State. Thorne back to pass, looking, he's going to fire, and he's got his man Reed across the 50 into Michigan territory, and he's knocked down across the 40 and down at the 38-yard line. That was Keon Coleman, correction, who's having a heck of a night. Move the chains for Michigan State. 27 yards.
DJ Turner on coverage, and he was really worried about going deep. Pulled up, sold that route, and then pulled up.
Spartans going quickly again. Thorne back to pass, looking downfield. Here's McGregor, who's, oh boy, he was tackled. Thorne's going to fire, and the ball is caught inside the 15-yard line by Michigan State's Trey Mosley, I believe that is, on the far side. No, it's Coleman again.
Yep.
McGregor right in Peyton Thorne's face, and then he went down. 1st and 10 for Michigan State at the 14-yard line. Thorne going quickly, hands it off to Collins running right. And he'll fight down to about the 11-yard line where Junior Colson is on the tackle. Michigan on top 10-7, 9:38 to go, clock running, and the Spartans threatening.
Well, when Michigan State has the personnel on the field that they like, they're not going to sub. They're going to continue to go fast so that they keep that one-on-one coverage between Keon Coleman, and we saw it with Jamon Green early. That time it was DJ Turner.
2nd down and 7 for Michigan State from the 11-yard line. Peyton Thorne in a pistol formation with Jalen Berger behind him. 2 receivers split left. Ball's on the right hash. Play clock at 3. Thorne's got the snap, hands it off to Berger, and he's fighting forward inside the 9 down to the 7-yard line. Gain of 4. Mozzie Smith with the tackle.
Mozzie Smith shedding blocks, doing a good job, but he's got to make sure he gets wrapped up and don't allow any leakage.
3rd and 3 for Michigan State. Something to keep in mind, Michigan State's only made 1 field goal all year.
Well, hopefully Michigan could force them into a field goal situation here.
Peyton Thorne calling the play at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 3. Has the snap. They're going to run it right with Broussard, who's going to fight forward. Did he get 1st down yardage? Michigan saying no. It's down to about the 5-yard line, and it's going to be 4th down and about 1. Mel Tucker looks like he's going to go for it.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think he has a lot of confidence in his field goal team, even though this is a short chip shot. The benefit here is, hey, you got 4 downs to pick up 1, and if you don't convert, it obviously puts Michigan back up against their own goal line.
Berger is the running back. 4th and 1 for Michigan State. They got to get it down to the 4-yard line. They'll snap it from the 5. 7 on the play clock. Peyton Thorne is not going to have time, and he's going to take a timeout.
I'll chuck that one up to the crowd again.
Yep. We'll have the 4th down play when we continue. Michigan on top, 10-7. Spartans looking at a 4th and 1 from the Michigan 5-yard line. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time we go together. Let's go see something new together. Let's go capture moments together. Let's go experience something unexpected together. Wherever you go, enjoy a cleaner running engine with Citgo's top-tier Tri-Clean gasoline. Citgo. Let's go together.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
U of M football at the Big House is brought to you in part by AbsoPure, the official bottled water of the Michigan Wolverines. Stay refreshed and hydrated all season long, in the stands or on the go, with AbsoPure natural spring water. Find AbsoPure in retailers across Michigan, including Meijer, or have water delivered direct to your home or office with AbsoPure's convenient delivery services. Hydrate like a Wolverine with AbsoPure, the official bottled water of Michigan Athletics. Visit absopure.com/go blue or call 800-4-ABSOPURE to learn more.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House, second quarter presented by Lexus. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Big play here. Michigan on top 10-7 and 7:35 to go in quarter number 2. Michigan State's got a 4th and 1 from the Michigan 5-yard line. And John, earlier the Spartans went for it on 4th and 1. They kept it on the ground. The Michigan defense held.
Well, I know we talked at break, and you think they're going through the air. I think this is one where they're going to test the discipline of this defense. They're going to, make it look like they're going right up the middle and watch for Peyton Thorne to keep it around the edge.
Let's go down to our Jason Avant. Jason?
We have to make some in-game adjustments. DJ Turner is going to the boundary side, and if you notice that Jamon Green's out of game, San Steelers replaced him.
4th and 1 for Michigan State. The Spartans with everybody jammed in tight. Overload to the left. The running back is Berger. Reed in motion. Peyton Thorne hands it off to Berger, and he's not going to get it, John.
Wow, that was great.
Lots of motion with Reed to the right. And then a slow developing handoff, and the Wolverines blew it up. Michael Barrett was the man in there, and the Wolverines defense gets another stop on 4th down.
That's film study, that's execution. They were ready on all fronts, and great penetration by the defensive line of Michigan. And I'll tell you what, Jalen Harrell, he knew exactly what was happening on that play. That's the only way you get into the backfield from the backside. That ball was going to the left, behind the left guard, and Jalen Harrell came in from the opposite side to make that play.
Rod Moore was in there as well. Looking at a replay, that play had no shot. Michigan from their own 6-yard line. J.J. McCarthy will hand it off to Blake Corum. He'll bounce it outside. Now cuts back. Carrying tacklers out towards the first down yardage across the 20, out to the 23-yard line. Put a saddle on Blake Corum as he just carried a host of Spartan tacklers, 16 yards.
Well, we've seen Michigan running backs do that. Obviously, Hassan Haskins did it last year, and there is nothing that gets this crowd fired up more than watching running backs churn yards after contact, carry a defensive lineman with them, and Blake Corum is the next in line to do that.
Little breathing room for Michigan now. They lead at 10-7, 7:01 to go, clock running. J.J. McCarthy under center. With Max Bredesen in a traditional fullback spot. And Donovan Edwards, the man deep, from the 23-yard line. They just get it off before the play clock expires. They're going to bounce it outside with Edwards out towards the 30 with a burst of speed. Good gain on 1st down for Donovan Edwards. Chased out by Jacoby Windman, who's all over the field for Michigan State. 6 yards on 1st down.
They pulled Trevor Keegan around the left side there. Nice job of getting out in space, getting contact on that outside linebacker, and a great job by Donovan of understanding all my blockers are out in front. There was no cutback lane. He bounced it outside, picked up 6 yards.
Wolverine rushing game is getting going here. From the 29-yard line. Handoff to Edwards, hesitates, now splits a pair of tacklers, and then he just takes a big hit, but hangs on. Short gain, 2 yards. That'll set up a 3rd and short. Wow, did he get popped?
He got popped there pretty good, but did a great job of holding on to the ball, and if that doesn't wake you up, I'm not sure what's going to.
But it'll be a 3rd and 2 for Michigan from their own 31-yard line. Blake Corum back in the game for the Wolverines. 2 receivers split left. J.J. McCarthy will take this snap from under center. Corum, the lone running back. Have to get out to the 33-yard line. Ball's on the 31. McCarthy hands it off to Corum, who's going to power forward and get the 1st down out to the 34-yard line. The Michigan offensive line doing the job again. Gain of 3 for Blake.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Michigan's offensive line is doing a good job on their double teams of keeping their shoulders square. Zach Zinter does a great job, the right guard, of giving a pop to the 3 technique, giving room for his tackle to get in there. That's Carson Barnhart, and more room for Blake Corum.
Clock running, 5:16 to go in the half. Michigan with a 3-point lead. Ball on their own 34-yard line. Donovan Edwards in, flanked to J.J. McCarthy's left. 3 receivers split left. J.J. has it, play action, back to pass. Now he's going to step up and run. He's got some room to the 40, to the 45, to the 50, and he dives forward to the Michigan State 45-yard line. J.J. McCarthy moves the chains 21 yards with his feet.
That's a called quarterback run. He's not even looking downfield. Our wide receivers run everybody off. They're in man coverage, and as soon as that happens, there is nobody there to account for J.J. McCarthy once he gets to the 2nd level.
Blake Corum back in for Michigan. Ball at the Spartan 45-yard line. Wolverines trying to add to their lead here, and remember, they get the ball to start the 2nd half. 4:28 to go in quarter number 2. J.J. back to pass, looking downfield. He's going to fire underneath to Cornelius Johnson, and he bounces it to him in a bit of a dangerous throw. Johnson pretty well covered there by Brantley, put the brakes on.
Well, there's a miscommunication somewhere between J.J. McCarthy and Cornelius Johnson. I think J.J. thought he was going to hook up to about 2 yards quicker than he did, and that ball actually got there before Cornelius was even looking for it.
Wolverines looking at a 2nd and 10, 4:19 to go here. Quarter number 2, Michigan on top, 10-7. 2 receivers split left, 1 split right from the left hash. Inside handoff, Blake Corum across the 40 and down to the 38-yard line. Gain of 7, maybe 8. They'll set up a 3rd and short for Michigan.
Well, they pulled Zach Zinter around, and Doug, I don't know if you're going to get a chance to see this, but he pulls around, does a great job, and then squares up on Jacoby Windman and just pile drives him 7 yards downfield. And when you have blocking like that to run behind, there's going to be a lot of yardage there for Blake Corum.
3rd and 3 for Michigan. Ball at the Spartan 38-yard line. This has been Scooney territory for the Wolverines. From the shotgun, J.J. McCarthy is going to roll right, looking downfield. Continues to look. Now he's going to fire, and incomplete. Looking for his receiver, Andrell Anthony, inside the Spartan 20. Couldn't hang on as he was going out of bounds. And that'll set up a 4th down and 3 from the Michigan State 38-yard line.
Yeah, this is going to be one they're going for. I think it's just outside of Jake Moody range.
I saw him hit good out to 55 in pregame warmups.
Yeah, I mean, he could, but this is an opportunity for this to show some faith in your O-line, to show some faith in your offense that you're going to be able to convert this.
Corum and Edwards both in for Michigan, but they split Edwards outright on 4th and 3 for the Michigan State 38-yard line. J.J. back to pass, looking. He's going to run, stepping up, and he's got the 1st down and more. 30, 25, and he slides at the Michigan State 22-yard line. The Wolverines convert on 4th down.
That's exactly what we've been wanting from J.J. McCarthy. Hey, first option is to pass. Nothing's there. You know you've got to get 3 yards. Don't run around in the backfield. Make that decision, tuck it, and run it. He's got the ability to make a couple of guys miss, especially this line. It's not a very athletic group of linebackers for Michigan State. He makes one guy miss and picks up a lot of yardage.
Wolverines have it at the Spartan 22-yard line. 2:59 to go in the half. Michigan on top, 10-7. J.J. McCarthy hands it off to Donovan Edwards with room up the middle inside the 15, and he battles down to the 13-yard line, just shy of a 1st down. 9 yards for Donovan Edwards.
Well, the Michigan offensive line has taken over in this drive. Remember, Doug, it started, on about the 6-yard line?
Yep.
And they have, whether it's been 4th down, it's been protecting J.J. McCarthy. I talked about Zach Zinter pulling around and pile driving a guy. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now.
Wolverines have it at the Spartan 13-yard line. 3 tight ends to the right. Andrell Anthony split left. Donovan Edwards in the backfield on 2nd and 1. J.J. McCarthy going to take this snap from under center. Hands it off to Edwards, who's going to bounce it outside to the 10, to the 5, and he's knocked out of bounds just shy of the 5-yard line. Spartans running him out. Gain of 7, Xavier Henderson, but it's a 1st down for Michigan from the Spartan 6.
There was nothing there, and Michigan State was in good position. That was Charles Brantley against Donovan Edwards. That was acceleration and speed for Donovan Edwards that picked up that 1st down.
Amir Speed was the man that chased Edwards out of bounds. Clock running, 1:49 to go in the half. Wolverines in no rush here with a 10-7 lead. And 1st and goal from the Spartan 6-yard line. J.J. McCarthy is going to keep it after a play-action fake to Blake Corum, and he's going to go nowhere. In fact, he's going to lose some yardage on a quarterback keeper. Coming up was Kendall Brooks from his safety spot. Loss of 3.
Down inside the red zone there, especially inside the 10, I'm okay with losing a yard or 2.
Michigan State.
That was a design run, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a design run, and if there's nothing there, don't force something, especially as a quarterback. Don't take an unnecessary hit. It's okay to lose 2 yards, because what it ends up doing is it creates a little bit more space for you to work with for receivers.
Spartans use a timeout. They're second with 1:26 to go here in quarter number 2, and Michigan on top 10-7. 2nd and goal from the 9 when we continue. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Over 100 years ago, Pioneer State Mutual Insurance Company started with the simple idea to help our neighbors. That attitude shaped who we are and drives how we do business today. Our employees and independent insurance agents are Michiganders just like you. We know the state and your insurance needs. Insurance can be confusing, but with Pioneer State Mutual, it doesn't have to be, because you're buying our promise to put you first. Visit psmic.com and give one of our 230-plus agents a call. Pioneer State Mutual, insuring Michigan since 1908.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
He can't any stop, and it is Michigan's ball game. Look at those Wolverines.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Basketball season is almost here, and there is a ton of excitement around the Michigan men's basketball program. Fresh off a 5th consecutive trip to the Sweet 16, the Wolverines are gearing up for another schedule packed with marquee matchups. Don't miss your chance to experience the action at Chrysler Center. Tickets are available now, but they're going fast. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more or purchase yours. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats for Michigan men's basketball.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Before we continue here at the Big House, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. Well, John, Michigan's red zone offense comes into this game at 92.3%, which is top 20, but it's been too many field goals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you look at that, it accounts for touchdowns, it accounts for field goals, so they've been able to come away with points. But in a game like this, especially with the threat of what we've seen so far from Keon Coleman and the threat of Jaden Reed, we haven't heard much from him yet. You've got to come away with touchdowns, and this would be an excellent opportunity when you've had a drive of 12 plays, 84 yards, just over 6 minutes time of possession. Finish it off. Don't allow Michigan State another opportunity to touch the ball here in the first half.
It's a minute 26 to go in half number 1. The Wolverines have it. 2nd and goal from the Spartan 9-yard line. They lead at 10-7. Donovan Edwards next to J.J. McCarthy in the Wolverine backfield. 3 receivers split right now. Edwards goes out there. 1 receiver split left. That's Cornelius Johnson. Keep your eye on him. J.J. back to pass. Quarterback draw up the middle, and he's going to get tripped up at the 6-yard line. Gain of 2, and the Spartans are going to use another timeout.
Well, when they put Donovan Edwards in motion, they had already trips right. They put him in a diamond formation and made it look like they were going to run a quick wide receiver screen out to him. Take off with J.J. McCarthy, trying to test the center of that defense. I'm not sure I like that play call. Obviously, if it scores, we're probably saying, oh, it was brilliant. But I don't like using J.J. McCarthy in that situation where they've got no lead back. They've got minimal blockers because they're all split out. It's a very compact situation, and it makes it very easy for Michigan State to defend that.
Well, remember, the Wolverines get the ball first in the second half, and after taking over on their own 6-yard line, we can't lose track of the fact that getting points out of this drive would be a win for Michigan, but you obviously want to get 7.
You want to get 7, and here's the important part, is don't risk the ball right now. You've got points. You know Jake Moody is good from this position. Don't risk points by trying to force something that's not there.
All right, here we go. 3rd and goal from the Spartan 7-yard line. J.J. McCarthy alone in the backfield from a shotgun. Back to pass, looking, fires over the middle, incomplete. Looking for Schoonmaker in the end zone.
Looked like a lot of contact in the end zone. We'll get a chance to take a look at it again. The officials have allowed a lot of contact downfield, and what that means to me is that Michigan needs to be a little bit more aggressive on the edges when they're on defense. Oh, no, there's no contact. That's a good play.
Third consecutive incomplete pass for JJ. And Jake Moody will be on to try a 25-yard field goal. Ball will be spotted at the 15-yard line out of the hold of Brad Robbins. Big Tar to snap it. It's a good snap. It's down. And Moody's kick is up and good. So the Wolverines do get points out of the drive. But again, the Spartans stiffen in the red zone and force a field goal attempt. But Michigan extends their lead to 13-7 late in the first half. And by Mel Tucker using his timeouts, they obviously have no timeouts left, but they do have 1:08. And so obviously we'll be keeping an eye on number 0, Keon Coleman, number 1, Jaden Reed, number 17, Trey Mosley. These are the guys that they're going to look to here with just over a minute left to make plays. 15 plays, 86 yards, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. And Jake Moody's 25-yard field goal capped off the drive to give Michigan a 13-7 lead with 1:08 to go here in half number 1. Let's go down to Jason.
I love the throw by J.J. McCarthy right there. Luke Schoonmaker bodies him. He throws it to the opposite side. That has to be a touchdown catch. That was a great ball by J.J. McCarthy.
Jason, I think you're right. And the location of it made it impossible to risk it for a possible interception. And after looking at the replay, it was a catchable ball. Should have been a touchdown for Scooney.
Yeah, 100%. You want to attack him a little bit more and put your body on him.
Jake Moody's kick sails 4 yards deep into the end zone, where Bernard will take a knee and the Spartans will take over at the 25-yard line with 1:08 to go here in the first half. They are out of timeouts, Michigan leading 13-7.
So there's a couple things Michigan could do here. One is to look to double those outside receivers. You don't want to risk giving up a big run in the middle or something from Peyton Thorne. But it's also going to be important for those 4 guys up front. They're only going to be rushing 4. You got to win some one-on-one matchups. Don't allow Peyton Thorne enough time to get that ball off.
Will Johnson, the true freshman, is in for Michigan defensively. Spartans from the 25. Peyton Thorne, quarterback draw. Across the 26-yard line, tripped up by the Wolverines. Chris Jenkins, gain of 4. Clock running, 56 seconds to go. Back to pass, Peyton Thorne. Here comes the rush, going to fire it. He's got his man, Trey Mosley, who steps out of bounds at the 31-yard line, 32. It'll set up a third down for Michigan State, third and about 4.
Here's where that stat really comes into play, Doug, of only having kicked 1 field goal to this point this year. They're going to have to they're looking to get 6th. They're not real confident that they can get 3 out of this drive at all.
Michigan State just 1 of 4 on field goal attempts. Spartans looking at a 3rd and 3 from the 20, or check that 32-yard line. 50 seconds to go in the half. Michigan up 13-7. Peyton Thorne barking commands. Play clock at 5. Thorne has the snap. Back to pass. Looking, fires over the middle, and it's broken up. The man in coverage there, Mike Sainristel, and the Spartans fail to move the chains, and Michigan can get the ball back here.
Michigan is going to get the ball back here. There's no way that Mel Tucker decides to go for it here, and this is going to be very interesting because Michigan came away with 3 there. They're going to get the ball back with about 38, 39 seconds and 3 timeouts.
Bryce Behringer, who's got just a cannon for a leg, he will punt for Michigan State. Best in the Big Ten, 51.4 yards per punt. Standing on his own 17-yard line, A.J. Henning on his own 16-yard line, and the Wolverines jump off sides by a mile, and it's Cornelius Johnson, and that's going to give Michigan State a first down.
You got to be kidding me. The discipline on special teams.
Offside. Defense, number 6, unabated to the punter. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
That's twice so far where it is clearly a mental error. You cannot jump off sides with 45 seconds left, knowing that they've got less than 5 yards to go. That gives them a free first down. We've lined up off sides on a kick return. Jump off sides in a situation like this is absolutely unacceptable.
What was Jay Harbaugh's rule number 1 of special teams?
First, do no harm.
First down, Michigan State on the 37-yard line. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun with 2 receivers split right, 1 split left. And we're going to get a delay of game.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Back up the Spartans 5 yards.
Well, I mean, the defense did a great job of forcing a 3 and out. Special teams doesn't come through. Now the defense has to do the same thing.
Peyton Thorne in a shotgun, 1st and 15. Back to pass, looking downfield. He's got nobody to throw to. Here comes the pass rush, and now he's going to fire it. Elijah Collins has it, and he's going to be wrapped up there by Mike Sainristil and dropped at the line of scrimmage with the clock running. 34 seconds to go in the half.
The best
Gain
part
of
of that,
a yard.
Yeah, the best part of that is Mike Sainristil did not allow Elijah Collins to get out of bounds.
Spartans go and hurry up with 23 seconds to go. Thorne back to pass. Here comes the rush, and they've got him. Mike Morris, the first man there. Sack number 6 on the year for Mike Morris. And it looks like the Spartans will be content to take this to the locker room. That
Excellent.
will be the final play of half number 1.
You know, when we've needed a big defensive play, who has been the one that stepped up and made it?
Mike Morris has done it a lot this year.
Mike Morris did it against Iowa. He did it against Maryland. He's done it tonight when they needed him most. And just an outstanding performance by a leader on this defense.
Keeping an eye on the far tunnel, the officials are making sure that the Wolverines don't enter the tunnel prematurely as not to upset James Franklin. And the Spartans are making their way up to their locker room where they can promptly walk through the doors and into the locker room if they so choose.
I wonder what type of sandwich Michigan State would choose to throw.
13-7, Michigan on top as we've reached the half. J.J. McCarthy in half number 1, 9 of 14 for 110 yards and a touchdown. Blake Corum leading the way on the ground, 13 carries, 76 yards, and Luke Schoonmaker, 4 catches for 57 yards. Lots to do at halftime. Brian Bush will check back with us. Jack Miller will have his thoughts. We'll have scores from out of town. Michigan on top, 13-7. The Wolverines will get the ball to start half number 2. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol comes out thick and rich and doesn't break down. That's why Barbasol is America's #1 shaving cream. Close shave, America. Close shave, Barbasol. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Score tickets to the hottest acts in town performing live at Motor City Casino's Soundboard. Don't miss legendary frontman Aaron Lewis as his Frayed at Both Ends acoustic tour makes a stop at Motor City on November 7th. Take in the chart-topping talent of Tyrese as he takes the stage on November 13th. Then enjoy a surf rock spin on holiday classics as Switchfoot's This Is Our Christmas Tour comes to town on December 7th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com today.
Let's be frank. Your home, vehicles, business, and life are not like sports. The unexpected can happen at any time. Insurance may be the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. It's the first thing on ours every day. You can depend on Guy Hurley and Michigan-based Frankenmuth Insurance to be on your team. Visit Guy Hurley today at www.ghbh.com.
Let's break down the first half. Welcome to the Lexus Halftime Show. Lexus, proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics. Analysis, highlights, and stats are on the way. Now, here's your host, Rob Joyce.
Halftime for the Big House. Michigan leads Michigan State by a score of 13-7. Time to recap the opening 30 minutes. An auspicious start for both teams in this one. Penalties derailed the Spartans' opening drive to start the game Wolverines fumbled in plus territory on their first drive. Then, one of the first turning points, MSU, second attempt on offense, goes for it on 4th down near midfield. Looked like got it initially, but after a review was declared short of the line to gain. So Michigan, a short field, can't fully take advantage. A long Donovan Edwards reception gets the ball inside the 5. Can't punch it in from there. Jake Moody opens the scoring with a short field goal late in the first quarter to make it 3-0. Then the Spartans started to go up-tempo offensively. It worked last year at times, worked late in the first this time around.
Gain of 6 on first down, ball at the Michigan 26-yard line. Michigan State going hurry up again. Thorne back to pass. He's going to fire out here to the flat, looking for Coleman, who's got it into the end zone for a touchdown. And Jamon Green, the man out there, Coleman, the basketball player, they throw it up and he goes and gets it.
Keon Coleman over 100 yards receiving in the first half. 4 receptions, 104 yards, and that score. 6-play, 75-yard drive, less than 2 minutes. End of the first quarter, it's 7-3 Spartans. But the Wolverines were driving as we started the second. Inside Spartan territory early on in quarter number 2. Again, the offense gets the ball inside the 5-yard line. This time would not be denied.
Now they shift everybody, including Blake Corum over to the right, where nobody's guarding him. Now they shift Corum again, and they'll go inside handoff to Corum. Can he turn the corner? He can! Diving for the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan, and the Wolverines get 6 this time.
It was a little shovel pass, so it goes down as a 2-yard touchdown reception for Blake Corum. Gives Michigan the lead back, and the seesaw is on. MSU responds by marching inside the 10-yard line. But facing a 4th and 1 from the 5, have a shaky kicking game. Mel Tucker rolls the dice, again chooses to go for it.
4th and 1 for Michigan State. The Spartans with everybody jammed in tight. Overload to the left. The running back is Berger. Reed in motion. Peyton Thorne hands it off to Berger, and he's not going to get it, John.
Wow, that was great.
Lots of motion with Reed to the right. And then a slow developing handoff, and the Wolverines blew it up. Michael Barrett.
The defense holds, keeps the lead at 10-7, and then the run game starts to take over. A long field with which to work after the stop. Blake Corum starts things off a big run. J.J. McCarthy converts a 4th and 3 inside Michigan State territory. Again, though, the offense gets inside the 10-yard line and stalls from there. Another short, Moody field goal caps the scoring. Michigan takes a 13-7 lead into the half. I'll take a timeout, come back, tell you what else is going on around the Big Ten and top 25 after this. Lexus Halftime Show continues. You're listening to Michigan football from Learfield.
It's time to bring the big game to your backyard. With battery power, made by Steel. Steel battery blowers start at just $139.99, and battery chainsaws start at $299.99. Find yours at over 10,000 local dealers. Visit SteelDealers.com. Real Steel. Find yours. All prices BS SRP.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Donovan Edwards throwing deep down the sideline. He's got a receiver wide open. It's a house call for Michigan.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein at the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Our firm has helped recover over $3.5 billion by fighting and winning one case at a time for over 50 years. We listen, fight for what you deserve, and you don't pay until we win, because nobody fights harder. There are over 3.5 billion reasons to get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM.
The Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Michigan's first family of law.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3 and outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Michigan. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Michigan and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Michigan.
at the half. Michigan leads Michigan State 13-7. Time to run through the out-of-town scoreboard. Everything is a final for the day in the Big Ten. Everything was earlier this afternoon. The big one came in Happy Valley. Ohio State behind 4 touchdowns in the final 9 minutes. Pulled away from Penn State 44-31. Buckeyes were aided by 4 Sean Clifford turnovers. That included 2 in the final frame, a pick 6, and before that a fumble that one play later led to an Ohio State touchdown. Finally, a clear leader in the West Division. Illinois goes to Nebraska, eases past the Huskers 26-9. Chase Brown, another 150-yard effort rushing. He ran for and caught a touchdown. Huskers lost starter Casey Thompson at halftime, didn't score with him out of the game after the break. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, another day at the office from its star running back.
Van Ford again in motion. Again a handoff to Ibrahim. Good hole. Right side 20. Turns at 15. 10. 5. Touchdown. Minnesota Golden Gophers. Mo's third of the day. 28 yards.
Mike Grimm from Learfield. 159 yards and those 3 touchdowns for Mo Ibrahim. Minnesota shuts out Rutgers 31-0. And Iowa snapped a 3-game losing streak with its best offensive output of the season. Hawkeyes cruise past Northwestern by a 33-13 final. Wildcats losing streak now up to 7. Time now to look nationally at the top 25, brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance. Games in progress include number 3 Tennessee having its way with 19th ranked Kentucky. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter in Knoxville. The Vols up 30-6 on the Wildcats as Tennessee looks to improve to 8-0 on the year. Number 10 USC in a bit of a dogfight at the desert. Trojans lead Arizona 24-16 early on in the third in Tucson. The Wildcats have the ball near midfield. Other games in progress at the half in College Station. Texas A&M 3-4 on the year leads number 15 Ole Miss 14-10 at the break, and they are late in the first half in Chapel Hill, where Pittsburgh, the defending ACC champion, though 4-3 on the year, has a 17-13 advantage on number 21, North Carolina. Notable finals from earlier include top-ranked Georgia having its way with Florida 42-20. The Bulldogs win in Jacksonville. Number 7, TCU downs West Virginia in Morgantown 41-31 to stay unbeaten. 8th-ranked Oregon takes care of Cal on the road 42-24. A 6-touchdown day, 3 passing, 3 rushing for quarterback Bo Nix. 22nd-ranked Kansas State handed number 9 Oklahoma State its worst loss in the Mike Gundy era. Wildcats blanked the Cowboys 48-0 to shake up the Big 12 race, and Louisville explodes in the third quarter to upset number 10 Wake Forest. The final was 48-14. Cardinals forced 6 turnovers in the third quarter alone, outscoring the Deacs 35-0 in the frame. That top 25 scoreboard brought to you by Pioneer State Mutual Insurance, a Michigan tradition since 1908. Again, 30 minutes complete in our game. Michigan 13, Michigan State 7. Brian, Jason, and Jack break down the first half. When we return, you're listening to Michigan Football from Learfield.
Spend the night with Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino. Party and play with Babyface. Tickets start at $35 on sale now at the Soaring Eagle box office or etix.com.
When can I see you again?
The Tender Lover returns. Babyface. Friday, November 11th at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
More Wolverines football is a minute away.
Over the left side and into the end zone for a Michigan touchdown.
This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Halftime here at the Big House. Michigan 13, Michigan State 7. Brian Bush back with you here on the Lexus Halftime Show. Jack Miller's alongside Jason Avance down on the sidelines. And guys, Wolverines do have the lead here, but there's some little things they got to clean up. Certainly some sloppiness that we're not accustomed to seeing from this team. Jason, what have you seen? What has been the most frustrating of this bit of an uneven first-half performance?
Well, I'm really frustrated with some plays on special teams, offsides on a kickoff return, and then it's 4th down and 3, and we jump offside. That just doesn't make sense. CJ or Cornelius Johnson has to do a better job fumbling the ball, and then that play, usually you don't see those things from an upperclassman, so he has to come out and refocus for the second half.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch. I think it's the first time we've seen all year where it looks like the mental part of the game for Michigan has slipped away a little bit. Just a lack of focus in certain situations from guys that you wouldn't expect it from. But, we've seen throughout this season when adversity has hit, it's typically in the first half. Michigan goes in, gets readjusted, comes out with a bit of a different game plan and makes some adjustments, settles into the game, and then really starts to get after it in the second half. Hopefully they can do that here in what was, not a great performance in that first half.
Yeah, and I'm guessing one area that they will be focusing on is our halftime adjustment, brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Last season in the second half, when Michigan State made their push, they utilized tempo to really throw off Michigan. And on Michigan State's only scoring drive of this first half, they went up tempo, and Michigan wasn't totally prepared. Jason, how do you combat that, and what does that do to a defense when you have an offense that's out there maybe calling 2-3 plays at a time, really humming along?
Well, you have to be prepared with your game plan because Michigan State has shown this on film. The thing that we have to adjust on defense is that most of their yards are being thrown to the boundary on the right side. Peyton Thorne likes to throw this fade route, stop routes, things like that to the boundary side. We did try to make some adjustments. We did put DJ Turner to the boundary late in that half, and also Mikey Sanders still came in with the starter. So when you consider these things, Clint Skill has to either put a safety over the top or adjust some defense on the back end. We have to do something.
Yeah, I think, you just go into this locker room here, settle in, make sure everybody's on the same page. You got a chance to look at what Michigan State wants to do. And really, more than anything, I think the frustration, look, you're ahead on the scoreboard, you're ahead by stats. So you're in control of the game. The frustration, I think, stems from it seems self-inflicted. It's not what the opponent is doing, but what we're not doing or how we're hurting ourselves. If we can get out of our own way, just go play Michigan football, we'll be all right in the second half.
Today's halftime adjustment brought to you by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Put it in D&C why Chevy drives the Motor City. You think about, guys, the plays in short areas, whether it's red zone situations for Michigan having to settle for 2 chip shot field goals, and then the Wolverines defense, one of the positives in all of this, they stopped Michigan State on a couple of close 4th downs. Maybe, Jason, the team that figures out and thrives in those short yardage, late, red zone situations, they can pull away because those have been some big pivot points in this side. And in both instances, in all instances, the defense has won out.
Yes, they've done a great job. Our defense, especially down in the red zone, coming up with great plays to stop them. I think on our side, offensively in the red zone, we have to be a little bit more aggressive on 1st and 2nd down, either with some early throws. We've seen some interesting formations, some quads, some 4 tight ends, different things like that. That has to be setting up plays later on in the game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we come out with. But I think we need to throw the ball on 1st and 2nd down in the red zone.
Yeah, and then in the trenches, I think both units up front are playing pretty well. The offensive line's paving the way for Corum and Edwards to run behind. They're running hard. Looks good up front for the most part, running the ball. Defensive line playing well. It'd be good to see them get a little bit more of a pass rush in the second half. Thorne's had some time back there to let routes develop, to let that fade route that he likes to go to, Jason, develop over time. Look for the D-line to start to get some pressure. Wear down the opponent. That's what we've seen Michigan's been able to do up to this point.
Keon Coleman, 4 receptions, 104 yards, a 26-yard average. We have to do something about that.
Yeah, and there have been some contested catches, and Michigan has not been able to swat them away. Lastly, you guys have been down on the field. It feels like this crowd's waiting for a big play. It's a bit uneasy, hasn't it been, Jason?
It's been very, very on needles here down here. We're waiting for that big play. The crowd is excited, though. This is loud as it's been all year.
Yeah, I think that first possession, Michigan State had the ball. I might say it was the loudest I've ever heard the Big House. It was roaring down there, really because of Michigan State getting the penalties, not so much what we're doing. Again, everyone is on the edge of their seats waiting for that huge explosive play and get this thing running away from Michigan State in the second half.
The goal, if Michigan can score on this first drive, get into the end zone, then I'm guessing this place will be lit for that first Michigan State possession. All right, we'll get Jason's thoughts throughout the second half. Jack will be back in postgame, as will I. Doug Karsch, John Jansen, and Jason Avant bring you the second half after this timeout. Thanks for listening to the Lexus Halftime Show. Again, the halftime score, Wolverines 13, Spartans 7. More after this as you listen to Wolverines football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Your official home of the Maize and Blue, the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 Ford Edge lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ plan lessees can order an Edge SEL all-wheel drive and lease it for $249 a month for 24 months with $2,909 due at signing. Plus, receive the Sun and Style package with 18-inch wheels and a panoramic Vista roof at no extra charge. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $4,500 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Offer ends October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $249 Edge lease payment today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
The Backyard Brawl is on the air. It's Michigan and Michigan State, live from the Big House. Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. Once again, here's Doug Karsch and John Jansen.
Well, John, the Wolverines lead at 13-7 here at the half. Michigan will get the ball first to start the second half. Michigan in the third quarter this year has outscored opponents 50-6. They've done a great job in the halftime locker room, and they need it again tonight.
Well, they do, and this is going to be important for Michigan. If they have the opportunity to come out and put a touchdown up, go up 20-7 coming out of halftime, the defense has done a great job in their opening possessions of getting 3-and-outs, getting stops. This opening drive for Michigan's offense is vital. They've got to be disciplined, they've got to execute, and they've got to get points.
But imagine offensively, the Wolverines would like to get a little bit more out of the wide receiver position as they have just 3 catches in the first half.
Well, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, Luke Schoonmaker right now is their leading receiver with 4 catches, 57 yards. Ronnie Bell only has 2 catches. I would look for them to be able to look downfield a little bit more and get something to the receivers.
Jim Harbaugh spoke to the team at halftime. Jason Avant has those comments.
Yes, Coach said to protect the football on offense. They're going after the ball, keep pounding, capitalize in the red zone. On defense, get lined up, quick tempo, be more aggressive on the 50-50 balls, and let's set the tone starting the first series of this half.
All right, protect the football. You can see how much the Spartans attack the ball.
Yeah, and in regards to being more aggressive on those 50-50 balls, we've seen this officiating crew allow contact downfield, so Michigan needs to take advantage of that and do it as well.
Stone's kickoff coming down to Roman Wilson on the far side right at the goal line, and he'll return it. Across the 5 to the 10 to the 15 up to the 20, and he gets hit at the 22-yard line and driven backwards. And the Wolverines will take over there, the first possession here of half number 2. Blake Corum, at this point, 23 yards shy of 1,000 on the season. I'm sure the Wolverines want to be pretty buttoned up here in the second half.
Well, the all-important rushing totals. Michigan obviously owns that lead right now, 135 for Michigan, 55 for Michigan State. And then I don't expect much different here at the start. On first down, I would look for Michigan, again, to be very aggressive running the football.
Andrew Anthony's going to get some run here to start the second half, as he is in there as the lone wide receiver. 3 tight ends to the left, and that's the direction they'll run Blake Corum. And he makes one man miss Across the 25 to the 30 to the 35, and he is ridden to the ground by Xavier Henderson. Blake Corum with a good run to start the second half.
I'm not sure what Michigan State was lining in up there because they didn't identify the 3 tight ends. Honigford, Schoonmaker, and Bredesen lined up on the left, and they had them outflanked before the ball was even snapped.
1st and 10 for Michigan. Ball on the left hash. Corum in the backfield next to J.J. McCarthy, who will hand it to Corum running right. Can he get the corner? He can. Turns it upfield across the 45 out to the 48-yard line. Gain of 8 on 1st down for Blake Corum.
How often do you watch college football and your center, Olu Oluwatimi, is the lead blocker on a sweep play? Did a great job of getting out there and getting position.
2nd and 1. Blake Corum in the backfield next to J.J. McCarthy. Wolverines will split Cornelius Johnson, Ronnie Bell, and Roman Wilson out to the left. Ball's on the right hash, so that's the wide side. On 2nd and short, is it time to take a shot? Nope, they'll hand it off to Corum up the middle, and he'll get the 1st down to the 50-yard line, inside the 50 down to the Michigan State 49. 1st down for Michigan.
1st down for Michigan, a nice job picking up another 1st down, move the chains, get across the 50.
Blake Corum is now over 1,000 yards on the season.
He's had such an impressive year so far. Such an elusive back.
Donovan Edwards in for Michigan now from the Spartan 49, 1st and 10. Edwards shifts from left to right, and he'll take the handoff and hesitate and get submarined right as he gets to the line of scrimmage. Jacob Slade, I believe, the man in there.
Yeah.
Credit him with the tackle, no gain.
A little too much dancing. I know that the dancing has worked, but there are certain times, especially on 1st down, where you just want to put your head down. If you're going to go run between the guards, it's not a place to dance.
Take what's there.
Yep. Let's go.
2nd down and 10. Blake Corum back in. Just underway, 2nd half. Michigan on top, 13-7. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Has it. Back to pass. Looking. He's going to fire deep for Ronnie Bell, who goes up, but it's broken up. Oh, the Spartans, good coverage down there. Maybe a tad bit underthrown. Ronnie Bell couldn't come down with it. Ronald Williams covering.
Kind of a roughing the passer.
Whoa.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense number 31. Contact to the head. 15-yard penalty. Automatic 1st down.
That is Derek Harmon.
Doug, I don't know that I saw that. They said contact to the head, so I'm guessing it could have even just been a slap, and that's exactly what it was. Tried to slap the throwing arm of J.J. McCarthy, which is why I think it was underthrown, but made contact with the head, and Michigan will take that free 15.
Instead of 3rd and 10, the Wolverines now have it 1st and 10 on the Spartan 34-yard line. Pistol formation, Blake Corum behind J.J. McCarthy. Ball on the right hash. McCarthy turns and hands it to Corum. Running left, he's hitting the backfield, and here comes some flags.
Holding.
And Corum spins forward for a couple of yards, but you could hear John's disgust.
Yeah, Zach Zinter just got outflanked. And sometimes you just don't have the position, and you got to know.
Holding. Offense, number 65. 10-yard penalty, 1st down.
I'd rather take a 1-yard loss on a play instead of, I know you get to replay 1st down, but now it's 1st and 20.
3rd penalty on Michigan. Wolverines still one of the least penalized teams in the country. They've had some weird ones tonight. Ball on the 44-yard line, 1st and 20 for Michigan. Wolverines leading 13-7. 12-10 to go here, 3rd quarter. J.J. McCarthy back to pass, looking downfield, fires. He's got Schoonmaker across the 40 to the 35, puts his head down to the 30. And Luke Schoonmaker with a big gain on 1st and 20. Jacoby Windman downfield, 14 yards. It'll set up 2nd down and 6.
The first man he made miss was the umpire.
Yeah.
Yes. He comes across, and that's a matchup that they've liked so far is Windman. They're lining him up at linebacker, and they've brought Schoonmaker across. across in the secondary, right across the face of the linebacker, and have found him for big gains.
Bunch formation left. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun on 2nd down and 6. Handoff to Donovan Edwards up the middle. He's going to power forward for a few yards inside the 30 down to the Spartan 28-yard line, where it's going to be 3rd down and about 4. Simeon Barrow, the man leading tacklers. They are well within Jake Moody field goal range.
They are, and this is, I mean, this is an opportunity to dig out of a hole. You get called for holding on 1st down, 1st and 20, and it's nice to be able to get back and battle back to 3rd and 4.
Blake Corum back in the game. Wolverines 5 of 8 on 3rd down, and this is a big one. They got to get the ball to the Spartan 24-yard line. From the 28, JJ turns and hands it to Corum up the middle, and he's fighting forward, and he's going to get, does he get the 1st down on the 2nd effort? I think he does. Wow, John, that was not a well-blocked play, and Blake, that was just him fighting and escaping. I don't know how he did that.
I don't know either. I mean, he's...
Maybe Michael Fletcher from Michigan State, when he hit him, propelled him forward.
It's possible, yeah. But, I mean, the problem with Blake is that sometimes when he gets in there in that mass of bodies, you don't really see what's going on. But he does a terrific job of balance and falling forward. That fall forward is what gained him the 1st down.
10-12 to go, 3rd quarter, clock running. 13-7, Michigan on top, 1st and 10 from the Spartan 24. Waggle rolling out is J.J. McCarthy, and his pass is dropped by Colston Loveland out there, but it wasn't going to go anywhere. The Spartans were closing quickly, but the freshman couldn't hang on. 2nd down and 10.
No, and honestly, it was a pretty good location, because if he leads Colston Loveland, there's a linebacker right there to make a big hit, so it would have been a nice catch, but Xavier Henderson is actually the defensive back that was there to make a hit, and could have been a hit fumble.
Ronnie Bell and Cornelius Johnson split right. 2nd down and 10. Blake Corum in the backfield. McCarthy's going to roll right. Looking downfield, fires a fastball over the head of Ronnie Bell and out of bounds. Incomplete. And that's going to set up a 3rd down and 10 for Michigan.
Well, JJ did a good job of identifying the blitz coming off the right edge, directed Blake Corum to go pick it up. And again, it was Xavier Henderson coming off the edge, and Blake did a great job. And we've talked about receivers blocking downfield. The running backs have done a really good job this year in pass protection of identifying the blitzes, getting in position. It's not an easy thing to do as a running back, and Blake Corum has done a terrific job of picking up blitzes.
Wolverines got to get it to the Spartan 14-yard line on 3rd and 10. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Has it. Going to be quarterback draw. Escapes one man. He's going to fight forward, and I don't like the way he went down as he's dragged down at the 21-yard line by Jacoby Windman. And JJ's looks like he's okay, and we're going to see Jake Moody.
Yeah, I think Jay just got the pads a little mangled. That's okay.
All right.
As long as he comes up and it's not limping, not showing any wear for the hit.
Ball's a little right of center. That'll be a 39-yard field goal attempt for Jake Moody to put the Wolverines on top 16-7. Snap is good, ball's down, the kick is up, and the kick is good. So Jake Moody extends the Michigan lead to 16-7 with his 3rd field goal of the day.
Well, 9 points means you're up 2 scores, and that's a good position for Michigan to be in. Obviously, they would love to get 7 points out of that drive, but hey, points are good. Now it's up to the defense, who we've seen start very fast in second halves, to put their stamp on this game.
16-7, Michigan on top, 9:15 to go 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Legally, we can't say that WOW Internet is the best internet of all time, but you can, because once you've tried super fast, extra reliable WOW Internet with award-winning customer service, easy self-install kits, and plans starting at just $9.99 a month, you may not be able to stop yourself from saying WOW Internet is the best internet of all time. Sign up today at Wowway.com and find out how to get up to $300 on us. Wow. Good internet.
Wow.
Limited to new customers with auto-pay and paperless billing. Offer subject to change. Terms apply.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go! Run, James! No, first base!
Go, run!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
Wolverine drive to open the third quarter, 11 plays, 57 yards, over 5 minutes and 39 seconds, and Michigan leads it 16-7 after a 39-yard Jake Moody field goal. Michigan football is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Blue Cross is ready to help with physical health, mental health, and everything in between. Learn more at bcbsm.com. 16-7, Michigan on top. And John, everybody loves Jake Moody. We love him kicking extra points.
Well, I mean, he's a terrific weapon. And, you know, you put together a 57-yard drive. Obviously, you want to come away with a touchdown. If you can't, you still put in all that work and you still get paid knowing that Jake Moody is so efficient and so accurate and can give you points.
Jarek Broussard and Jeremy Bernard deep to field Jake Moody's kickoff. Wolverines now leading by 2 scores here early in the third quarter. Jake Moody, who's had nothing but touchbacks so far today. This one will be returnable if Broussard wants it, but he doesn't. Fair catch, and the Spartans will take over on the 25-yard line.
Yeah, look for Michigan State to continue to attack the center of that defensive line. On first down, they've been fairly effective at picking up 3 or 4 yards, but I really think, especially since they're down 2 yards or two scores, they have been very effective with Keon Coleman and the 50-50 ball. I think we're going to see a lot of that here early in the second half.
Maybe look to get Jaden Reed more involved as well. He is explosive and not much of a factor in half number 1. So the Spartans will take over on the 25-yard line. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun. And play action, back to pass. He's going to fire deep. And stride for stride out there is DJ Turner with Jaden Reed. Incomplete, overthrown, great coverage, 2nd and 10.
That was great coverage by DJ Turner. He had position, and all he did was run stride for stride, not allowing Jaden Reed to be able to come back for that ball.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan State. From the 25-yard line, Peyton Thorne. 2 receivers split right, 1 split left. He's going to hand it off, and it's going to be Broussard, and he doesn't have much room as he gets across the 27 to the 28. Jalen Berger, excuse me. And that'll be a 3rd down and about 7 for Michigan State.
Well, Michigan State's been effective at controlling the tempo. They're lined up and ready to go.
Spartans back to pass as Thorne looking downfield. He's going to fire off his back foot. Ball floated out there and batted away by Rod Moore. What a great play as he came over and broke up a pass as the Spartans tried to catch Michigan with a quick snap. And the Wolverines defense responds and gets a 3-and-out, John.
Well, and that's what we talked about, and Jason mentioned early in the first half as well. When you have those 50-50 balls, you've got to find a way to get help. And Rod Moore, honestly, Rod Moore is in good enough position there where he might have been able to pick that ball off.
A.J. Henning is deep for Michigan to receive Behringer's punt. Behringer standing on his own 15. Gets it away, and A.J. Henning's going to let it bounce. And it's going to go to the 30-yard line where it checks up right around the Michigan 30-yard line, and that's where the Wolverines will take over. So Michigan's offense gets points out of their first drive. Michigan's defense forces a 3-and-out. It's 16-7, Michigan on top after a 40-yard punt, and the Wolverines will have the football. When we continue, this is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
The excitement, the passion, the tradition.
Players toward the end zone. Touchdown! Mario Manningham coming on the post, and Michigan will win.
This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the attention-getting Chevy Blazer. Blazer is the mid-size SUV you've been looking for. Its bold design and athletic stance will turn heads wherever you go, and its roomy interior offers seating for up to 5 passengers with plenty of space for cargo. Chevy Blazer. It's the SUV that has it all. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Vibrant colors and crisp fall breezes. Autumn in northern Michigan is more than savory harvest menus and scenic winery tours. More than the perfect drive on the golf course or finding peace of mind at the spa. More than ciders shared around a warm bonfire. It's having all of those at your fingertips. You won't believe it if you haven't seen it. Get up and go at GrandTraverseResort.com.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the Big House, 8:33 to go, third quarter. Michigan on top, 16-7. Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics with its headquarters in Brighton and offices in Clarkston and Northville. A new one opening soon in Ann Arbor. Learn more at FoguthFinancial.com.
Well, here's what I really liked about that 3-and-out for Michigan's defense. We knew and we predicted it, right? They're gonna try and go for that 50-50 ball again. They've been successful. They were successful against Wisconsin with that play. They had some limited success against Ohio State with that play. And in the first half, they did find Keon Coleman. Jaden Reed, they want to get him involved in the game. DJ Turner, how do you shut it down? Sometimes it's just with really good technique. His body position didn't allow on first down for Jaden Reed to come back for that ball. And then on the third down, obviously we saw Rod Moore come over and help on that deep pass and be in a really good position. They can find a way to consistently shut that down. It's going to frustrate the heck out of Michigan State.
Feels like a big point in this ball game, John.
This is an opportunity for Michigan to take control of this game. This is an important drive to be able to go down and get 6.
From their own 31-yard line, J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun hands it off to Blake Corum up the middle. And, one tackle away from breaking as he got tripped up across the 40 out to the 43-yard line. Angelo Gross with a touchdown-saving tackle, 12 yards for Blake Corum on first down.
And I like the blocking up front. They're doing a good job of getting to that second level, moving the defensive line off the ball, and this is where this Michigan offensive line can really exert their dominance of, hey, I don't care if you know we're running it, we're still going to do it.
First and 10 from their own 43-yard line. J.J. McCarthy back to pass. Going to fire over the middle for Ronnie Bell, and he's got it. Inside Spartan territory on a crossing route to the 30-yard line. Tripped up at the 28. Big gain for Ronnie Bell, and the Wolverines are threatening again. 29 yards.
Well, just a nice little post route and a touchdown-saving tackle. I mean, this Michigan State's walking a fine line right now. That one by Kendall Brooks, just tripping up Ronnie Bell.
3 receivers split right for the Wolverines. Blake Corum, the lone running back. Next to J.J. McCarthy, Wolverines have it first and 10 at the Spartan 28. They lead it 16-7, 7:30 to go third quarter. J.J. hands it off to Blake Corum, puts his head down, not much room, but he'll get a few yards out of it. Cal Halliday leading the Spartan tacklers.
Well, you got to keep them honest. You got to keep, pounding it inside. Michigan's had success. We saw it last drive when Blake Corum almost broke it. And you're not going to run everyone for 10 yards, but that keeps them honest. Then look for maybe a little play action here. Take a shot to Ronnie Bell.
Ronnie Bell is split wide right. Cornelius Johnson and A.J. Henning split left. Henning in motion. McCarthy's got it. Inside handoff. Blake Corum, he's got a seam to the 20-yard line. Spins away from one tackler, but is met there by several others. Gain of 7 for Blake Corum, and the Wolverines are looking at a 3rd and short. And they're going to go quickly here, John. Take a page out of the Spartan playbook. Wolverines 3rd and 1. They're going to line up with J.J. McCarthy. Hands it off to Blake Corum. He dives over the top, and he's got the first down.
Hey, sometimes it's just we want to exert our physical dominance. There's other times where, hey, we're going to go quick. Not going to allow you to substitute. We're not going to allow you to get lined up and make a call. We'll just line up and go.
First down for Michigan, and the Wolverines in the red zone once again. And this is where the Spartan defense has been so good. Michigan from the 18-yard line. J.J. McCarthy, pistol formation. Donovan Edwards in there now to bring Ronnie Bell in motion. Hand it off to Edwards, and he's got some running room to the right, but it closes quickly. Short gain. Gain of 2 for Edwards, down to about the 16-yard line.
I think Ronnie Bell was a little surprised how early they snapped the ball. It might have been just a heartbeat too early, because he's normally up on that second level to get that block that would have sprung Donovan Edwards. But, hey, again, like we said on the last set of downs, 2 yards isn't always a bad thing.
5:23 to go, 3rd quarter. Michigan up 16-7. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun on 2nd and 8. And they go inside pitch to Roman Wilson. Not much there, and he's going to get run out of bounds. And it looks like he's going to lose a couple of yards. Oh, they had a crisscross action, and it was actually a forward pass from J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson, and it didn't fool anybody, and the Wolverines will be looking at a 3rd and 11.
Well, we saw that little forward pass be successful down on the 2-yard line to Blake Corum. Here trying to create a little misdirection, and Michigan State just didn't fall for it.
Well, once again, well within Jake Moody field goal range, but the Wolverines want more. 3rd and 11 from the Spartan 19-yard line. 3 receivers, split left, ball on the right hash. J.J. McCarthy, handoff to Blake Corum, and he gets down to the 15-yard line, and that's all he'll get. Gain of 5. It centers the football, but it'll be a Jake Moody field goal attempt.
Yeah, it's frustrating to continue to get in the red zone and come away with 3 points. And I sometimes wonder if, with the fact that Jake Moody is so effective and so accurate, that sometimes it becomes a crutch and it doesn't force Michigan to take a shot at the end zone.
This will be a 33-yard field goal attempt for Jake Moody. Out of Brad Robbins' hold. Trying to extend the Michigan lead. Snap is good. Jake Moody's kick is up, and Jake Moody's kick once again is good, and the Wolverines extend the lead to 19-7 with 3:58 to go, 3rd quarter.
Well, points are always good, but you're still only up 2 scores. That was another opportunity, another missed opportunity to go up even 3 scores.
19-7, Michigan on top, 3:58 to go, 3rd quarter. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
The holiday shopping season is here, and we've got you covered with lots of gift ideas at your Auto Value Auto Parts store. Everything from rechargeable flashlights and wash and wax kits to screwdriver sets, ice scrapers, work lights, jump starters, and more. All in stock and specially priced for the holidays. Someone on your list that's just too hard to gift? Well, an Auto Value gift card could make the most perfect gift at your local Auto Value Auto Parts store. And thank you for shopping locally.
Need metal? Alro Metals Outlet makes buying metals and plastics fast and simple. Our retail stores are open to the public to walk in and shop. Alro Metals Outlet customers include machine shops, job shops, contractors, welders, hobbyists, artists, and do-it-yourselfers. We offer saw cutting and shearing while you wait. Michigan locations include Ann Arbor, Livonia, Troy, Warren, Jackson, Lansing, and Kalamazoo. Visit us today or learn more at alro.com.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan, so make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Sports are easy to disagree on. Let's see what happens when sports talk hosts talk about something they agree on.
No, hold on. I'm saying drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Well, I disagree. I think drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Come on, man. Wait, I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, so, what do we do now?
Everyone agrees that drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. National average 12-month savings by new customer surveyed who saved with Progressive between June 2020 and May 2021. Potential savings will vary.
Today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. The Paul Bunyan Trophy is on the line. Let's head back to Michigan Stadium for more between the Wolverines and the Spartans.
Doug Karst, John Jansen back at the big house with the Wolverines on top of Michigan State. 19-7. Before we continue, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. So, John, once again, field goals, but the defense really done a job since the one Spartan scoring drive in the first quarter. And now that defense will be asked again to do the job and get Michigan the football back as they lead this one by 12 points here as we get to the later portion of the third quarter here.
Yeah, it's been frustrating to get down there, only settle for field goals, but they have still come away with points. And they've come away with points, and in response, the defense has come back with 3 and outs. And here in the second half, they've been very effective at making some adjustments coming out of halftime of how they're going to handle those deep routes.
So Jake Moody to kick off. Broussard and Bernard deep for Michigan State as Moody's kick sails into the end zone. And the Spartans will let it go, and they'll take over on the 25-yard line. So Michigan, this 12-point lead. We send Will Johnson out there again, John, the true freshman. The corner, we see Derek Moore, the true freshman edge rusher. Yabi Oki in there as well. Wolverines with just 1 sack so far.
Well, Coach Klinkscale has talked so much about Will Johnson and his development, the fact that he's earned the right to be out there and earned the right to get more and more reps.
And here he draws Jaden Reed. Nothing like throwing him into the frying pan, right?
Hey, big-time players make big-time plays.
Shotgun for Michigan State. Elijah Collins, the running back, and they'll hand it to him running left, and he's got some room out near the 30-yard line. Just shy of the 30. Junior Colson leading the tacklers.
Well, and here's the one thing that Michigan defensive line has done. They've given up 4 or 5 yards occasionally on first down, but Michigan State has really struggled to find consistency in the run game.
3 receivers bunched right for Michigan State, 1 split left. Elijah Collins will continue in the backfield. Now they bring Barker, the tight end, in motion. Quick pass out here to Jaden Reed, and coming up quickly is Will Johnson to drop him for a loss. Oh, did he close quickly?
That's 5-star speed right there. Again, big-time players got to make those big-time plays. That's an open field tackle. That's not an easy thing to do, especially against a player like Jaden Reed. And he did an excellent job of driving through his legs, wrapping him up, and no gain on the play.
Big play here, 3rd and 6 for Michigan State. 2:52 to go, third quarter. Michigan on top, 19-7. Spartans have it on their own 29-yard line. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun. Wolverines bring extra pressure. Back to pass, fires over the middle, incomplete. And no flags. And Michigan State Another 3 and out as the Wolverine defense gets the job done.
Well, that was Makari Page on Daniel Barker, and he had him in man-to-man coverage. And, you know, the tight end has been effective against this Michigan defense. We saw it against Iowa. We saw it early on against Maryland. They were able to hit their tight end a few times. Makari Page has great position and great techniques, which saved him from any penalty in that play.
A.J. Henning standing on his own 21-yard line to field the punt from Behringer. And it's a high snap. Can he get it off? He just does. And it might be partially blocked. It's going to roll into Michigan territory, and the Spartans will down it at the Michigan 37-yard line. Behringer, wow, did he do a heck of a job to keep that from being snapped over his head.
Yeah, I don't know what his vertical jump is, but he used every bit of it to knock the ball down, catch it, and get the ball off. Great effort by him, and Michigan's going to have pretty decent field position here.
Their own 37-yard line following the 3 and out. 34-yard punt for Behringer. Hasn't had a typical night, although I can't blame him on that one.
No. Well, and here's the thing for Michigan. We've seen Ronnie Bell, he have 2 catches on that last drive. They continually need to try and get their receivers the ball downfield.
Wolverines have it from the 37-yard line. J.J. McCarthy in the shotgun. Ronnie Bell splits out to the right. J.J. back to pass, looking, fires. Ronnie Bell's got it, tries to spin out of a tackle and can't, but a good gain on first down to Ronnie Bell out to the Michigan 44-yard line.
Blake Corum did a phenomenal job of filling the gap and upending the blitzing safety, or linebacker, Cal Halliday. Totally flipped him upside down. Mentioned it earlier. He picked up Xavier Henderson on a blitz off the edge, picking up a middle linebacker, allowing J.J. to be able to get that ball off.
2nd down and 2. Blake Corum, the lone running back in the pistol formation behind J.J. McCarthy. J.J.'s got the snap, hands it off to Corum. He's going to run left and have just enough for the first down out to the 48-yard line. Move the chains. Blake Corum for 3 yards on 2nd and 2.
This would be a great opportunity, I think, for Michigan to take another deep shot down the field. Michigan State is starting to play their safeties, much like Penn State did last week, deep. You've always got that safety help, but you can still, protection has been excellent so far. Take a shot downfield.
J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun on 1st and 10. Blake Corum flanked to his right. 2 receivers split left. And J.J. will hand it off to Corum, and he'll go nowhere as he is met in the backfield. We're lucky to even get back to the line of scrimmage. Simeon Barrow on the tackle.
Yeah, I think he's tapping his chest there. He knows that he makes that cut to the right and stays outside Zach Zinter. There's some yardage to be had. That was one too many cuts, and he just slipped and fell down.
Wolverines moving right to left here, late 3rd quarter. 52 seconds to go. Clock running. And this blew out night game at the Big House. Michigan leading 19-7. 2nd down and 10. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass. Looking downfield, he's in trouble. He'll escape out of there. Still looking, is he going to run? He will, to the 50, to the 45, and forward to the 42-yard line. Did he get enough for a first down? I think he did, John.
Yep. That's a backbreaker for a defense that felt like they had him under wraps. How many times have we seen opponents do that? And it's frustrating, and now J.J. McCarthy escapes the pocket near sack and just is able to pick up that first down.
Looked like he was looking for Scooney over the middle, and the Spartans had him well covered. And as the pocket collapsed, J.J. made something happen with his feet. Into Spartan territory from the 41-yard line. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Has it, back to pass. Looking, fires. He's got Donovan Edwards at the Spartan 35-yard line as he cuts to the outside the numbers, and ridden out of bounds. And that'll be the final play of quarter number 3. Gain of 5 there on first down. The Wolverines will be looking at a 2nd and 5.
I really like Donovan Edwards as a receiver. He is so effective coming out of the backfield, and they can use him in some creative ways to create a favorable matchup, whether it's on a linebacker or on a safety. They've done a good job of finding him some holes to get open, some space to go, and he's so good at catching the football.
His running back coach, Mike Hart, says he could be a starting receiver at most Power 5 programs.
I would not disagree.
Wolverines lead it 19-7 as 3rd quarter turns to 4th. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Experiencing a Wolverines game is a lot like life. We honor traditions. We shed tears for a loss, but also for a win. And every time we step on the field, it's a chance for greatness. Farm Bureau Insurance sees the connection and is a proud sponsor of University of Michigan athletics. From financial security to a helping hand, Farm Bureau understands the experience matters. Find an agent who can protect what matters to you.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by eBay Motors. You might not have the biggest garage, but with eBay Motors, you always have 122 million parts for your car right at your fingertips. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Basketball season is almost here, and there is a ton of excitement around the Michigan men's basketball program. Fresh off a 5th consecutive trip to the Sweet 16, the Wolverines are gearing up for another schedule packed with marquee matchups. Don't miss your chance to experience the action at Chrysler Center. Tickets are available now, but they're going fast. Head to mgoblue.com/tickets to learn more or purchase yours. That's mgoblue.com/tickets to secure your seats for Michigan men's basketball.
Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after mailing rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Start of the fourth quarter, Michigan leads Michigan State 19-7. Rob Joyce back in the Learfield Network studios. Quick Big Ten scoreboard update brought to you by Absol Pure Water, the official bottled water of Michigan athletics. Everything in the conference of final. Big one earlier in Happy Valley. Ohio State behind 4 touchdowns in the final 9 minutes. Pulled away from Penn State 44-31. Illinois takes firm control of first place in the West, a 26-9 win at Nebraska. Huskers lost quarterback Casey Thompson late in the first half, didn't score in the second. Minnesota blanks Rutgers 31-0, and Iowa gets a season high in points in a 33-13 victory over Northwestern to snap a 3-game skid. Top 25 games going on right now. Number 10 USC in a battle up 38-29 at Arizona early in the fourth. Number 3 Tennessee all over Kentucky 37-6 midway through the fourth in Knoxville. We'll run through everything else in the postgame show. For now, back to Doug and John.
Thank you, Rob. Wolverines on top here, 19-7. So we're about to get things underway here in quarter number 4. A couple of things. As we said in the pregame show, 46 of the last 52 teams that have won this game have done it when they won the rushing attack. Michigan has outrushed Michigan State tonight, 216-64. The time of possession favors Michigan, 30 minutes and 18 seconds to 14 minutes and 42 seconds. The Spartans had the football twice in the third quarter, did not get a first down. Michigan now 22 first downs to 8. And it feels like the Wolverines really have the Spartans on the ropes right here. Can they get the ball in the end zone, John? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the big question. If they could, boy, I'd feel a heck of a lot better.
2nd and 5 from the Spartan 36. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Fake to Blake Corn, rolling to his right, fires behind his intended receiver, Ronnie Bell, who was pretty wide open.
Yep, he had him, just threw it behind him, and J.J. has been very good running to his right and accurate throwing in that direction. That one was just well behind Ronnie Bell, and thankfully he was so wide open there was no defender trailing him. But that's one that I would expect J.J. to complete 9 out of 10 times.
He had 2 taps to the chest after that, which is the universal sign for my bad. 3rd down and 5 for Michigan from the Spartan 36. Big play here. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Has it. Back to pass. Spartans bring a blitz. J.J. looking, fires over the middle and incomplete. Looking for Donovan Edwards out of the backfield.
I don't think Donovan even saw it.
Angelo Gross, the man in coverage. And it's going to be Jake Moody time again. Thought he was looking for the tight end there, but it floated in to the near sideline to Donovan Edwards. JJ got hit as he released it.
Yeah, that was the first time that I really felt like protection broke down and had to throw that ball earlier before Donovan had his head turned around. And when Donovan did finally look, he just couldn't locate the ball.
Jake Moody's going to try a 54-yard field goal. on 4th and 5.
You said he was good from 55.
I saw it in pregame warmups. Snap is good. Ball's down. Kick is on the way. And it is good. Jake Moody, 54 yards. And the Wolverines extend the lead to 22-7. That's your Lou Groza Award winner.
Yep. He has been so effective. I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, you look at it, and Michigan has put together some really nice drives. They had a 15-play drive for 86 yards, 11 for 57, and it goes down from there. But they've ended up in 5 Jake Moody field goals.
Well, 22-7 here, 14:45 to go in quarter number 4. And the Spartans don't have a first down here in the second half.
No, 2 3-and-outs, and that's been the effectiveness of this defense. And both times there's been, 4-yard gains on first down, and then they've stiffened up. We saw a great play by Will Johnson.
Jake Moody to kick off for the Spartans. It's Broussard and Bernard deep, and once again, Jake Moody's kick sails out of the back of the end zone. He's showing no fatigue after all those field goals.
He's had a lot of work, but I tell you what, that one looked like his strongest kickoff yet. Looked like it was shot out of a cannon when it left his foot.
And the Wolverines take the field, protecting a 15-point lead here with 14:45 to go in the ballgame, and the Spartans taking over on their own 25-yard line.
Michigan State's going to start taking some chances, and don't be surprised to see some trickery.
Will Johnson's manned up with Jaden Reed again, John. From the shotgun, Peyton Thorne looking downfield, has it. Nobody open. Now he's going to fire to his safety valve out of the backfield. That was his tight end, Barker, I believe. And he gets submarined at the 31-yard line, gain of 6 on first down. DJ Turner with the tackle.
Well, the Michigan secondary, they don't shy away from some hits. DJ Turner came flying in to make that play.
2nd down and 4 for Michigan State. Peyton Thorne barking commands at his offensive line. Now says something to his running back, Berger, behind him. And they'll hand it to Berger, and he'll be met in the backfield. Chris Jenkins, the man that came in. Loss of 2 on 2nd down, and the Spartans will be looking at a 3rd down and 6.
Wow. He just is unblocked. I don't know what Michigan State's offensive line is doing. You got a 3 technique, and you're going to run right at him, yet you don't block him at all.
Spartans need to get it to the 35-yard line. Michigan's defense adjusting. Spartans will snap it back to pass. Peyton Thorne's going to fire incomplete to his tight end, Tyler Hunt. Wolverines looked a little confused. Rod Moore, the man in coverage, and the Spartans go 3-and-out again.
Well, they looked a little confused, but so did Peyton Thorne. I think that ball was snapped before Peyton Thorne was ready for it. It hit him right in the belly. If that ball is off the mark at all, that ball ends up on the ground, and I think that one's on the center.
So Behringer in punt formation inside his 15-yard line, and A.J. Henning on the Michigan 20. Wolverines on top 22-7, 13:31 to go here, 4th quarter. And another high snap, and Behringer's going to drop it, and the Wolverines are back there as he had trouble with the snap.
You just had to say it, didn't you?
And he's buried inside the 10, and Michigan will take over 1st and goal. Wow. That last snap, John, was almost over Behringer's head.
Yep, that's 2 in a row. And this one was just too high. And it not only was it high, but it floated back there. So even if he was able to corral it, I think Michigan would have been able to block that punt. Now Michigan gets the ball on the 8-yard line. They're given a gift, another opportunity in the red zone. And we've seen them run the ball time after time after time down here. This is, I tell you what, I'd be happy with 3 shots through the air at the end zone.
Wolverines trying to get the fans to quiet down here. 1st and goal from the 8. Michigan on top 22-7 after the botch punt. It's Blake Corum hesitating up the middle inside the 5 down to the 4-yard line. That's his 25th carry of the ball game. And the Wolverines will have it second and goal.
I do know the value of this field goal. If they have to settle for one, it puts Michigan up 3 scores. But, I mean, a touchdown here would just break it wide open.
Ball's just inside the 4-yard line. Second down and goal. Clock running, 12:54 to go. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun. Hands it off to Corum. Hesitates up the middle and into the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan, and the Wolverines lead it 28-7. Blake Corum's 14th rushing touchdown on the season. That leads the country.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try and try and try again. And they were finally able to punch one through there. And Blake Corum has done an excellent job of feeling out the defense, finding the open hole, finding the open lane, and getting into the end zone there. That's a huge possession for Michigan.
Jake Moody on for the extra point. Snap is good. Kick is up, and it is also good. And Michigan extends the lead to 29-7 here, John.
They were given a gift, there's no question, and they capitalized on that gift.
That Wolverine touchdown, a 4-yard Blake Corum touchdown run, brought to you by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first. 29-7, Michigan on top. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
What does it mean for you when University of Michigan Health was once again named the best hospital in Michigan by U.S. News and World Report? Or when they're recognized as the only Michigan hospital awarded straight A's for safety 10 years running? It means you can count on experts in every specialty, all in one place, working tirelessly to unlock a Michigan answer for you, U of M Health. One of only 8 hospitals in the nation to receive healthcare's top designations. Learn more at uofmhealth.org.
Before you get in, get going, get gone. You need to get a tire that gets you. We suggest a Cooper tire. After all, Cooper engineers its tires not just for performance, but real-life performance. Cooper tires, go with the Coopers. Buy 4 qualifying Cooper tires and get a $50 gift card to the M-Den, the official retailer of Michigan Athletics. During the Buy 4 and Score event this fall, visit Schneider Tire in Marne and other participating Cooper Tire retailers for more information.
John Jansen here, inviting you to check out the podcast home of Michigan Athletics, MGO Blue Podcasts with John Jansen. MGO Blue Podcast is the home of 3 different episodes. In the Trenches focuses on all things Michigan football. Defend the Block highlights both basketball programs here in Ann Arbor, and Conquering Heroes features interviews with players and coaches from all over Wolverines programs. Search MGO Blue Podcast with John Jansen wherever you get your podcasts. MGO Blue Podcast, subscribe today, and go blue.
This season, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky is making its debut at Michigan Stadium. Exciting news for fans looking for a delicious protein snack. It is a native to Michigan brand for over 45 years now. With a reputation for quality products, Sharifa Halal Beef Jerky will be available as a halal concession option at the Big House, Chrysler Center, and Yost Ice Arena. For more information, check us out on Instagram and Facebook and at saadmeats.com. That's SAAD meats.com.
Doug Karsch, John Jansen back at the Big House. 12:47 to go here in the fourth quarter. Michigan on top of Michigan State, 29-7. It's time to spotlight today's best in the game, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. And John, who's been the best in the game for Michigan today?
Well, it's clearly been Jake Moody. When you look at the weapon that he has been, Michigan has struggled in the red zone, and they've been able to come away with points every single time. 5 for 5, a long of 54. And, I mean, he's a great security blanket to have.
The 54-yarder, his career long. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game and proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Let's go down to Jason Avant on the field. Jason?
The defensive adjustments have changed the complexion of this game. Putting DJ Turner to the boundary corner where they like to throw the ball most, and also keep over the top, have changed the complexion of this game.
Spartans have yet to get a first down here in the second half. Meanwhile, Blake Corum, just to be clear, that was his 14th rushing touchdown of the season, and that leads the country. He also had a receiving touchdown earlier in this game.
And it's probably the quietest 145 yards that we've seen from him so far this year.
Jake Moody, this kickoff will land on the white in the back of the end zone, and the Spartans will take over, trailing by 22 from their own 25-yard line.
A lot of his yardage, I would say a lot of it, we've seen him have explosive plays. Whether it's a 4th and 1 against Maryland, he goes for 31, and he just hasn't had those breakout explosive plays. He's had a lot of 9 and 10 and 12-yard runs.
Wolverines have put Cam Good in, the UCF transfer, at one of the defensive tackle spots. Kenneth Grant, the true freshman, at one of the other defensive tackle spots. Spartans with receivers bunched left, one to the right. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun. Has the snap, back to pass, looking downfield, and a fire underneath to Elijah Collins, who makes one man miss, and then powers forward for a gain of about 7 on first down out to the 32-yard line.
Well, Michael Barrett had the opportunity to tackle him for about a 2-yard gain and just wasn't able to wrap up and make that initial tackle.
2nd and 2, Spartans go quickly. Thorne fires it out to Trey Mosley, who was greeted at the 35-yard line by DJ Turner, pushes forward to about the 38 for the Spartans' first down of the second half. 12:15 to go in the ball game, clock running.
Well, we saw Michigan State in the first half go with an up-tempo type of game plan. Now they're doing it out of necessity.
Peyton Thorne from the shotgun, back to pass. Here comes a blitz, fires, and it is almost intercepted. Rod Moore goes high right in front of the Spartan bench. Couldn't bring it down, incomplete, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Peyton Thorne in the second half here, he just doesn't seem like he doesn't have the same placement. He was trying to get out to Keon Coleman, and in the first half was giving his receivers an opportunity to make plays. Here in the second half, they just haven't even been near his receivers.
Thorne from a shotgun. They're going to motion Collins out of the backfield now, empty backfield. And back to pass is Thorne, looking to his right. Now he's got a heavy rush coming, and down he goes. Braden McGregor with the sack and a loss of 5 yards as the Wolverines got the job done. That's a coverage sack, John.
Yeah, that was coverage and effort. Great job downfield, not allowing Peyton Thorne anywhere to go with the ball, and Braden McGregor just beats Horst around the edge and in pursuit is able to bring down Peyton Thorne.
3rd and 15 for Michigan State, and we've got some whistles, and it looks like we're going to get a Michigan timeout.
Michigan calls their first timeout of the half.
Wolverines on top here, 29-7, 11:25 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Subscribe to the official podcast home of Michigan Athletics and Go Blue Podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is the Michigan Sports Network from Learfield.
Place an order for a 2023 F-150 lease today and receive $1,000 bonus cash. Plus, you can lock in your deal right now. And if at the time of delivery the deal gets better, you get the better deal. Returning AZ Plan lessees can order a 2023 F-150 and lease it for $299 a month for 24 months with $4,819 due at signing. Order today and take delivery by December 31st, 2022. Lease payment includes waived security deposit, excludes title, taxes, and license fees. Not all lessees will qualify for Ford Credit Red Carpet Low Mileage Lease. Payment includes $2,000 renewal and $1,000 retail order bonus cash. Take new retail delivery from dealer stock by October 31st. See dealer for qualifications and complete details. Some exclusions may apply. So lock in this $299 F-150 lease payment today, only at your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. Think Ford first.
Doug Karsh, John Jansen, Jason Avant back at the big house. Our statistician, Bruce Motti. Our spotter, Rich Marion. Our host in studio, Rob Joyce. Brian Bush here as well with Jack Miller. Our engineer is Tony Butler. So Wolverines have got the Spartans in a 3rd and 15 situation. Michigan on top 29-7 with 11:25 to go here in quarter number 4.
Well, Michigan called that timeout because if they can hold Michigan State and force them to punt right now, I mean, you could. I don't want to say the game is over, but you could pretty much put this one in the books. This is a big 3rd down for Michigan to make sure that you've got the right matchups, you got the right personnel, you've got everything that you want, and then it's a matter of execution for this defense.
Spartans 2 of 9 on 3rd down. And you have to figure it's possible, John, if they get half of it, they might go for it on 4th down.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. They're running out of time. They're running out of opportunity.
Michigan with a 22-point lead here in the 4th quarter. Of course, they led this game with Michigan State by 16 a year ago. And not closing it out stung. Jalen Harrell called the bus ride back from East Lansing deep. 3rd and 15 here for the Spartans. Thorne back to pass, looking downfield. Now he's going to fire underneath, and it's dropped. The tight end, Daniel Barker, couldn't hang on, the transfer from Illinois. And it's going to be 4th down, and the Spartans didn't get half, and it looks like they're going to be punting once again.
Yeah, and I mentioned it earlier, DJ Turner had come up. We've seen Will Johnson come up. The corners have done a tremendous job. We've seen Mikey Sandra still do it. Rod Moore, Makari Page. The secondary has been so willing to come up and support in run.
Behringer standing on his own 19-yard line. A.J. Henning on the Wolverines 16. Snap back to Behringer is good, and he just gets it off. So Wolverines brought heavy pressure, and it's going to bounce towards A.J. Henning, who's going to pick it up after it rolls quite some time. That was a dangerous play. Fielding the grounder with Spartans right in his face, and the punt will go for 50 yards, and the Wolverines will take over on their own 16-yard line.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Michigan's offense. So, I mean, this is a great position to be in. Obviously, you're up 22 points. But Michigan's offensive line probably in that sideline huddle said, hey, if we could continue to churn out 1st downs time after time, we could salt this thing away and really rip the heart out of this Spartan defense.
Wolverines take the field on their own 16 with J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun and Blake Corum flanked to his right. 4 wide receivers for Michigan. And it'll be an inside handoff to Blake Corum up the middle, and he'll get it out to about the 20-yard line for a 4-yard gain on 1st down.
Well, a nice pickup of 4, and they bring Schoonmaker over, as we've seen so many times, to seal off the edge, run up inside of him. And this is going to come down to technique for Michigan's front. Shoulder square, churning out 1st downs, getting off on linebackers. That's what's going to keep this drive moving at 4 or 5 yards a pop.
And it looks like the Wolverines are already aware of running clock here as J.J. McCarthy standing in a shotgun in the play clock inside of 8 seconds. Snap, handoff, Blake Corum running right with a host of blockers, turns it upfield and gets corralled as he gets out to the 22-yard line. Corum now over 150 yards rushing. It was Cal Halliday, the man on the tackle, and that'll set up a 3rd down and 3.
I still, even in this position, I wouldn't risk it at all. They're going to use maximum clock, and I would think Michigan would keep the ball on the ground. Even if you get to punt the ball away and you don't convert, they've been so efficient on 3rd downs. As you mentioned earlier, right now 7 of 13.
Play clock down to 7 seconds. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun with 4. Blake Corum in the backfield. J.J.'s got it. Hand off to Corum up the middle, and he spins out of a tackle. Can he get the 1st down? He keeps fighting, and he's got it. Wow. That is just willpower and strength and determination from Blake Corum as he got hit twice short of the 1st down that just kept fighting. They couldn't bring him down, and he eventually spun out of a tackle and dove for first down yardage, gain of 5.
Sometimes there are just guys that want it more than anyone else, and right now Blake Corum is running like he wants it more than anyone else.
And that's going to likely take another couple of minutes off the clock as the Spartans couldn't get the stop they needed. Now Donovan Edwards into the game, and J.J. McCarthy is getting ready to take a snap from under center, and Michigan's going to use a timeout.
It's their second timeout
It's their second timeout of the half, and Wolverines leading at 29-7 with 8:56 to go in the ball game. We'll continue from the Big House. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, exclusive freight partner of Michigan Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Knockoffs and imitators share one thing. They pale in comparison next to an original. Like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. It's still the best for one reason. Nothing beats the original. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. Lexus is a proud partner of University of Michigan Athletics.
Foguth Financial Group is now a proud wealth management partner of Michigan Athletics, and we want you to help us celebrate. We're inviting you to attend our night out at the Big House on Thursday, December 1st at Michigan Stadium. Enjoy complimentary dinner and drinks and get exclusive access to see the Big House. Just go to mgoblue.com/Big House to sign up. That's mgoblue.com/Big House. Limited seats are available. Sign up today and go blue.
College football season is here at Hollywood Casino Toledo. So get ready for big hits and even bigger games. That's right. It's time to turn pick sixes into lucky sevens and 3-and-outs into 3 of a kind. No matter your team, we've got what you need to stay in the game. Like cold beers, delicious food, over 40 TVs, live weekend entertainment, and an all-star team ready to serve you. Play all season long at Hollywood Casino Toledo. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-589-9966.
Michigan, Michigan State. This great rivalry is on the air. And today's broadcast is presented by the experts at University of Michigan Health. There's a difference between an answer and a Michigan answer. To learn more about Michigan's best hospital, visit michigananswers.com. Here again, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
Wolverines on top 29-7, 8:56 to go in the ball game. And Michigan with the ball, 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line. Donovan Edwards checks in for Blake Corum, who is over 150 yards rushing, and John maybe had his most impressive run, his last run on 3rd and 3. How he got that first down, willpower.
Yep, and we've talked about him, on a 2-yard run when he only needed 1, falling forward. That one was simply all effort.
Wolverines with 3 tight ends, bunch left. JJ will hand it off to Donovan Edwards, who will run behind the tight ends and get the ball across the 30 out to the 31-yard line. Gain of 3 on first down.
Yeah, and again, the first set of downs, it was 4 yards on first down. This one, 3 yards. Now, it's real important here on second down if you want to be in a position to run for it again, not have a stoppage of clock. You got to be able to get 4 to 5 yards on this play here.
Clock running, 8:26 to go in the ball game. 29-7, Michigan on top. Ball on the Spartan, or their own 31-yard line, rather. Donovan Edwards will continue it running back, giving Blake Corum a rest from the pistol formation. J.J. McCarthy has the snap, hands it off to Edwards up the middle, and escapes a tackle and dives forward for a first down. Kept his feet churning, John, and got out of an arm tackle, gain of 8. Moved the chains. Another first down for Michigan.
Well, he's a shoelace away from picking up a heck of a lot more than that. And it really was just a matter of Windman just tripping him up with a sticking an arm out.
J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Wolverines will let the play clock continue to tick. 7:40 to go, 15 seconds on the play clock. J.J. standing in the shotgun, now takes it back to pass. Looking downfield, fires to Donovan Edwards, who's got it and falls down immediately, but gets 5 yards on first down.
Hey, that's just as good as a 5-yard run. And keeping the defense honest. They're going to start loading up the box, knowing that Michigan wants to predominantly run. And, you know, putting Donovan Edwards one-on-one with the linebacker. You split everybody out. You get him one-on-one with the linebacker. That's the third time today that we've seen that same route run, and it's been effective every single time.
2nd down and 5. Darius Clemens makes his first appearance in the ball game. He and Andrell Anthony are split wide right. Donovan Edwards in at running back. J.J. McCarthy hands it off to Edwards, and he makes a man miss in the backfield. Now puts his head down and fights forward for a gain of about a yard. Got the most out of that he could, and he'll set up a 3rd down.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see J.J. McCarthy keep one of these off the edge. I think that was one where the better decision would have been for J.J. McCarthy to keep it around the edge.
Clock running, 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Michigan on top, 29-7. 3rd and 3 from their own 46-yard line. They have to get it out to the 49. Blake Corum is back in the ball game. Split to JJ's left. They bring Colston Loveland in motion. JJ's got it. He's going to roll right. And looking downfield, is going to fire downfield and up to get it is Ronnie Bell.
Wow, what a great catch.
Inside the Spartan 30, down to the 26-yard line on 3rd and 3.
Oh, wait a second. We got one official who's saying that a ball hit the ground. Obviously, Jim Harbaugh is going to get in there and give his opinion.
The officials are going to talk it over. Spartans down there saying incomplete.
Oh, no, I think he controlled that one all the way through.
You just saw a
Completed
replay?
pass, 1st down.
Did you get a good look at it, John?
I did, and yes, the ball hits the ground, but the ball never moves. He controls it through the entire process from the air to the ground.
That is a great catch as I look at this. Well, the ball kind of came out of his hands, John, after when he hit the ground and the ball hit the ground, it was still in his hands. I've read the rule book on this one.
The field is a completed pass. The previous play is under further review.
All right, here's how I understand the rule. If you have your hands on the ball and the ball hits the ground, the ball's allowed to move in your hands, but if your hands lose contact with the ball at all, it's an incomplete pass. What's interesting is the hands look like they might have lost contact after it had hit the ground and he was pulling it up from the ground. But they'll take a look at this one. This close shave instant replay is brought to you by Barbasol. Choose Barbasol shaving cream for a thick lather and close, comfortable shave. Barbasol, the American original for over 100 years. Better buy Barbasol. Let's go down to our number 8, Jason Avant.
Now, you know I want the receivers to get this catch 100%. But I will say this, the ball turns over on the opposite side of his hand. So that's pretty weird, and usually the ground causes that. So it's going to be a hard one to overturn because they called it a catch on the field. But I can definitely see how they could overturn it because it's on the opposite side of his hand.
Well, John, we might see something we haven't seen in a couple of games, and we'll get to that in a minute.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Well, let's see what this ruling is. The longer these take, it tends to lead me to believe it's going to get overturned, although here's the call from Reggie Smith.
After further review, the receiver did not survive the ground. The pass is incomplete. It'll be 4th down and 3 from the 46-yard line.
Well, John?
That seems a little harsh. He did not survive the ground. hope Ronnie Bell's okay.
It comes with some great consequence.
Yes.
So here's what we're going to see we haven't seen in a couple of games. Brad Robbins punt. He did not punt the entire Penn State game. And he did not punt for the majority of this game. But now he will be asked to punt with the Wolverines leading at 29-7 and 5:58 to go in the ballgame.
Well, he does need to earn his scholarship. And so they're going to put him out there to work for just a rep, make sure that he's still fresh, make sure he's paying attention, staying loose.
It's been over 2 complete games. The last time he punted was early fourth quarter at Indiana. We'll take a break with the Wolverines on top, 29-7, 5:58 to go in the ball game. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Run, James. No, first base. Go, run.
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street, you're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
When you call on your local Ruud dealer for service, rest assured that our technicians are adhering to all health and safety protocols when they work in your home. Trust the experts at Ruud, keeping your home and family safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. We service all makes and models, and we meet or exceed all home air quality inspection standards. Find your local experts at Ruud.com and schedule an analysis to be sure your system can keep you cool and healthy. That's RUUD.com. Rely on Ruud.
Ladies, Hunting Widow Night is coming. Saturday, November 12th, Hunks the Show returns at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort. Get ready for a night of sexy costumes, hot dance moves, and muscles in places you can only imagine. Tickets are $25 and are on sale now at the box office and etix.com. Whatever happens is our little secret. Hunks the Show, November 12th at Soaring Eagle Casino.
Back in Ann Arbor, Brad Robbins punt fielded by Jaden Reed. Fair catch at the 20-yard line, and that's where the Spartans will take over after a 34-yard punt by Brad Robbins. And Michigan State trailing at 29-7 with 5:52 to go in the ballgame.
Well, some young guys are going to get an opportunity here, as we saw last drive with, I know Cam Good's not a young guy, but he got in there. We've seen some younger defensive linemen get some opportunity in a game like this. This experience in a rivalry game, in a championship game, state championship here, is valuable experience.
Shotgun for Peyton Thorne. Back to pass. Looking, fires. Got Jaden Reed underneath, trying to get away from DJ Turner, who rides him out of bounds. And he shoves him out of bounds, and no flag, as that was awfully close.
Well, that process of that play started inbounds and carried through the sideline. So it did look harsh.
Just a gain of 3 for the Spartans. 5:38 to go. Clock ticking. 2 receivers split left, 1 split right. Peyton Thorne in a shotgun. 2nd down and 7. Has the snap. Back to pass. Looking downfield. Fires over the middle. Oh, he's got Keon Coleman wide open to the 35, to the 30. And dragged down at the Wolverine 27-yard line. That is a blown coverage, and the Wolverines are lucky that Keon Coleman didn't go the distance.
Yeah, and the unfortunate part is that Rod Morse, I think, could have been there.
Spartans are going to run it right with Jalen Berger, and he's going to get maybe a yard down to the 26-yard line. Mason Graham, the freshman defensive tackle, on the made the tackle. 4:56 to go in the ball game. 2nd down and 9. Michigan on top, 29-7. Spartans from a shotgun. Peyton Thorne. 2 receivers split either side. Back to pass. Wolverines bring pressure. He's going to fire towards the end zone. Makari Page, the man out there, in coverage, overthrown, incomplete. 3rd and 9 for the Spartans. And they're obviously in 4-down territory here, John.
Yeah, you know, they're gonna have to continue to go for it. They're just running out of time and opportunity. But Malik Carr and Makari Page, a nice matchup, and Makari Page using good technique again on a big tight end. Being aggressive, and that's what these officials have allowed the secondary on both sides to do.
3rd down and 9 for Michigan State from the Wolverine 26-yard line. They trail it 29-7. Ball on the right hash. Man in motion, Jaden Reed out of the backfield. Fires, and it's batted up in the air and almost intercepted by the Wolverines. Mike Morris, I believe, was the man who got the PBU, and it was Yabi Oki who almost tracked it down for an interception. So it's going to be 4th and 9 for Michigan State.
Well, Mike Morris has good awareness, knowing that, hey, I'm not going to be able to get there, so I'm going to go ahead and stop, put my hands up, try and get in the passing lane, and if I can get a deflection, great, he does, and almost creates a special moment.
4th down and 9 for the Spartans. 3 receivers split left. That's the wide side. Peyton Thorne talking to his offensive line. Play clock at 2. Gets the snap off. Wolverines bring a blitz. Thorne fires, and it is caught. Did he get the first down? It looks like Barker, the tight end, might have, and now we get a flag as Barker and Sainristel, I believe it was, battling down there. It was Rod Moore.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see who they call this one on. It's obviously some extracurricular activity after the play.
And it's a question of whether or not he got the first down. Because if he didn't get the first down, it'd be Michigan ball, and if the penalty was after the play was over, it won't matter.
Well,
referees continue to talk.
The ruling on the field is a completed pass for a first down. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 6. That's his first. 15-yard penalty from the succeeding spot. It's 1st and 10.
So the Wolverines don't get the stop, but the Spartans lose yardage. They do get a first down.
Yeah, and
after that exchange.
Well, I tell you what, great job by Rod Moore.
Correction, the foul was on number 9. And that's his first unsportsmanlike foul.
Yeah, Daniel Barker took a swipe at Rod Moore on the ground, and nice job by Rod Moore not retaliating, getting offsetting penalties. It was a completion for a first down, but they then back him up 15, and we'll start this thing over again.
Spartans have it at the 31-yard line. Trailing 29-7, 4:22 to go. Peyton Thorne from a shotgun. Back to pass. Wolverines bringing the pressure. Fires and incomplete over the head of Barker in front of the Michigan bench. And it was Kalel Mullings in coverage there. No, check that, Will Johnson. 2nd down and 10 for Michigan State. 4:15 to go in the game. That was a product of pressure, John.
It was, and this is this is a great opportunity for this D-line. You know Michigan State's going to be throwing the ball. If it's not going to be completed, they want the clock to be able to stop. They need maximum opportunity, so pin your ears back and get after them.
2nd down and 10 for Michigan State. Back to pass. Peyton Thorne looking downfield, stepping up in the pocket and fires, and it's intercepted. Intercepted by Rod Moore. He'll return it to the 30, to the 35, to the 40, and down at the 42-yard line, Rod Moore with his 3rd interception of the season, and that will just about do it. Give him the turnover buffs, John.
Yeah, and he's got him on now. Celebration on the sidelines. Great play by Rod Moore of almost baiting Peyton Thorne to make that throw. He's just sitting back there in the safety position. He's playing center field, and I don't think Peyton Thorne even saw him.
38 yards on the return, and the Wolverines will take over at the 41-yard line with 4:04 to go in the ball game, and Michigan on top 29-7. J.J. McCarthy in a shotgun. Blake Corum flanked to his left. You know they'll be attacking the football now. They have been all game. Corum's got it up the middle. He's going to bounce it outside. Now cuts back in and gets across the 45-yard line out to the 46. Gain of 5 on 1st down. Clock running, 3:53 to go.
Well, every offensive line wants to be able to finish the game on the field with the greatest play in football. That's victory formation. There's some work to be done with 3.5 minutes left before that happens, but when you gain 5 yards on 1st down, it's a great start.
Clock running, 3:28 to go in the ball game. Play clock inside of 10. J.J. McCarthy from the shotgun. Takes the snap. It's Blake Corum on an inside handoff, and he's going to bounce it outside and spin away from one man across the 50 into Spartan territory for a 1st down. They just can't. He's too slippery.
Well, he's too slippery, elusive, and I think Xavier Henderson is trying to figure out where Blake Corum went. he, gosh, he just spins right out of a tackle. Xavier Henderson thinks he's got him dead to rights, and then, closes his arms and is trying to figure out where he went.
He thought he went east, and he really went west.
Yes.
First down for Michigan at the Spartan 47-yard line. Clock running, 2:46 to go. Donovan Edwards in. J.J. McCarthy under center. Takes the snap, inside handoff, Roman Wilson. They'll go reverse to Ronnie Bell, who's going to throw it deep for Donovan Edwards. Incomplete. Oh, boy. Wolverines go deep into the playbook there.
Yeah.
Ronnie Bell's pass incomplete. Looking for Donovan Edwards.
Don't think Jim Harbaugh doesn't want to make a point.
That was an inside handoff to Roman Wilson, who flipped it back to Ronnie Bell. And Donovan Edwards streaking outside the numbers down the near sidelines, slightly underthrown. Now Ronnie's brother's a quarterback. Ronnie underthrown a little bit. Second down and 10, 2:34 to go in the ball game. J.J. McCarthy takes the snap, hands it off to Blake Corum, who's dancing and weaving again, and gets it inside the 45, down to the 42-yard line. Gain of 5, and that'll set up a third down and 5. Spartans with all 3 timeouts, letting it run with 2:19 to go in the ball game.
Nice double team at the point of attack. We've seen that all day long. And I tell you what, Colston Loveland is doing a great job as a young tight end blocking on the edge. They brought Zach Zinter from his right guard position. They pulled him to get an extra blocker front side.
Third down and 5 now for Michigan, inside of 2 minutes to go. Play clock at 7. Blake Corum standing off the left hip of J.J. McCarthy, who takes the snap, back to pass, looking downfield. Flag is down, fires, he's got Ronnie Bell inside the 35, down to the 32, and I think that play is going to get whistled dead with a false start on Michigan.
Yeah, something weird happened at the start there. I don't know if it was one of the slot receivers that took off early.
Something didn't look right. And the officials talk it over. And here's the call.
Prior to the snap, ball start, offense, the center. 5-yard penalty. It's third down.
John, let's preview the upcoming schedule brought to you by Meyer. Michigan at Rutgers next week. Oh, good, another night game.
Oh, yeah, nothing like spending the day in Piscataway. I'm excited about that one.
What are we going to do all day?
I don't know. There's a lot of campuses. There's 13.
There's a lot to see.
Yeah. There's 13 other campuses that you would enjoy walking around, and the 14th is Piscataway.
That preview of the upcoming schedule was brought to you by Meyer, presenting sponsor of the 2022 Michigan football season and proud supporter of hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. So they march off the 5 yards, and there's still a hang-up. I think Jim Harbaugh wants a clock adjusted.
Reset the clock to 1 minute, 51 seconds. And the clock will start on the ready for play.
Think Jim wants more time?
So he said the clock will start on ready for play, so Jim Harbaugh, they can drain another 25 seconds off the clock.
Yeah. Well, when you look at obviously at the upcoming schedule for Michigan, yeah, they're going to be in Piscataway next week, but, they've got Rutgers, Nebraska, Illinois, right before that Ohio State game is looking a lot tougher than it did at the beginning of the season.
J.J. back to pass on 3rd and 10. He's going to go deep down the far sideline for Cornelius Johnson, and it's incomplete. And here comes some flags. Pass interference on Michigan State. That'll be a 15-yard penalty, and the Wolverines will get a first down. Gross out there in coverage. Also Ronald Williams, the transfer from Alabama.
Pass interference. Defense, number 9. 15-yard penalty and automatic. First down.
7th penalty on Michigan State, and that one will just about do it. Wolverines on top, 29-7 with 1:32 to go. Well, the Spartans still have their 3 timeouts. If Mel Tucker wants to keep them.
Well, it'll be interesting. You think there's any chance that he wants to get Jake Moody one more field goal? Just because?
Just because, you say, huh?
Yeah, well, hey, 6 for 6 always looks better than 5 for 5.
Shotgun with Blake Corum in a pistol formation behind J.J. McCarthy. Handoff to Blake, who's up the middle and scoots sideways that time across the 30 down to about the 29-yard line, where he is stopped right there for a gain of 3 on first down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Michigan football from Learfield. On that run, Blake Corum goes over 175 yards rushing. We're at a minute to go. Wolverines have it 2nd and 7, up 29-7. Snap, handoff, C.J. Stokes running right. Gets it inside the 30 down to about the 28-yard line, 27. And it looks like the Spartans are content to let that be the final.
Well, see, it's nice to be able to see, so, like I mentioned, some of the young guys defensively got in. We saw Derek Moore get a few reps there in that last series. Valuable reps in a game like this, in an environment like this. And now to see C.J. Stokes get his hands on the ball again.
Clock running, 15 seconds to go in the ball game. The Wolverines have to snap it one more time. J.J. McCarthy from a shotgun. Hands it off. C.J. Stokes up the middle. Fires through the hole and gets close to a first down. And he gets the first down, but it's not going to matter as the clock goes 3, 2, and 1. And now we have some pushing and shoving, and the officials get in there. And the Wolverines get the win over Michigan State, 29-7. Let's go down to Jason Avant on the field.
Hold on.
DJ Turner was...
He's running away from it.
That's all right.
I'm trying to catch up to him.
He seems like he wants to make sure that
see if you still got it one more time.
Oh, yeah, he just warmed up my hamstrings.
The pushing and shoving continues, and the Spartans don't like it, and the Wolverines are letting them know which direction the tunnel is. And we'll get down to Jason in a moment.
All right. I got DJ Turner here. DJ, you played a great game today. Some of the adjustments that Clint Scale made was you going to the boundary. Talk about how important you are to this team.
Man, I just tried to do my 111, make sure we all good. I want to take a big piece to it. And hold on, I'm at to come back. We're celebrating right now.
We'll get back to DJ Turner and anybody Jason comes up with as the Wolverines want to sing the victors as they make their way over to the student section. Jason, I did sidelines for 16 years. That happens.
Oh, my gosh. I knew it was going to be hard, but dang it.
As he gets over there to sing the victors with his teammates, the Wolverines improve to 8-0 on the season. The Spartans drop to 3-5, 1-4 in Big Ten play as Michigan gets the 29-7 win with a dominating performance by Blake Corum. 33 carries, 177 yards, and 2 touchdowns, 1 touchdown receiving on the inside.
Hey, Tony, I'm back.
On the inside, shovel pass from J.J. McCarthy, and the other 4-yard touchdown run. Michigan celebrating with Paul Bunyan and
Doug, I'm
Jason.
back
All right, we got you again.
Yeah, I'm back with DJ Turner. He decided to come back and not leave me hanging like that. So you had a tough challenge with Keon Coleman and also Jaden Reed. Talk about how you guys performed against them tonight.
Man, we always believe in ourselves, the 111. Got a couple passes, but it's all right. We came locked in, and we just believe in ourselves. We know what we can do. Best DB in the country, and we were just confident, and we came out with the dub today.
Talk about the emphasis on tackling. John Jansen referenced you guys a couple of times coming up. Will Johnson, you coming up in the run game. Is that a big emphasis for you guys each and every week?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And Coach Klink always talks about it. And we know if you put on film a strong perimeter, if you shut it down, that's intimidating teams, and that's what we try to do.
Well, thank you. Go and celebrate with your teammates. Go Blue. Congratulations on the win.
Go Blue. Appreciate it.
DJ Turner had an outstanding game as the Wolverines secondary got the job done. -1 drive where Keon Coleman was outstanding. Michigan State forcing field goals, but the Wolverines kept piling them up. Jake Moody 5 for 5, including a career-long 54-yarder as the Wolverines slow-bled Michigan State here at the Big House to improve to 8-0 on the season. Lots to do here on our post-game coverage, including Jim Harbaugh's thoughts from inside the Michigan locker room. We'll also hear from players inside the locker room as well. An analysis from Jack Miller. Brian Bush will join us. Much to do as we wrap this one up from Ann Arbor. Again, the final score, Michigan 29, Michigan State 7. This is Michigan football from Learfield.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle?